My name is Isaac Paradise, and welcome to the Paradise League cycle number 8. We're starting here off with Big Ego Crew against Donkey Kong in the semifinals number 1, round number 1. And I'm joined here by the one and onlys Big Wave Dave, aka Dave, and Easy Folk Clan, aka John. Gentlemen, how are you guys doing today?
Doing great. Thanks for having us here, Paradise. Excited to cast this game alongside Dave. Dave, how's it going?
So far, so good, man. Excited to see this this good what I think is going to be a good match versus two I guess EU superstar teams of Donkey Kong and Big Ego Crew.
Yeah, obviously, Big Ego Crew has been the favorite for a while in most of these cycles, so I don't think we have to say much about them. But yeah, Donkey Kong over here on the Hellborn side has been reaching peak performance from what I understand. It wasn't actually broadcasted yesterday, but they actually 2-0'd Polymorph, I think. So they definitely came out of their round of 8 match looking very, very solid. So it's going to be very interesting to see their performance coming up against a powerhouse like Big Ego Crew. So do you have any expectations for who is going to be taking at least our first match?
You know, it kind of comes down to, I think, draft and hero selection and who picks a little bit more synergized. I know both these teams are incredibly active, so I think laning stage is really going to determine the tempo of the game and who takes the lead going into mid game, and then they're probably just going to snowball. So I think I'll have a better understanding after the draft picks, but both teams very active. They like to take over the enemy team jungle, and I'm sure a lot of people in chat here have played a majority of these players in TMM, so they can understand the feeling of getting steamrolled in your own jungle.
Absolutely. As we already have 3 picks underway, let's go ahead and talk about the bans. So Big Eager Crew takes away Dr. Repulsor and Moira, and Donkey Kong lays down the ban hammer on Salforus and Engineer. So thoughts about those bans?
You know, the Dr. Repulsor ban's just a type racer, aka Fa ban. I mean, the guy loves the hero. The hero is super annoying in a player's hands who knows how to play him. Especially Donkey Kong likes to pick very synergistic drafts around the Dr. Repulsor. So you can see already based off these picks. I mean, in a Luna and a Rally, we saw that lane actually played yesterday, and it's a super strong lane when played correctly.
And on the flip side, we've already got a Kinesis and a Master of Arms in the hands of Big Eager Crew. So I actually really love Kinesis and Master of Arms. I think Kinesis is obviously a super flexible hero just because of the ability to steal the enemy Qs, and Master of Arms probably beating a dead horse here, but that hero is obviously super flexible as well, as we have seen it in multiple roles, and it performs well with gold or without. So going to be curious to see how they run it. They typically run it as that position 4, I believe. But
yeah, Dutch will run it as a position 2 or a position 1 at time. The hard carry MOAs. You see the Sate signature hero Pebbles being picked. I mean, we saw Big Ego Crew absolutely just pop off on the Pebbles yesterday. So what do you think Donkey Kong needs to do in order to shut down this Pebbles early? Do you think it's something like, hey, let's dual lane mid, let's put pressure on Pebbles early? What do they need to do to slow this hero down?
I think there's a handful of heroes in the hero pool that can actually contest Pebbles in a 1v1 lane matchup. And so I would like to see somebody going up against Pebbles in the mid lane that just continuously pressures that lane, does not allow him to free farm it. It's going to come down to rune control. Certain runes can make Pebbles completely devastating. Double damage, haste, and invis all come to mind. All 3 of those runes, I mean, it's like a 60% chance to get one of those runes early on, and those 3 runes can really be the difference maker for Pebbles, whether killing his own lane or getting a quick rotation and killing another. So it's going to come down to rotations, rune control, and yeah. But I want to see them pick up something that's just able to kind of bully Pebbles a little bit in the lane itself, whether it's a like an electrician mid or maybe like a mag mid. It's not something we usually see, but I think you know what I'm saying. I'm having trouble brainstorming this specific.
Yeah, you know what? I like the pick that just came out of Donkey Kong Gaming. They see the Pebbles mid and like, hey, I don't think they're going to pick a Lord Salforus anymore. Let's just go ahead and pick the Oogie, because if they pick a Lord Salforus short farm or something.
South was actually banned in the first
Oh,
wave,
they banned
so.
it first pick. I actually didn't. Oh yeah, they did. Wow, that's a hero we do not see typically banned in the very first stage of the bans.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't actually touch on it at the time, but I was thinking about that very thing. That Salforus as it's a pretty frustrating hero to lane against. It just has crazy lane sustain and everything, and it's pretty flexible. I think you can run it as either a short farm or a mid, but it's not typically one of these like unanswerable heroes that you really just want to take out of the game. Have zero chance of playing against it, so. Donkey Kong really kind of revealing their idea behind that Salforus ban with that third pick Oogie.
Well, look at the bans on the side of Big Ego Crew. They ban a Bubbles, they ban a Bombardier, and they ban an Electrician. I feel like, especially with the Bomb Electrician ban, they're trying to secure mid lane right now and let Sate snowball in this Pebbles, because banning the Bombardier, when you speak of a hero that can bully a Pebbles, the hero that first comes to mind is that Bombardier.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I can't believe it escaped my mind, but I guess I can only chalk that up to the early day. But so we've got a Bensington followed by an Emerald Warden pick. Let me touch on those the three bands that came out for Donkey. We've got Puppet, Malikan, and Magebane. So picking out banning out position 1 farmers was clearly the idea there. I think the only one that's kind of curious is the Magebane. That feels like a highly unusual ban, and I'm not even sure I've ever seen Dutch Ownage actually play that. I don't know if you can speak for that or not, Dave. Dave, it sounds like Dave might be having some.
No, I'm still here.
So.
Am I sounding good to go?
Cool. Yeah, it sounds fine. Sounds fine to me now.
Yeah, I've seen in at least TMM Dutch play Bensington quite a bit, and I think what they might have seen was the dual core. They never really run the whole dual core strat, but I mean, if you look at this draft right now that they have, it's pretty interesting. I mean, an Arachna, Bensington, and MOA, Pebbles. This is a really, really greedy draft. It's not something you typically see from them. So it's almost like they're taking a page out of Good Clan Rejects with that Bensington pick, and what you got did so well in that game 1 of the quarterfinal 4 yesterday. And the hero's so strong. So, and actually now they pick up a Tremble on the side of Donkey Kong Gaming. I mean, this is both drafts are looking pretty greedy in my eyes.
Yeah, the Emerald Warden, I'm actually really interested to see where Emerald Warden fits into this draft. I think typically we see it as a position 4, and I gotta be honest, I'm not really a huge fan of it. It feels like it has a lot of early game prowess, but if you don't hit your mark early on, I feel like the hero just tapers off very, very quickly.
I agree
so
with you.
It feels like a very risky pick.
I cannot tell you the number of times that someone picks like a position 4 or like a position 5 Emerald Warden and ends up just having no impact in a game that lasts over 35 minutes. Getting a Staff of the Masters is great on the hero, because essentially you can just go on ahead and staff and give bird to like the Tremble or the Oogie, and at that point you're buffing the HP pool pretty crazy on the Oogie and some of the damage as well. So and that could be a little bit of a late game concept with them, but as I mentioned, both teams really prioritize the laning phase.
Yeah, and we have a little bit of time to talk about it, as we have what seems to be a 4-minute pause called by our tournament host. So hope everything is all right on his end. But looking at these lanes, it looks like we've got a couple of tri lanes, heading out to their respective lanes. They are going on opposite sides of the map right now. I think that the Big Ego Crew side, that tri lane looks very, very standard. Bensington Master and Kinesis Very standard, very scary. Triple stun if Kinesis can get one from either Aluna or Rally. I kind of wonder if it feels like the strongest Q ability on the Hellborn side is Rally Compel, and I almost feel like Kinesis is going to do a little bit of work seeking out the position of Rally to just take that as early as possible. And basically, every time Kinesis, if he dies, he's just going to go hunt Rally for Compel. It's such a strong Q, especially in a tri-lane setup.
Well,
But
Emerald Lightning isn't bad early game, especially levels 1 to 2, because of basically the stun and being able to stun both heroes if you get good positioning, and then taking the attack speed and then the attack speed buff for yourself.
oh yeah, certainly not. I mean, it's a good thing that you point that out, because yes, Emerald Lightning is kind of a crazy early laning phase ability. Like the amount of extra auto attacks that you get versus the player that you stun is quite wild, and it's a pretty long duration stun, 1.25 for a point and click. Not bad, but I just favor Compel just because it's got that dual functionality that I praise over and over again. Um, love any kind of flexibility that you can get on the side of your team. It just helps so much.
So
But
how do you think the Arachna is going to fare versus the Emerald Warden in the Rally lane? Because with Spike Carapace or Hardened Carapace, I mean, the hero's pretty tanky, and Emerald Warden's strictly deals quite a bit of magic damage with the trap, so he's going to make a decent amount of that damage. Do you
yeah,
think
I'm
the heroes
actually
should be fine in a 1v2 situation, especially with its range and ability to harass with web shot without taking creep aggro?
yeah, I think it actually has a decent shot at living. It's actually going to be up to Rally and Emerald Warden to play exceedingly well, honestly, to line up the kill onto Arachna. I'm not 100% sure, but I think she could dispel Overgrowth with Hardened Carapace.
Yeah, she can.
So
And then
yeah,
what about this mid matchup? Because this is kind of you don't see Tremble picked that often, but the hero's mobility makes him so strong. Do you think that Pebbles actually is going to struggle a little bit here against the Tremble? Except, I mean, look at what's already in his inventory. One of the supports gave him a word of revelation.
yeah, I guess they were ready to see this Tremble in the mid lane, and I think that Pebbles actually doesn't have a bad time against Tremble. Anytime, kind of one of the things that Tremble has going for him is this in your face type of gameplay where he can just kind of poke you a little bit, but with a word of revelation, I think that Pebbles can get reasonably efficient trades. Going tit for tat in the auto attack department, and if that's the case, then Pebbles, can pretty much keep Trimble at bay by having the threat of a combo coming down on him. So, because you have to remember, I mean, Trimble it's a reasonably high HP agility hero, but if Pebbles gets level 2 stalagmites by level 3 on his hero, I mean, he can kill Trimble if he dips below like 400 HP.
Yep.
So
And this is Sate's signature hero. So he spends quite a bit of amount of time playing Pebbles, and we've all seen how good Pebbles players can impact the game. Is now, I'm really thinking this laning phase is going to determine a lot on how the Kinesis and the Aluna play and the rotations they make and which spells Kinesis is able to get, because him not starting off at the bottom lane and prioritizing getting that compel, he's just going to be running around, like you said, with the Aluna Emerald Lightning, which
yeah,
the cast range on that isn't the great. It's not bad, but for ganking, the rally compel is definitely better.
yeah. I mean, we've got this hero count imbalance in both the top and bottom lanes, so I'm expecting the Bloodlust to come out on either one of these sides of the map, and all three heroes have shown in the top lane, so they know that they're up against a tri-lane, the Oogie and Aluna, and a quick port is coming out from Rally. So he's rotating, playing second support in the top lane. Bensington is going to stun Oogie, followed up by the MOA stun, but a quick compel is going to get Oogie to safety, and Kinesis has taken some threat, gets stunned by the Emerald Lightning, taking some harass from the Tarquake. So it looks like Donkey Kong got a little bit, well, it's about even, I would say, damage-wise, but, you know, not sparing us from the action right out of the gate, that's for certain.
Yeah, and look at this harass that the Emerald Warden's putting on with the traps. I'm hoping to see the Arachna put some points in Hardened Carapace, knowing that those Emerald Warden's going to be spamming those traps, and it would negate a majority of that magic damage done by those. So I'm hoping to see him level that. Do you think the Emerald Warden or the Arachna should be leveling that ability?
I think he'll probably get level 2 web shot at level 3, and then level 4 we'll see a point of Hardened Carapace come out. But yeah, I mean, I just looked at it myself. It is a lot of harass damage that's coming out. Bensington is actually going to stun onto Aluna. Rally's going to compel Aluna to safety, and that's going to be the end of that engagement. But in the mid lane, looks like Trimble's actually doing a pretty decent time of harassing down Pebbles. Already has him below half HP. Pebbles tried to toss Trimble onto a creep into tower range, actually missed it. But yeah, Trimble having a good time here. Rally's actually hasted in the mid lane. He's going to compel onto Pebbles. Yes, he is. Trimble's going to throw down some auto attack, get to safety with the Stalagmites. But Rally is actually able to keep the chase going, but little deep into the tower, and he is going to be able to power supply up to tank that last tower auto attack. So a really, really nice live there in the mid lane by Sate on Pebbles. It's going to allow him to sidestep the Bloodlust, but in the meantime, Oogie is actually getting gone on by Bensington and Kinesis. Moa is able to throw the stun into Oogie, but Oogie is in tower range, and Aluna is going to compel onto Moa, and Moa is going to get power thrown to death. Aluna is going to die to one last auto attack. Rally is trying to put the pressure on to Bensington. Oogie just watching from the sidelines right now, very, very low HP. Kinesis turning his sights onto him. A lot of heroes getting into the red and needing to back off. And yeah, it's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange, but the Bloodlust came out in favor of Donkey Kong, so nice.
Yeah, the Bloodlust comes out, but from a gold perspective, Legion's still in the lead, even with the Bloodlust kill on the side of a Donkey Kong.
Looks like they might have just been doing better in their creep score mini game up to that point. Overall.
And Arachna's really bullying out this Emerald Warden right now.
Yeah, I mean, once Arachna gets enough points into Webshot, I think she has a really good time of playing against Emerald Warden. She does have the point into Hardened Carapace, so she does have the Trap Dispel capability now. And yeah. So, keeping my eyes on this mid lane, though. Pebbles is having a much harder time than I anticipated, so I guess I just didn't really understand the strength of Trimble. He's actually going to get comboed into tower range. He's going to have to back off right now. But some good harass damage coming out from Pebbles, who has his bottle right now and is going to start ginning up, so has enough mana for another combo. So Trimble has to play safe right now. And he looks like he's going to teleport home. In the meantime, in the top lane, Kinesis is getting pursued by Rally and Aluna, but he is actually going to be able to survive. Moa is caught in the thick of it, but Aluna is going to be the one to fall. Rally's going to get jousted, and follow-up stun coming from Moa. It was on cooldown.
Man, Bensington is so strong in a tri-lane. This is disgusting. The distance of that stun. As soon as the Aluna gets caught out of position, the Bensington along with the MOA she's melting. There's literally nothing they can do. They're using compel defensively instead of offensively a majority of the time in the top lane right now, which is when that's happening, you're typically not winning the lane. So Big Yo is playing this tri-lane really well. The Rally even had the illusion runes there.
Pebbles gets his level 6 first, but Trimble is really putting a lot of pressure onto him. Pebbles chucks him back onto the tower, but isn't going to be able to do much else. Trimble has his ulti now, so I'm curious to see what Trimble's going to do with the Hive Mind ultimate now that he has it. We have a smoked Rally trying to look for the flank on Arachna, but the creep wave is pushing up. Yeah, keep your eyes peeled on this bottom lane. But in the meantime, looks like the mid lane, Aluna has revealed herself, so Pebbles is going to be playing defensively. But yeah, Rally is really just biding his time, trying to get this ideal stun onto the Arachna. See if it works out for them. He is actually going to be seen now.
They've abandoned
so the jig is up.
Which is really grim because this top tower, as soon as this goes down, it's going to be a nice little gold spike for the side of Big Ego Crew as they.
Yeah, it feels like they kind of had to, and I'm kind of wondering, what do you think Oogie is going to be doing? Is he just going to be diligently working on these stacks at level 4, or is he just going to try and stay in the fog of war next to the lane, trying to just leech some XP?
He's just going to go farm the stacks. They're going to try to create some space for him by rotating into other lanes. As you can see the Luna.
Going with the flank here in the mid lane. Hivemind comes out. Pebbles is going to chuck out the stalagmites. There's a port coming in, but Pebbles is going to fall before it completes. So that's going to be a very necessary kill for them on the side of Donkey Kong. And actually, they're not done yet. They actually are going to dive this Moa. So Moa playing a little bit out of position, and he is going to fall to Trimble and a Luna. So that's a double kill. In the meantime, though, Spider Ultimate is going to come out on a rally and finish him off. Caught the tail end of that, so Big Ego Crew getting one back after that double kill in the mid lane, but they're not done yet. Kinesis is going to stun Emerald Warden. The web shots are going to slow plentifully, and Emerald Warden is going to fall. So across the map, we have a 2-for-2 now. There's a Big Ego Crew. I mean, gosh, I'm actually... This lead comes from the tower kill, certainly. Trimble takes out that Rev Ward in the mid lane very, very quickly. Pebbles is going to stun Trimble onto the tower. Moa is going to go with the follow-up stun, but Trimble does get out of tower range. Nightfall is going to come down, slams down, hits a Luna. He stuns Trimble, and Trimble is going to fall. Actually, both of them are going to fall. So a nice Bensington ulti right there in the mid lane is going to net 2 kills for Big Ego Crew, extending their lead. They are now up to 4,300 gold already at this point in the match, and quite sizable, obviously. It just feels like they have won the majority of their lanes.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at the GPM chart, I mean, Arachna is at 300. They have 3 heroes over 300, 2 over 400. And then the Kinesis is actually sitting at 200 GPM right now. So, as I mentioned, laning phase is really what's going to determine the outcome of this game. And Big Ego Crew is really showing why they're one of the best teams, and that is they hardly lose laning phase. You typically don't see them lose this early in the game, so it's they're kind of sticking to their strategy, and that tri-lane top is really what I think is securing this for them.
Yeah, I mean they quite handily won that tri-lane, and so now it's basically Trimble. Trimble is they got to take care of this Trimble. If Trimble's GPM falls, they're gonna have a really, really bad time throughout the rest of this game. I mean, and I'm keeping my eye on this Emerald Warden. It kind of goes back to what I said, right? Like, this isn't just a position 4 Emerald Warden. This is a position 3 Emerald Warden, and so his impact needs to scale proportionally with that role. And man, only at 240 GPM, it's gonna be really difficult for this hero to recover. I don't actually know how he does it. Looks like he's trapping things in the jungle, but
yeah. I'm curious if he's taking that stacks with the or he's going to keep him low for the Oogie, because the Oogie's in full on recovery mode as well. And yeah, he's going to end up taking these. And it's this Oogie's sitting so sad at 270 GPM. Is there is actually some action in top lane.
Yeah, Trimble is going to find Kinesis. Kinesis is going to lift Trimble up, but Trimble was trying to chase, but the lockdown from Kinesis is just a little bit too strong, and yeah, I didn't catch what was going on in the top lane, but it looks like nothing came about. Just a couple of skirmishes that resulted in no kills.
Yeah, this Arachna and Pebbles are going to start to... I mean, even the Bensington, this tri-core lineup is really going to start taking over the game come that 20-minute mark, and I don't know how Donkey Kong's going to recover from this, because, I mean, to be honest, Oogie, pretty good recovery hero, but Emerald Warden, I mean, the hero doesn't have the greatest ganking capabilities or map presence, so he's kind of the type of hero that just sits in a lane, spams out the traps, and just tries to harass the enemy carry as long as possible, and they can't do that anymore. The Arachna just completely makes that hero useless.
Yeah, it looks like Arachna has completed an Astrolabe, and Portal Key is soon going to be in Pebbles' inventory. He's only 700 gold away. What does Bensington look to go for in this spot? Is he going for the Thunderclaw, you think?
Yeah, he's
in the mid lane. We have Tremble getting stunned out by Pebbles, but they are actually going to have to back away. A port was started but canceled. So Trimble just very, very tanky. Actually, really difficult to be brought down. With the max Dark Swarm being 60% damage reduction against heroes that are outside of it, and he also has the Bracer and the Vestments to make him formidable against the Pebbles combo. So, Trimble really, really the crown jewel here of Donkey Kong's lineup, and he's definitely holding his ground. But I'm just wondering, what does he need to get in order to, because he's basically the only hero with, other than Oogie. Oogie has a decent gold count, but okay, Bensington is night falling into the bottom lane, hits Aluna. Aluna is certainly going to die to save the Emerald Warden, who backs away. But yeah, I mean, Oogie is farming, Oogie's playing catch up right now. And we have a Tremble who is near 400 GPM, so I'm just kind of wondering, what does Tremble do? Does Tremble look to try and get a specific item to try and play active and gain some space on the map for his team? In the meantime, Emerald Warden is going to take a Master of Arms stun, followed by a Pebbles combo. He's going to die very, very quickly. Rally is going to get lifted by Kinesis. He's going to get comboed out by Kinesis. He's very, very low. Moa is still there, lands the stun, but now Kinesis is getting chased by Trimble, but Trimble takes the Pebbles combo. The red throw is going to miss from the base. Pebbles trying to throw in another auto attack to kill him, but he's not going to be able to. So Trimble is going to be able to walk away from that, but they are still going to get 2 kills, and I'm sure they are very, very happy with that result. Alkbones was just purchased on Arachna, so he's going to be sitting very, very pretty. He actually he juked me. I thought he was going for the Astrolabe, but he was going for Alkbones all along. And the Pebbles does pick up his blink.
Yeah, I like the items. We see top lane. The Tremble's going to do some damage here to Bensington. Bensington is going to stun out and walk away.
Yeah, so Trimble went the route of having an Astro, so it's going to be very, very difficult to... We have a pause here, but Trimble is going to be very difficult to burst down, as we saw there in the bottom river region. He tanked a full Pebbles combo as well as several auto attacks from other heroes and still wasn't able to be brought down. So, but unfortunately, the resource game is just going far in the way of Big Ego Crew. It's now at 6,000 gold advantage. It just feels like it's getting worse and worse for Donkey Kong in this first game of this match.
Yeah, the rally is sitting at 67 GPM and no boots yet. So the mobility of that hero, I mean, your ganking potential at this point, like you really need the Striders. And without the Striders, he's going to have to continually keep buying smokes for the additional move speed in order to get in position.
Oh my gosh, I just realized that Rally does not have boots. I was paying attention to some of these core heroes and their item pickups, but yeah, this poor Rally sitting at 67 GPM overall with just a power supply and a mana potion in his inventory.
Well,
that is, I mean, it's the life of a support, certainly, but it's just, what a tragedy.
Well, it's the life of losing a tri-lane, right? I mean, so there's heroes that are going to suffer when you lose a tri-lane, and I mean, Oogie's going to be able to recover in the jungle anyway. The Aluna has the sync. Rally, how does he get farmed? There's really no place for him to go. He can't go bottom because Emerald Warden's farming down there. It's not like the hero can go rotated in the jungle and hit neutrals. He relies on having successful ganks, and unfortunately, he's 0-2-1 at 13 minutes. He has no way to get gold, and that's where you see that 67 GPM.
Yeah, that takes me back to that early kill attempt on Pebbles in the mid lane with that haste rune, and just something. The word snowball, as we use it to describe heroes. We use the word snowball to describe heroes kind of like getting that early GPM boost, and it just it just accumulates even faster and faster, right? Just they gain gold exponentially faster as they get, these early farming items like Thunderclaw or Rundex, for example, right? But truly, that word actually encapsulates situations like we saw in the mid lane where, this game could have been completely different for Rally had that kill connected with that early haste rune, right? And that is truly a snowball situation, right? Where he could have gotten his boots after that, early Striders, been much more active between mid and top lane. Like it could have just made all the difference for him. And it's just, it's sad when I think back to that situation, looking at where he is now.
Yeah, I mean, you can see now. Let's see if the Kinesis is going to actually catch up. No, Tremble's going to go ahead and port away. Something else that we've noticed with the Trembles, one of the great things about the Heroism ability and being able to use the port of the Terror Mounds, we haven't seen him really able to go anywhere, and I think that just gives hope.
In the mid lane, we have action. Pebbles is going to PK onto Oogie. Follow up is there from Master and Kinesis. The Nightfall is going to come slam down onto Tremble. Tremble is going to get compelled out. He's going to put auto attacks onto Kinesis. Arachnus here throws the spider onto Tremble. Tremble trying to stay alive. The toss comes out between Rally and Tremble. Rally is going to walk away. Tremble is not. Arachna is taking a beating below the tower. Compel is going to come out. It's going to be a genocide in favor of Big Ego Crew. And it is a quad kill for the Pebbles, who is certainly going to be turning that into a quick spell shards after that.
Sate's popping off, man.
Or maybe a staff, whatever. It's a quad kill. I don't care. This is going to be really difficult for Donkey Kong to come back from.
Do teams start banning Pebbles now against him?
I mean, if you can't figure out how to actually punish it, then yeah. Pebbles, maybe I just play too much TMM, but Pebbles feels like a hero that is punishable, but when you're damn good at the hero in general, like Sate is, well, not so easily punished, right?
Well, you saw what happened. I mean, the Aluna the Rally had a haste rune, and they almost got that kill mid. If they get that kill mid, I think it's a different game. Because the Pebbles is going to not do as well mid. I mean, that goes back. You can't really ask that much more than a Rally getting a haste rune at the 2-minute mark. Do you think maybe the Tremble pick is just a little lackluster versus Pebbles?
I mean, I want to say no. I mean, I was keeping my eye on that mid lane matchup, and Tremble's doing a good job at boxing out Pebbles, man. Like, it just, I don't know, man. It just, Pebbles is a hard hero to tower dive, I guess is what it comes down to, honestly. Right?
Well, it's always a risk with the hero, right? Because a good Pebbles player will know the correct timings and when to toss the hero, when to stun the hero, when to do the combo. I mean, there's a couple different ways to play it, and I think Sate did really well. I mean, the Aluna even camped a mid. Yet he's still sitting here at 470 GPM. Guess what? He had no rune control early as well. It was an illusion rune, a haste rune going in the way of the Rally. Typically, Pebbles needs runes, as you said, and that didn't happen this game. Like Donkey Kong won the rune control game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a kind of magic. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it just feel like it basically, I'm thinking back to what happened with that tower dive, and it almost came out in favor of Pebbles because of how much damage. So they didn't get neither side got a kill, right? But both sides took a huge amount of damage. And so, Pebbles certainly won in the damage dealt department, but, he basically was able to just keep his lane more or less where it was. And in fact, it goes back to what I was saying. Like, okay, Trimble was able to kind of box Pebbles out. I saw it several times where Pebbles was at a low HP count in comparison to the Trimble. But after that tower dive, Trimble being on low HP is super dangerous against the Pebbles. Like, Pebbles can kill Trimble much more easily than Trimble can kill Pebbles on low HP. I think that's fact. It's not just my feeling.
So if you're the Pebbles now, he has the level 1 spell shards. He's sitting at 950 gold. Does he just sit on level 1 spell shards? Do you think he needs to upgrade that to the level 2 right now, or is it kind of early in the game? Oh, yep, there he goes. He buys level 2.
He did upgrade it, and I think it's worth upgrading. Trimble is one of the high priority targets on Donkey Kong, and he has vestments. And so yeah, I think it's not always worth upgrading spell shards on some of these caster heroes that pick it up, but I think Pebbles is one of the ones that you do want to upgrade it on.
Yep, 100%. And then the MOA actually has a tablet now. So utility items already coming out. But hey, congratulations to the rally. He has Striders now. So I'm looking, I feel like they need to set something up. I feel like this is a point like, hey, we need to rotate somewhere. We need to try to get picks, or we're just going to start losing this game slowly. And something else, Oogie picked up an icon.
Pebble's gonna just find that kill onto Luna.
Yep.
Very, very quickly. Luna was trying to hide there, but that ward placed kind of deep past the mid ramp is going to reveal him and net that kill. So nice, well played by Pebbles and Mech X for the ward. But yeah, I mean, obviously they can't allow the game to go on as it is, right? Like they do not have nearly as much map control. They don't have, they have only about, I'm going to say about half as much resources at their disposal. So if they keep playing at this pace, like clearly they're going to get overpowered in the long run. So yes, they do need to make some sort of play. Have to start taking risks in order to bring this one back. But I'm actually not really sure where they go in order to try and find something. I mean, is it just like, does it come down to like a smoke play, like 3 players smoke up, just run riskily into the jungle and try to look for somebody farming, or?
Well, here's a big issue for them. At this point in the game, you should have a hero with a portal key, and they don't. So they really lack that initiation right now to be able to get these pickoffs. I mean, yes, you can have the Tremble kind of teleport into specific areas. You can see where his mounds are on the map, and I just don't see Legion putting themselves in. I mean, you'd have to put yourself in a horrible situation for that to happen. Whereas, we're looking at a Pebbles that already has PK and level 3 spell shards. The ganking potential coming out of Big Eagle Crew is much larger, especially with the Nightfall from the Bensington, than you see on the side of Donkey Kong. So, you see them buying these team fight items. You have the icon of the goddess on the Oogie. You have the knuckles on the Emerald Warden. Those are items you get when you're winning and you're snowballing. Those are snowball items. But I don't see them getting any kills anytime. Like, I'd almost say buy elk bones. Put the elk bones on the Emerald Warden so he can recover. Start buying like the Gnome's Wisdom on the Oogie and try to go get some pickoffs. But the icon and the brass knuckles, 2 items that seem a little lackluster to me at this point in the game, and how far behind they are.
I noticed that icon was coming when Oogie bought a glowstone, like way back when, and I was kind of wincing at the anticipation of seeing him go icon, because it's exactly as you say, right? They haven't been able to reliably get kills for about 10 minutes now. And, whenever you are picking up an item like icon, I mean, you want to charge it, right? I mean, I guess I'm hoping, all right, I'm thinking that he's hoping that on the one-off situation where they actually engage a favorable team fight, like it'll pay off. But I'm not so sure that's even feasible.
Well, you're sitting at a 14k gold deficit. You need to make up that gold deficit somehow. And an icon, you're not going to farm faster with an icon. The Emerald Warden's not going to.
I mean, you farm a little bit faster with icon on Oogie. I mean, it's just a higher mana pool. So to be fair, but
isn't there other items?
There's other things that yeah, there is. But this, yeah. I see what you're saying. In relation to, other items that you could get, yes, you're not going to farm as fast. Fair enough.
And this is something you don't typically see either coming from Big Ego Crew. The game's kind of sat at a standstill now. Do you think they're just like, hey, we're comfortable in the way our tri-core lineup is? We have all of our key farming items. If Donkey Kong wants to take this late game, we'll do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like, it's kind of just like a don't fix what's not broken type thing, right? Like, the path to victory for Big Eagle Crew is very clear here. Like, they have
bottom lane initiation on the rally.
Yeah, that is going to be a quick death on the rally, getting Pebbles comboed. Emerald Warden is going to try and port away from the spider, and he is going to successfully do so. In the meantime, we do get a kill on the Bensington in the top lane. Was not expecting that. That came in as a complete surprise.
Yeah, he did see the Hellflower.
Bensington. I think that it came from. I'm pretty sure Bensington found a mount and was trying to take it out, and Trimble teleported to it. And as you pointed out, he does have a Hellflower in his inventory, so if he finds an isolated hero, they are pretty much guaranteed to die. Hellflower, a very, very powerful item on Trimble.
Yeah, I love that pickup. That's really the only way that they're going to put themselves in a situation to win this game is the Oogie now picks up the Gnome's Wisdom. So the icon into Gnome's Wisdom, typically, I don't know, I don't typically see that very often where, you lose your lane and you pick up that specific, the icon item. But I think they might be comfortable with the position this Tremble's in to secure them kind of into this mid-late game realm, especially if he is able to pick up this DD that's sitting in the top lane, because that should be a free kill on majority of the heroes on Legion if he's able to pick him out. So I hope they go and grab this DD room top, but it looks like they don't have vision of it, and the Pebbles is actually going to grab it.
Yeah, Pebbles is going to grab it, and Pebbles I'm expecting a Staff of the Master coming out from Pebbles. He's about halfway to it. So yeah, looks like a Barrier Idol is imminent on the Emerald Warden. I like that. They are going to need to bulk up against the heavy magic damage lineup that they're going against, but might be too little too late. Oogie has started at what looks to be a Shrunken Head with the Mighty Blade. How about this Moa though, man? Like this position 4 Moa with
mid lane.
In the mid lane, yeah, Emerald Warden is going to get lifted, and he's going to take a slam to the face from the Nightfall. The Joust is going to catch him and finish him off. Pebbles is there, is going to quickly burn down Rally with the combo, and Trimbles is running like hell through his mounts. He's got the movement speed, but the portal keys are coming up. He's got reinforcements. Trimbles is going to run into the trap. It looks like they're probably going to disengage, unless Oogie is going to pop his primal surge, whatever, but he is going to die to 5 heroes. He is not tanky enough to survive that. The primal whatever, I couldn't remember what that was called. Primal surge.
Oh my god, this Pebbles is doing so much damage. Look at that damage chart. He's 19% of the game's damage right now.
Yeah,
and this is a dead tower, I think.
Yeah, 500 damage auto attack punches coming out from Pebbles here. This is going to be a quick tier 3, so it looks like Big Eager Crew was just kind of diligently farming until they found their found a misstep from Donkey Kong, and they punished it completely, and now they are up a racks.
Oh, it's a 20k gold.
Virtually no response from Donkey Kong here.
Well, they can't respond. That goes back to one of the things that Pebbles initiates.
Pebbles is going to go in on a Luna, but unfortunately the toss misses. Trimble is here. It is a 4v5 right now. Oogie is going to respawn. I'm sure he's going to TP in very, very quickly. Master of Arms is stunning the Hellborn crowd over there. It looks like Master of Arms is going to tank the death to save his team. Pebbles actually blinks into a trap. That tablet is going to allow Moa to jump over that trap. That was amazing. And it's going to be no deaths on the side of Big Eager Crew.
Yeah, this goes back to, I kind of think the Emerald Warden pick being a tad bit weak is them really lacking that initiation to be able to continue and chase fights like this. I mean, Big EO Crew can just disengage. If they find themselves like, hey, maybe this isn't the best fight for us, because I know that's how they communicate. When they're like, hey, we need to back now. How's their catch on the side of Hellborn right now? They really don't have that kind of range.
The best thing there is not a catch. The best thing that they have is like a surprise Tremble port from the trees or a couple of Emerald Warden wolves.
Does Tremble need a portal key?
I mean, he might, but I wouldn't go portal key before going blink. That feels like it would be suicide. Or excuse me, PK.
Shrunken. Yeah.
God, I can't speak right now. Shrunken Head. Woo! Blink before PK and PK before blink. Whatever. You know what I mean, right?
Jade Spire picked up by the Master of Arms now. I haven't seen that one on Master of Arms before.
Yeah, that's it's interesting. But it synergizes pretty well with his first 2 basic abilities. The stun range is going to be, I think, 950 with the Jade Spire. Like, that is a massive stun range. He's able to stay comfortably in the back with his tablet and pretty much get necessary range on all of his spells, as he already has the global presence on the Master's Call shield.
Yeah, look how farm this Arachna is now. I mean, even they have 3 heroes. Arachna's 488, Pebbles 492, Bensington 500 GPM. I mean, that's perfect for this point in the mid game. I mean, the Big Ego crew executed their strategy perfectly.
Absolutely. I mean, they're just. It feels like there's no. I don't want to throw in and say the game is over, but because of course it's not over till it's over, till the shrine dies, or at least till Mega creeps maybe. But yeah, this is a damn steep uphill battle that Donkey Kong has to overcome.
Yep.
They're actually going to find an Oogie here. Gets a spider thrown on him and a lift from Kinesis. He's quite tanky. Nightfall is going to slam down onto Rally. Rally is going to fall, but Oogie gets compelled away, so Rally doing his job to save Oogie, but now Trimble is getting gone. Gets stunned by Pebbles and to the Chuck. 3-man combo. This is disaster for Donkey Kong. This might be GG.
And they throw it out. I mean, this was perfectly played by Big Ego crew. They won the tri-lane. The Pebbles was able to snowball from mid lane. The Arachna you can't really gank the hero. And an Emerald Warden can't really do much to it because of Hardened Carapace. So it was just an all-around great draft, I think, by Shore Cannon and a better execution. So, I mean, you can't really play much better than that.
Yeah, I think I have the license to give out MVP titles, and I gotta give it to Sate on Pebbles. That evading that level 1 gank against the Rally Haste Rune really felt like it was key.
Well, if the Rally didn't have power supply, the Rally was dead. So he was able to use the 2 charges that he got, and then some of the charges that he built up top lane to survive through that. So he actually got really lucky.
It did, and honestly, that live from Pebbles, it did like 2 things at once, right? Like obviously he lived in the mid lane, so he didn't get ganked, and he didn't really lose any progress in the mid lane because he traded effectively. But at the same time, he drew Rally away from the top lane, right? So it was a 3v2 for a significant enough amount of time, and the top lane for the tri lane to be secured on his team's side. So that's, in my eyes, that is why he gets MVP. But we are going to go on a short break here. Stay tuned for the next match between the Big Ego crew and Donkey Kong. Stick around.
Hello and welcome back to game number 2 of Big Ego Crew versus Donkey Kong Gaming, where Big Ego Crew played perfectly and have a 1-up on the series. I am Big Wave Dave, and I am now joined by a very special individual, amazing guy, probably the best looking Han player there is, residing in the wonderful country of the UK, BKB and Chill. How's it going, man?
It's going good. Thank you very much for the compliments. I would beg to differ, but I do appreciate them, and I will take them. And yeah, I'm doing well, thank you. How about yourself?
Hey, man, I'm doing great. Casted some Han games, can't complain. Game number 1 was a little bit one-sided, but I actually do not expect Donkey Kong Gaming to let that happen again. I feel like they're going to pick a little bit more of an aggressive standard draft. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Slasky on the Tundra. So, I mean, you play against these guys quite a bit. What would you like to see Donkey Kong do to kind of address the lack of initiation? And I think they already did it with the Magnus into the Moira.
Yeah, I think from what we saw in the first game, I think obviously it was a kind of, it was a pebble show with the early PK, with the setup, combination he had with the Bensington in particular. And then having a free farm in Arachna. I think the main issue they had was with the solo lanes. Even though Tremble can be classed as being very good against Pebbles, I think Pebbles did really well in the last hitting department. So with him picking up the early PK, it just kind of took over the game. So, they've taken Pebbles away this game. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do with it on Donkey Kong. And as you say, having the Moira and the Magnus on top of that as well gives them a really good start to their draft.
Yeah, I have to be honest, their draft right now is much stronger than the last draft. I mean, them picking up the Pebbles, the Magnus with Lava Surge, probably the best skill in the entire game is that Magnus Lava Surge. And, I think that spell hasn't been changed, except I think maybe some cooldown addition over the past, since the game's inception. So, I mean, Magnus Stun adds a whole different kind of concept of ganking ability that they really lacked last game. So I really like the pick. And then if you look at the side of Donkey Kong Game or Big Ego Crew, Shorecan's name tag, the clan tag, just throws me off every single time I look at that. But they pick up the Ophelia. I mean, Mech plays a really nice Ophelia, and I mean, we talked about ways to gank and shut down a Pebbles. Picking an Ophelia is one of them, because you as a mid player, is there anything more annoying than a smoked Ophelia that's ganking you with a Skeleton King?
To be honest, to give you a straight answer to that, I'm going to say no. I think it's one of the most annoying things in the game, especially when you play mid lane. And I think with Ophelia as well, it's so strong in the early levels. So as opposed to other junglers such as like Parasite and Solstice, you can't really gank at like level 2, level 3 because they're a bit too weak. However, with an Ophelia, who perhaps has his slow levels, which obviously gives more damage taken, and then having a Skeleton or perhaps a Catman or a Minotaur with the slow or the stun, it just makes it so effective for ganking mid lane. So I completely agree with you. I think Ophelia is a fantastic pick for kind of controlling the mid lane, and perhaps rotating into the short lane as well. But I think it's worth mentioning that Kinesis was banned. So when it comes to obviously the Magnus pick is not obviously going to have its Thought Steal. It's Q spell taken by Kinesis. So yeah, quite a smart ban there coming out from Donkey Kong, which I don't know if you picked up on.
Well, you saw what happened. As soon as they picked up the Pebbles, the Ophelia pick was just, it was instantly grabbed up by Big Ego Crew. And it makes you think, someone who plays Pebbles as much as Sate in a team that uses Pebbles as kind of like its core centric hero and snowballing to that mid to late game, you'd have to expect they know the best counters to the hero. So you think other teams are going to watch this game closely and say, hey, maybe it's okay if Big Ego Crew picks up the Pebbles, because now we know what kind of counters it.
Yeah, I do agree. I think so. I think, with Pebbles, yes, it does have, quite a decent HP pool. It has high attack damage, high burst damage, etc. But it does have very low armor, and it is quite susceptible to being ganked, because obviously its armor is so low, so the attack damage that it takes is quite high. So yeah, I think Ophelia is definitely going to be a very good pick against the Pebbles. And as you say, because Big Ego Crew are used to running it so often, they'll have, a few ideas in mind as to ways that they can counter it.
As you look at, you now see a hero that we don't typically see very often, but I think is probably still one of the stronger ganking heroes in the game, is the Pharaoh. Don't really see that hero picked too often. and it looks like Volca is going to be playing it, which means it's a long lane Pharaoh. You know, what are your thoughts on that hero, especially being played in the long lane? And now you actually have the Draconis picked up by Type Racer, aka Fa. And Draconis is one of those heroes that was typically banned in the very first banning stage, and it's been getting through quite a bit. You know, what are your thoughts on that, on both the Pharaoh and the Draconis picks?
So going into the Pharaoh pick first, I do like Pharaoh as a hero generally. I do tend to play it myself in the mid lane, and I think it is a fantastic 1v1 hero. Obviously with a great setup ultimate as well. The only problem with Pharaoh this game is they're picking Pharaoh into heroes such as Pebbles and Moira. So, for example, if a Pharaoh jumps into a Pebbles can immediately toss him away, which gives him space to obviously, potentially survive the gank. When it comes to Moira, obviously Moira has the Shards of Harkon and the ultimate. So, Pharaoh is kind of limited in terms of what he can kind of do. I mean, I do like it with the kind of Gladiator, Ophelia, and the Illuna combination. Especially with the Illuna ultimate power throw. But I think in general, I'm not a massive fan of the Pharaoh pick this game, but overall I do like it. And then when it comes to Draconis, I think as most people will probably know, the hero farms incredibly quickly. Just look to either kind of build into more of a tanky approach with the kind of barrier frostplate, or it might go into more of an offensive build with regards to the Mock of Brilliance into a more kind of damage focused
I don't want to interrupt you here, but we have a really awkward moment where Shortcan was actually able to put the Ward of Sight down pretty early and see the ward that was placed by the Moira on this uphill kind of ledge right here, looking for those Ophelia ganks, and Ophelia was instantly able to counter it. However, on the opposite side, I'm pretty sure the Moira saw them place the ward, Shortcan place his ward, so he's going to go on ahead and counter that. So you actually are going to have very limited vision coming out on the side of Big Ego Crew now with that ward being countered, and Type Racer Fa having his own kind of rune ward down here in the bottom lane. So huge kind of vision issue there. Is Ophelia now buys another Rev ward. She's bought 2 Rev wards to counter out those ward placements. So she's able to get the Skeleton King here pretty early.
Yeah, I think just kind of going back to your point about the ward at the bot lane, the bot rune, sorry, it's obviously quite beneficial for Draconis, as there is a bit of, it's quite beneficial for Draconis because if Gladiator is to pick up something like an invisibility or a haste or double damage, he may look to gank the bottom lane with a Pharaoh trap. So I think that ward would obviously be quite useful for him to spot out any incoming gank from the mid lane. But as you kind of mentioned with the Ophelia, playing quite aggressive now at the top lane with the Skeleton King could be setting up something.
Sorry, going back to top lane right here, we see have a stun coming in onto the Palpa Master. The Skeleton King kind of stunning in the wrong place. Magnus now actually going in on the call of on the Master of Arms. The Master of Arms is going to end up falling, and they're going to lose the Bloodlust there. The Illuna falling really low as well, and they're going to end up getting the kill there. I mean, this is a very interesting trade as the Magnus now actually stuns in, and he's taking the creep wave. If the Ophelia dies here, this could be, okay, he's getting blocked right now by the Skeleton King. Oh, that was not exactly, it's 2-for-2 trade, but I don't think it's in the best interest of Big Ego Crew as the Bloodlust is actually going to go out on the side of Donkey Kong.
No, as you say, well, first of all, it was crazy. Definitely a crazy mini sort of fight there in the tri-lane. But the Bloodlust went to Puppet Master, so his GPM has skyrocketed, now the highest in the game. So I think they'll definitely take that from Donkey Kong's perspective.
Absolutely. It's now, so this matchup, something you don't really typically see very often is this Pharaoh versus the Draconis. Who wins that matchup?
Draconis should pretty much dominate the matchup. That's just based on his kind of harass potential and his ability to obviously farm the lane very quickly. It's probably worth mentioning as well that as we can kind of see, he's pushing his lane up into Pharaoh's tower, which could kind of knock Pharaoh off, getting a few of those last hits with the auto attacks from the tower. But I think I would personally give the advantage to Draconis just based on his attack range, his harass potential, and his kind of flash farming ability. And also with the Draconis, he can kind of roam into the woods. So I think he should be dominating this lane quite comfortably.
Yeah, and another one of the issues that we had, didn't really talk about, was with that fail kind of 2-for-2 trade, they actually ended up losing lane control pretty badly on the side of Big Ego Crew. And what it's done is Donkey Kong Gaming's kind of able to box out the MOA from farming here. I mean, MOA is sitting at level 3, but he doesn't have the best farm right now, given his situation. You know, he's sitting at 247 GPM, where the Puppet Master is sitting at 366. I mean, obviously the Bloodlust is one of the reasons for that, but he's just hasn't really been in position now to be able to hit these creeps, and the Ophelia can't gank when this lane's pushed up like this.
Yeah, it's definitely a good point that you bring up. I think lane control is definitely underrated when it comes to. I think there's going to be.
He is smoked with a Vagabond going mid here. You're going to see the Pitfall coming out from the Gladiator. Is this going to be enough damage for the Pebbles? It should be. Yep, and there it is. The Gladiator is going to smack around Dan right there, Dan Slasky on the mid lane, and you know, I think that's why they just picked up the Ophelia right away. Hey, we'll give you guys the Pebbles, but guess what? You're going to be getting ganked 24/7 Pebbles. So, you know, meanwhile, while that lane's pushed up top, the Ophelia is looking for some really nice rotations, even just with the Vagabond leader, as he might now rotate down to this bottom lane and try to put some pressure on this Draconis.
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving this Ophelia pick. I love watching Mex as well as a player. I think he's a fantastic jungler as well as a support. He's quite all-rounded with his skill set. But yeah, it goes back to the point where we kind of mentioned about Pebbles and his susceptibility to being ganked by heroes like Ophelia. And when you have such a good setup hero like Gladiator, it just makes it quite easy to kill the Pebbles, especially as Mex has decided to level the Q spell, which does mean that Pebbles takes extra damage as it's a fight top lane.
Yep, this fight top lane, I think they're just going to disengage, knowing that they are outnumbered as the Ophelia's bottom. And, you know, something that's really nice about this ward, actually, Aluna might put himself in a bad situation here. However, the Shards of Harkon and the rest of the team's kind of not in position, so the Aluna should be able to run away escape-free. You know, this ward by Type Racer in the bottom lane really showed out that Ophelia rotation. So they know the Ophelia is still in their jungle, and you can see where Pebbles is playing. He's basically hugging his tower. As we have some fighting happening down here on the bottom, you have the Hellfire coming out actually from the Pharaoh, and the Pharaoh is going to take down the Draconis, something that, you know, you and I would look at and say, hey, it's a little unexpected, but he did use the Wrath of Pharaoh to get close to him. And then mid lane, we actually have a dive right now. Gladiator ultimate is going to come out. They're going to have plenty of damage here for the kill as the Moira shards are going to be coming out. Are they going to continue chasing this as the Vagabond Q goes out? They're still chasing here. I don't know. That's a little bit too much of a dive, and the Gladiator is going to disengage. Meanwhile, in the top lane, you might have the Magnus initiate here onto the Luna. No, they're going to back off. But yeah, thoughts, a lot of action happening right now on different parts of the map.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of things going on.
Because actually, we have more initiation here in the top lane. The Magnus is going to go ahead and use a Steam Bath as the MOA is taking a ton of damage here. Oh, the power supply charge isn't going to be enough. The last auto attack is going to hit the puppet. The smackdown's going to come out. Magnus is now going to disengage as the Luna is chasing him down with about half HP, maybe a little bit less. And Gladiator's there as well. This Magnus is going to be in trouble. The Pitfall comes out. Are they going to have the damage? Nope, he's going to send away and actually get stuck on the cliff. He is the haster on the Glad. That is a dead Magnus and a 3-for-nil trade at that point. Bottom lane now, you have the Ophelia rotating out, and the Draconis is just going to get smacked down as well. Big Ego Crew really putting the pressure on.
Yeah, I've got to say, I have to eat my words. I did not expect Pharaoh to do so well in this lane, but all credits to Volko, who's playing it really well. I like the fact that, you know, he's leveled his Hellfire, which gives him an insane amount of damage. And then obviously with the Draconis, I think he's relatively squishy in the early levels.
So you actually have Shards of Harkon going out on the top lane. They're going to try to get the kill on this Aluna here, which would be a nice pick for them. However, the last auto attack from the puppet isn't going to make it, and the Magnus is... Oh my gosh, this MOA is getting tons of work done here. He's actually going to pop the ultimate now as the Moira actual non-illusion is going to go and use the Shard of Harkon. And this tri-lane's not really able to do much against this MOA, and the Aluna power throw is going to come out. Oh my gosh, Pitfall on the Magnus. It's going to hit, and the Magnus is going to fall.
Yeah, I think Big Eagle Crew are just doing what they did in game one. Very, very good team coordination.
It's actually this Pebbles now. Actually, the Wrath of Pharaoh is going to go in on the Pebbles. Pebbles is going to toss him out. The Stun's going to come out as well. He's trapped in the mummy walls. Are you going to get this chase down from... No, the Pebbles should be able to disengage here. As you mentioned right there, the Pebbles toss coming in a good situation, a great toss, throwing the Pharaoh back to the Ophelia as that gank's going to fail. And the Wrath of Pharaoh is now going to cool down here for about a minute. So... Legion should feel a little bit comfortable with the space there. As Pebbles actually going to stay bottom. I just don't think they're going to have the catch right here unless... Well, okay, they might just bait this here. They're going to go in onto the Ophelia. The Ophelia's going to get blown up. And so are the creeps. As the Catman's going to fall, the Vagabond's going to fall, and the Ophelia's going to fall. That's a lot of damage. Gladiator now working his way to the bottom lane for this illusion room, but, you know...
Top lane.
top lane now, geez, this is just a very action-packed game. MOA now, the Luna Stun's going to come out, hit both heroes, and they're going to disengage. The MOA is actually doing fairly decent, given that he's been up against a tri-lane here for quite a bit of time, as we're going to have a dive now onto the Pharaoh. The Pharaoh Mummywell's trying to save him for as long as possible. Are they going to be able to get the kill here? Okay, last auto attack coming in. This Pebbles is going to be an interesting situation. The Pitfall is going to hit from Sate. The Illusion Rune's activated. He's going to chase him down. They're going to use the call, the ultimate, and that is a dead Pebbles. So really action-packed game as there's 14 kills here at 8 minutes. 10 kills going on the way to Big Ego Crew, 4 kills on the side of Donkey Kong Gaming. Okay, lots going on. Thoughts?
Yeah, no, well, first of all, I've been quite lucky in terms of the games that I've spectated. They've been full of action, and this one definitely has a lot of that. So, yeah, loads of things going on. I think the kills that they got on bot lane were very effective because they picked up the Ophelia creeps as well. So Draconis did pick up quite a significant amount of gold.
So Wrath of Pharaoh is up. He's going to use the Snot, and he actually might get a... Oh, the ulti misses. Puppet Master. Oh, the good Magma stun there as well, as they're actually going to dodge everything. I still think the Puppet Master is going to fall as he does, and you're going to have an attempted port out from the Magmus. The Luna Stun's going to come out. The Magmus should fall. He's going to use the power supply. Will he be able to Lava Surge? He has it up, so he's going to stun right here. Let's see if the last power throw is going to end up killing the Magmus. So both the Puppet Master and the Magmus are going to end up falling, as it's a 2-for-0 trade. However, there are 4 heroes now in the top lane.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning as well that they did try and gank the Gladiator mid. Draconis tried to chase him on the tower, but Gladiator used his showdown and he kind of kept him in place. So yeah, Gladiator managed to escape. He's having obviously a really good start to the game with 3-0 and 2 assists, 410 GPM. So I think the mid lane matchup was definitely won by Gladiator this game, but you know, a lot of that comes down to the Ophelia.
He needs to be careful here, as he's actually getting flanked right now. He wants this tower kill, but you have 4 heroes now in the mid lane. Let's see. Oh, the Mana Center is going to come out. He's not going to be able to cast anything as he gets deleted. But that is 4 heroes in the mid lane. The tower deny is going to come out, so a little bit of a nice little saving grace there from Donkey Kong Gaming, preventing the Gladiator from getting that kill. But they do rotate 4 heroes into that mid lane. Is Puppet Master slowly working his way towards the Shroud. So, okay. Thoughts on the current situation, 3K gold lead from Big EO Crew. What does Donkey Kong Gaming need to do here? Because it looks like now what they're going to do is try to group up and fight in this bottom lane. Let's see if Pharaoh can figure this out. But thoughts on your end, what needs to happen?
It's a good question. I think they want to farm the Draconis and Puppet Master, you know, as much as they possibly can, because I think if it goes into the late game, those 2 heroes are going to be fantastic. And I think I'd probably give a late game advantage to them as well. Obviously, the Pebbles with his PK, he'll be wanting to pick that up as soon as he can. So I think prioritizing some stacks in the jungle, possibly for him to take, would be quite effective. But I mean, without the Pebbles PK, without the Magmus PK, who's only level 5, he's only 100 GPM, it's difficult for them to really kind of do too much, unless Hellborn kind of position themselves poorly. So
Initiation here onto the mid lane. You're going to have the Pharaoh ultimate. He hasn't used the ultimate, actually. He saved it. The Pebbles is kind of in an interesting situation, and he got showdown, pitfalled, and the Gladiator Call to Arms came out. Meanwhile, the top lane's going to fall, and they're going to continue pushing this right here with the Ophelia creeps. So good job by Pharaoh with some good positioning, saving the Wrath, knowing that the Pebbles was going to toss him. Donkey Kong Gaming is going to take this tier 1 bottom lane. The tier 2 top lane is going to fall. So Ophelia doing Ophelia things is now they're sitting at a 5K gold lead. So yeah, I think what you said earlier, this Draconis is going to need to be able to do something. I don't know. He just purchased something. I didn't see what it was. Did you? As he might actually be in trouble here. The Gladiator is in a position, but I think if he goes here, it's going to be a sad day for the Gladiators. The Moira's right here. The Moira ultimate is going to come out, try to cancel everything. Let's see if they're going to have the ability to disengage here. Moira probably going to pay with his life. However, he does save the Draconis, which does matter. The Gladiator Call of Arms ultimate going to go on. I mean, he's going to get Puppet Showed and Puppet ultimated, and he's going to die. Still, they're grouping up here. Let's see if they have the damage here to kill the Magmus while he's in Steam Bath. He's sitting in the goo of the MOA, just kind of melting down to that as it is level 4. So unfortunately there you have 2 heroes falling on the side of Donkey Kong, just the Gladiator falling on the side of Big Ego Crew. But I mean, the pick on the Gladiator is not necessarily a bad thing for them, as the hero sitting at 300 GPM, 378.
No, as you say, Gladiator, he's doing absolutely fine for the time being. But I don't know if you noticed. Well, you were kind of mentioning about the item pickup for Draconis. He has picked up a Gnome's Wisdom. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, he has to carry the game. He's sitting at 445 GPM. I would have liked to see the Mach, which is a little bit more saying maybe he's going to pick up the Mach later, but you typically want to get the Mach on that hero around that 12 to 13, 14 minute mark, especially with the GPM that he's sitting at 450. I think it could go into a little better usage here. As the MOA, what is Dutch? Dutch is in a really interesting situation here. The shards are going to come out. Pitfall is going to be there. Pitfall is going to land on the Magnus. Wrath of Pharaoh is going to come out, but that's just going on the Moira illusion. I mean, that's a huge pick for Donkey Kong Gaming, as you're going to have Big Ego Crew trying to disengage here. They have a pretty good catch with the Moira, though. The Pitfall is going to come out and actually land on both the Draconis and the Moira. Magnus Lava Surge is going to come in on the Pharaoh. Pharaoh's going to get sent back home by the Ophilia. Great play right there by Mech. They're going to disengage now. And Dutch kind of put himself in an interesting situation and was caught out by that Word of Sight by Bunny Lover. But that's a really nice pick off on the side of Donkey Kong, as they're slowly going to be inching their way back in this.
Yeah, it was a good pick-off. I have seen Dutch do that sort of thing in TMM. I know he likes to play quite aggressively in the enemy woods, so I think it's kind of, a bit of a habit for him, and he obviously thought that he was safe. Unfortunately, he was picked off, but yeah, obviously nice pick-off for Donkey Kong. But with regards to the Draconis and the Gnome's Wisdom, there might be initiation mid lane.
Yeah, so mid lane, you're going to have a little stun coming out. However, Luna's going to be able to stun both, so his attack speed's going to be kind of slow. The Draconis is going to fly in here. You're going to have the MOA ultimate hitting basically his entire team, as they're probably going to want to disengage at this point. And that is exactly what's going to happen, as Dutch is farming up there in the top lane. Sorry, you were saying?
No, just saying with regards to Draconis, I think he's going to build something more offensive now. He's pulled 2,400 gold. I think in terms of getting a Mach, I think he could still get it this game. I would like to see him get it just for obviously extra farming and damage potential. But the Gnome's Wisdom does give them the option to kind of team fight, which is what they're looking to do at the moment. Even though Pebbles doesn't quite have his PK just as of yet.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of difficult for that Pebbles to get the PK as well with he's not really able to farm with all the farming that's being soaked up here by the Draconis and the pressure that's being put on by Big Ego Crew. I mean, you're going to have the Wrath Pharaoh actually coming in on the Draconis here. Great use of the Moira ultimate. You're going to have the Lava Surge onto the MOA. Puppet Master ultimate going onto the Ophilia. Ophilia ultimate's going to come out and heal basically everything up there. The stop from the Ophilia coming out onto the Puppet Master. Puppet Master is going to fall. Oh my goodness, this is devastating now for Donkey Kong Gaming. You're going to have the Magnus ultimate coming out. There's just no damage being done though, as there's still 5 alive and 3 dead on the side of Big Ego Crew. I mean, that's the power of the Ophilia right there. Basically healing up all the kind of early damage that was done by the Puppet Master and the Pebbles. This looks like it's a tier 2 tower down mid.
Yeah, to be honest, I think that fight just came down to Big Ego Crew played it a lot better. As you say, the Ophilia with the double heal is so strong in team fights, and with the Gladiator ultimate in the kind of ending stage of the team fight after Moira used her ultimate was so effective because it lands onto quite a few heroes. And it adds the damage reduction for, I think it's 6 seconds if the chariot passes teammates. So that was obviously quite useful for Big Ego Crew. But yeah, overall, I think the fight just came down to they played it a lot better than
so you do have Shroud picked up by the Puppet Master. They do look like they're going to go right here on the Gladiator. And this is going to be quite a bit of damage, especially with the Mana Center coming out. The Gladiator is going to use the power supply. Lava Surge is going to come out. He has an Invis Rune. And he's going to be able to escape, especially with the call with the MOA ultimate on him, the magnetic shield. He's going to disengage, and it actually shows that the Puppet has Shroud now.
Yeah, Puppet's revealed his Shroud. Gladiator escape was fantastic. It's quite a weird thing for me to say, but it's made a lot of space for Pharaoh in the bot lane. And even though Pharaoh is not really a pusher, although you could class his Rocket as a pushing spell because it does nuke quite a few creeps. It's given him loads of space to kind of do what he wants bot lane, and then now they're free to kind of farm their own woods and top lane. So yeah, because Donkey Kong rotated 5 heroes, unfortunately it didn't pay off for them.
Yeah, one of the big issues with the timing of Draconis' Mock now is look at the items. Wrath of Pharaoh's actually come out. He has a barrier. I think the Draconis might actually be in a little bit of trouble here, especially as a power throw comes out. That's going to be a lot of damage. The Moira ultimate going to come out. Shard of Harkons, they're looking to turn this fight right now. Pharaoh's going to pop the barrier here. He's super tanky, and the Moira's going to end up falling as well. I mean, so this goes back to what I mentioned earlier. The Draconis going the Gnome's Wisdom instead of getting the faster kind of Mock, they lack a lot of damage, especially since Pebbles is nowhere close to that portal key. And the timing of the barrier, and then now Gladiator having a Shaman's on top of that, and the Ophelia having a Gnome's Wisdom and an Astrolabe, they are so tanky. They're going to mitigate basically all the damage that's done from both the Draconis, the Puppet, and the Pebbles and the Mag. I mean, I don't see them killing them. They're going to group up and they're just going to start pushing bottom racks.
No, I have to agree with you. I think he does have Sword in the high now, which is good. However, with all the towers being taken from Big Eagle Crew, he's going to have literally very limited space to farm. So I think the mock pickup now is too late. And as you say, I think Big Eagle Crew are gonna find it very hard to kill Hellborn heroes.
Wrath the Pharaoh actually going in right now. You're gonna have the power throw onto the Draconis. Draconis is actually gonna die again. The MOA ultimate going onto the Pharaoh. Oh, great tablet right there, putting himself out of the stalagmites from the Pebbles. Gladiator initiation now onto the Pebbles. The Pebbles is getting melted by the Ophelia creeps and the power throw. This is going to be bottom racks, and it's looking very grim right now for Donkey Kong Gaming as Big Ego Crew sitting at a 14,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. Both racks are going to fall bottom. It's now a 15k gold lead as they're going to disengage and rotate to the mid lane.
Yeah, to be honest, I think this is probably going to be game over, unfortunately, for Donkey Kong. Big Ego Crew played fantastically this game. I've been quite impressed by their draft and the way that they played it. You look at the scores on each of their heroes. Each hero has a fantastic score, and loads of kills on each of them, which means that their GPM is relatively high. On top of obviously grabbing loads of towers in the bot ranks. So yeah, I think it's probably going to be the beginning of the end relatively soon. But we could see something come out from Donkey Kong, but without the Pebbles PK, it's going to be quite tough.
Well, imagine if the Draconis did get a mock a little bit earlier. It would essentially halt a little bit of this pushing that Big Ego Crew's been doing, because the mock damage on top of the Fiery Barrage and then Volcano Catechism, you have Wrath of the Pharaoh now going in on... Okay, good little Moira ultimate right there. Is the Pharaoh's a little bit deep now. However, the damage onto the Puppet Master, Lava Surge onto 2. Puppet Master is going to fall from that. Draconis still trying to do some right-click damage to Magmus in a really tough situation. He's going to get blown up and deleted, sent back to the well. The Pebbles is going to end up falling as well. This is looking very grim for Donkey Kong Gaming, as the Moira is going to fall as well. You're going to have the buyback from the Magmus. They do not have the damage whatsoever here, as actually Pebbles ends up buying back as well. Magmus is going to Lava Surge away to safety. The Call of Arms ultimate actually going out onto the Ophelia. Pebbles is actually going to die back here. And this is looking very grim, even more so than it was a little bit ago. This is now a 20k gold lead. Draconis is going to fly back to the statue here, give some extra protection there to the statue. As that mid tower is going to fall, and we have GG's coming out. Flawless display of Han right there by Big Ego Crew. Thoughts on this? I mean, they showed how to counter a Pebbles pretty well right there. I mean, the Ophelia play by Mech, the Gladiator pick. I mean, they had so much damage early game just through the Gladiator, the Pharaoh, and the Ophelia. I mean, MOA, the Call to Arms, the ultimate being able to put on his teammates to stop ganks. I mean, it was flawless by Big Ego Crew.
It was. I think the way they played their draft was, it was great to watch. The Ophelia pick and the way that they played the Pharaoh in the bot lane as well, especially picking up the early kills onto Draconis, was something quite unexpected. But I think it was the key for them winning the game, because they shut down Draconis' farm relatively early. Yes, he did end the game on 420 GPM. Didn't manage to finish the mock of Brilliance, but I think even if he was to get a mock that game, with the fact that Hellborn did have, a couple of Shaman's headdresses, they had a Barrier Idol on the Pharaoh, they had a Gnome's Wisdom on the Ophelia, the double heal from Ophelia as well. I think mock would have been very limited in terms of what it would have offered, but overall, fantastic team play from Big Eagle Crew, and I think that's what won it for them. The way that they played their draft was, was really, 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 really good.
So I just got word that quarterfinal number 4 is currently being played. And we're waiting on the winners of that game 3 to determine who's going to be playing in semi number 2. So as soon as that game's over, we're going to go ahead and get started on semi number 2. So we're waiting on that game to finish. Then semi number 2 will start. Just to give you guys a heads up, currently it is Team Tim versus Good Clan Rejects, and it's actually a really close game. So you guys are going to be in for a doozy for semi number 2. And we will be back shortly. Okay, guys, we have a little bonus content for you right now. Is this round 1, game number 4 here in the quarterfinals. The match number 3 is actually a doozy as it scores 15-16. It's so even. We decided to actually bring you guys over there and cast this game to the best of our abilities. So kind of jump into this game a little bit late. We're going to go ahead and kind of fill you in on what's going on. But you have Team Tim with a Hammerstorm, an Engineer, a War Chief, a Kinesis, and a Riptide. And then on the side of Good Clan Rejects, you have a Forsaken Archer, a Chipper, a Deadwood, a Magnus, and then another Pharaoh. So interesting, another pick here. You're actually going to have the Kinesis ultimate going on to the Pharaoh with the Lava Surge coming out. Oh my goodness, the damage from the Hammerstorm after he activates the ultimate right there. Pretty strong spell. Magnus spot going in bottom lane on this War Chief. The FA ultimate coming out as well. However, the War Chief is going to survive through that. You're going to have a counter initiation here by the Kinesis using the Lava Surge. The Magnus is also going to go ahead and stun there as well. Huge Soul getting, oh my gosh, the damage from Testy coming out is you're going to have a 2-for-0 trade there in the mid lane as the FA and the Magnus. I'm sorry, I kind of confused the Kinesis there with the Magnus because of the them both stunning. Oh my gosh, the damage for the War Chief coming out. War Chief actually picks off the Magnus here. You're going to have the Wrath Pharaoh coming out onto the War Chief. This War Chief's going to end up falling. Hammerstorm coming in and hitting, doing massive damage there to the Chippers. The Chipper is going to end up falling. So all in all, you have 4 heroes falling on the sides of both teams. As this is really action-packed game, and I'm really excited that we actually get to tune into this one because I think it's going to be a really good game, determining who's going to be playing here in the semi too. Sorry about that, BKB. Lots of action as soon as we tuned in.
No, you're absolutely fine. I'm just trying to get to.
Yeah, sorry guys. A little bit of an issue coming out on BKB's side. So we're just kind of spectating now as the Hammerstorm's bashing away on some neutral creeps as he should be doing with that passive cleave. You know, I think right now what we're looking at is the Forsaken Archer is sitting at 529 GPM and the Hammerstorm sitting at 458 GPM. You know, one of the interesting things about both these core heroes is they both kind of have this built-in farming ability, so you're not going to see something like a Thunderclaw picked up or a Cleaver. You're going to have 2 heroes that are rushing, trying to get their core items as soon as possible, that being the Whispering Helm from the Hammerstorm and the Twin Blades as well. And then for the Forsaken Archer, you have the Whispering Helm, the Geo Bane, as well as he's pretty close to a Shrunken Head, and once he gets that Shrunken Head, it's going to be very difficult for Team Tim to bring that hero down. As it actually looks like I'm going to be solo casting this little bonus game for you guys as we try to fix the issue. So BKB, let's see. How's it going? Did you fix it? Okay, he's actually muted as Team Tim now looks like they're grouping up around the Concord here. Hammerstorm with that damage. I think they're going to bring it down here pretty quickly. I think Tess, Good Clan Rejects are going to know that this is going on, especially with the Pharaoh Snotter coming out. They're going to focus here on the mid lane. They actually are going to catch the Hammerstorm with Deadwood punches coming out on the Deadwood. Boy is going to end up falling, as this is now not exactly the best fight for Legion. They are going to continue pushing with the War Chief, who has the Frost Field. Oh my gosh, that damage. That War Chief needs to run as Testy activates the Geos and the ultimate comes out as well. Oh my gosh, this is not looking good for the side of Team Tim. Riptide's going to end up getting caught out here as well in the mummy walls. Pharaoh, the Hammerstorm ends up buying back. Are they going to find the pick here on the Pharaoh? Yes, so a good buyback right there. Ooh, the Deadwood tree is going to come out and end up getting the final kill there on the Riptide. As again, it's a 5-for-4 trade. The Deadwood's going to end up living. You have the buyback from the Hammerstorm. So good buyback right there from Boy as he's able to get some return kills. So definitely worth it. So he's going to continue pushing out, probably farming out his jungle right here. His bottom lane is pushing. BKB. Okay. We're watching the Hammerstorm continue farming some creeps here in the jungle. As, you know, the items come out, you know, the Riptide looks a little, he's sitting 7-3 and 8, 378 GPM. He has a Nullfire picked up. I mean, there's a decent amount of farmed heroes on the side of Team Tim, which is where you see that 2K gold lead. on the side of Good Clan Rejects, you really have a lot of the GPM. If you take a look at the graph there, Warder Testy sitting at 518 GPM, whereas the rest of his team is kind of under that 300 GPM mark, which is not the best for them, given how much team fight potential Team Tim has. So they're really going to rely on Angry Testy to carry this game, as Imba now taking Kongor and then bashing away at these stacks as the ultimate is activated. So we see the Deadwood. Deadwood's actually pretty farmed as well. He's got some pretty interesting items. I do like the fact that he picked up the Sand Scepter to try to lock down the Hammer Storm, as well as purge the War Chief ultimate. I think purging the War Chief is. We have a fight happening in the top lane right now. They are going to find the pick on the Engineer. That was 3 heroes in the top lane. You had the FA, the Magnus, and the Chipper. His bottom lane, War Chief might actually try to initiate here onto the Deadwood. Is he going to be able to get there in time? No, he's not. So he's just going to continue farming this bottom lane along with his Pyrokinesis. Sitting in the mid lane, you still have the 4 heroes on the side of Good Clan Rejects kind of pushing down that mid tower. I mean, with the FA, they have pretty good push potential. You're going to have the Riptide activating the ultimate, trying to push that top tower. I think he's going to want to build a Shrunken Head next item as well. You have the Hammer Storm with his Shrunken Head. I think next what we'd be looking at, like a Rift Shards. Maybe I know people like Angry Testy and some others like to pick up the Heart. I think Hammer needs maybe one more strength item. He could maybe even go the Satanic. Who knows from there? Good Clan Rejects now grouping up. They're doing their Kongor. I'd like to see a Bola picked up, Hellflower picked up by the Pharaoh. I'd like to see a Bola picked up by either the Deadwood or maybe the Pharaoh's next item. I don't think the Pharaoh's going to be picking it up, though, given it looks like he might be going either a puzzle box or a barbed armor, given that he has the armband right there. Testy's still just skyrocketing that GPM. He's really the only hero farming on the side of Good Clan Rejects, which might be their downfall. However, if you're going to have one hero that is carrying the game, and FA is one of those heroes that can do it, especially once he gets that wing bow, as that's probably going to look to be the next item. So you probably are going to want a Savage Mace picked up by either the Riptide or the Hammer Storm. I'm assuming the Hammer Storm is going to end up picking up that item, as it's interesting. I mean, is the War Chief's actually going to go and initiate now? Oh, look at that damage. They are going to use the Deadwood Punch. I still think he's going to end up falling here. The Minotaur Stun's going to come out, and the Huge Soul's going to get the kill with the Riptide Qs. Now a counter initiation comes in. They're going to pick off the War Chief, as that kill ends up going towards the Magnus there. A nice little return kill, as the War Chief is worth 405 GPM. The Deadwood only worth 300. So Good Clan Rejects is going to take that trade all day long. As they're going to group up and push the bottom lane and probably try to get this tier 1 tower bot, as it's still standing at 30 minutes. So yeah, you're going to look for the Shrunken Head to be completed. I think it's almost there on the side of the Riptide. Once he gets that item, it's going to be a little bit harder to kill him, and then he's probably going to build a Geo Bane and maybe do some split pushing. So we're going to have a little bit of a pause in the action here as Legion Team Tim group it up around this mid lane. I think they're going to rotate in and just take some stacks in the jungle. Angry Testy bashing away at that tier 1 tower, as it finally is going to fall, and you do have the Shrunken Head picked up by the Riptide. So huge item pickup right there for the Riptide, as he's going to have a little bit more sustain in these team fights and be able to have the ultimate activated, which is going to buff the damage of his team and himself. So there it is. Shrunken Head delivered, and I think you're going to have a Shrunken Head coming out from the War Chief as well. And I think once they get those items, it's going to be very difficult for Good Clan Rejects to get any pickoffs. So you're going to have 3 Shrunken Heads on the 3 core heroes of Team Tim, whereas I think you're really only going to be looking at 1 Shrunken Head on the side of Good Clan Rejects, and that's kind of the issue when you throw all your gold into one hero. But I think it really comes down to, we didn't see the laning phase. By the looks of the scores, it looks like Team Tim did really well coming out of the laning stage of the game. Looks like huge soul. Mid is the Riptide, did pretty well. I'm assuming that he was up against the Deadwood. Mid is the War Chief actually might be able to spot out the Deadwood here. No, they're not. He's going to continue pushing the bottom lane. As mid lane, you have the Lava Surge coming in onto the Riptide. However, he is going to show that he has a Shrunken Head. The Shrunken Head is going to be used. The FA is going to use the Geos, and I think it's going to be time to disengage as the War Chief is pushing in the bottom lane. The War Chief's going to look to try to finish that. Top lane, we have a portal key initiation here onto the Pharaoh, and the Pharaoh is going to fall. So Imbaboy getting the mobility item with the portal key, saying, hey, I'm going to go get solo pickoff. So I actually really like that item choice. I'd assume the next Nullifier is actually picked up by the War Chief. So they have a couple different ways now to purge that ultimate from the War Chief. Given the Sand Scepter and now the Nullifier. I can't really tell what level the FA's Nullifier is. I know he just picked it up, and it's a pretty good item against the Hammer Storm and the War Chief. So trying to remove as much mana as possible from the Hammer, so he can't do any more hammer tosses or give him some additional stun. So have kind of a group up here by Team Tim, running into their jungle, putting pressure on Good Clan Rejects, them knowing that, hey, the only person farming is the FA. We need to group up. Let's try to end this game sooner than later. We have a little bit of an advantage. We have our Shrunken Heads. We just are waiting on the one Shrunken Head from the War Chief. I'd assume he's really close to getting us. He's sitting at 410 GPM, which is insane for a position 3. So I would have liked to see the laning stage and how he got to that. But hey, we get what we get. As Deadwood blinks aggressively towards the Riptide. The Riptide is going to grab the Invis Rune. I think he really wanted that. As this Invis Rune on this Riptide, I'm curious if they're going to put a nice little cheeky Rev Ward down and try to get the pick here. Do they know he's right here? I would not be surprised. There it is. The Rev Ward's placed. The Sand Scepter is going to go. Deadwood Punch coming on to Huge Soul. He's actually going to be able to escape with the Riptide W, as some space created there for him, as it was actually incredibly risky as the XD is thrown out as he styles on with that hero. That's the power of Riptide. He's able to have that disjoint from the W is absolutely insane. So now you have 4 heroes grouped up in the bottom lane. The Shrunken Head was used by Riptide, so that's going to be on cooldown for about 40 seconds. Pharaoh using his rockets to kind of scout. He's going to see that there's 3 heroes right now by his tier 2. I'm curious to see if they're going to try to contest this tower push, knowing that the Riptide has no Shrunken Head. As they do port mid, it looks like they are going to try to contest this. They're going... Okay, there it is. The Lava Surge is going to come out. Oh my gosh, great tablet. He actually is going to dodge the Wrath of the Pharaoh there. This is now going to be horrible on the side of Good Clan Rejects. War Chief going in on the Deadwood. You're going to have the Chipper end up falling. Shrunken Head is activated. Mid lane. Oh, they are chasing right now. This FA is in an interesting situation. The Kinesis ulti is going to come out as Testy's blown up. And you're going to have a continued pusher. The Magnus Lava Surge onto 2. Is he going to be able to survive through this? Yes, he is. He's going to use the portal key and blink away to safety. But that's going to be a tier 2 down as the FA ends up falling. And some additional gold right there for Imbaboy. What a turn of events. And guys, we tuned in at the perfect time as this match is incredibly exciting. Testy is going to buy back here. Let's see what's going to happen. They're going to use the glyph. I don't think they care that Testy bought back. They have a lot of damage. You actually have Riptide going in right here. The silence is going to come out. They're going to pick off the Magnuses. They're going to continue now hitting this tier 1, knowing that Testy has no Shrunken Head. He does not want to fight. And this is going to be a mid-brax down, as this is going to be a 12k gold lead now for Team Tim. And it's looking like they're going to work their way into victory here right now. I'm not going to say it's over yet, but I mean, it's going to be very difficult for Good Clan Rejects to recover, knowing now that they have 4 heroes all sitting at sub 270 GPM and all their golds locked in on Testy. And there is a significant amount of lockdown. I mean, the War Chief now has Shrunken Head. The Kinesis ultimate being able to as you saw there, as soon as that shrunken head runs out from the FA, he's really only going to have about 8 seconds to be able to fight, as the Wrath of Pharaoh is going to end up missing there on the engineer, as Baked Bananas walking away. Very lucky to be alive. I mean, he does not quite have his tablet, so if that Wrath of Pharaoh does hit, along with the Hellflower from the Pharaoh, I mean, he's going to end up dying. Not like he could use the Tablet of Command anyway, which is why a Hellflower is such a good item on Pharaoh. I mean, when you perplex the enemy, they're not able to use spells, not able to use items. You end up being able to lock down a hero for the entire duration of the Mummy Walls. It's definitely a core item on the hero, as it looks like Testy and Good Clan Rejects are now going to take their Kongor that just respawned. And curious to see if Team Tim is going to do anything about this. They're not really in position to do so, so we might see them continue to push this top lane. But Good Clan Rejects should be in a position to defend this tower push, as Kongor is melting, going down pretty quick here. I mean, the Hellfire from the Pharaoh definitely helps in this situation, as Testy ends up getting the kill there on Kongor. You're going to have a Soul's Bulwark now picked up by the War Chief, as kind of a little bit now of a lull in the action, as Good Clan Rejects is grouping up, kind of sitting around their shrine mid. Now, this is the issue now, is the rest of the team outside of Tessie isn't going to be able to recover or gain any gold for additional items whatsoever. I mean, when you look at, okay, there it is. So Chipper ends up also purchasing a Sand Scepter. So you have 2 Sand Scepters, a Hellflower. The Chipper actually picks up Glowstone as well. So Deadwood, so here's an interesting thing. When you look at the Deadwood's items, I mean, typically you would like to see a Bulwark on that hero or some kind of minus armor. They have no minus armor, so you're going to have the Lava Surge coming in. Wrath of Pharaoh actually going in onto the War Chief. War Chief's going to get Hellflower. He's going to get Deadwood punched as well. He's standing on those Chipper Rockets. He's going to end up being alive barely, and the Pharaoh's actually going to end up falling. Magnus Ultimate coming out, but guess what? It's not going to catch anyone, as Team Tim's disengaging. Testy, those are just illusions. They're going to end up finding the pick there on the Kinesis. Hammerstorm with a huge stun. Riptide with the slow. I think FA is going to fall here, and this is not looking good, as Magnus is going to end up falling. The Chipper is going to end up falling. That's a double tap coming out for Huge Soul. Angry Testy is going to buy back. However, he is the only one alive. Doing some damage right there on the War Chief, who's spawn camping him right there. Is he going to taking a lot of tower damage from that tier 4? But he's just kind of zoning out, boxing out the Forsaken Archer, as that's a GG well played shown. And it looks like Team Tim is going to be in Semi 2.2. And I'm happy you guys were able to step in and take a look at this bonus game. So I'm Big Wave Dave, and enjoy your next game, guys.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Honcast. I am Shorkan, and I'm joined by BKB and Chill. How are you doing, BKB and Chill?
Doing really well, thank you for asking. How are you doing after your semi-final victory against Donkey Kong? You feeling good?
I'm feeling good. I thought we played quite a good series versus them. They definitely had some trouble getting into their groove, and I think that was the main thing. But they were definitely still challenging games nonetheless. And we're going into a new game. We just saw Team Tim, actually, the final parts of that casted by you and Dave. Team Tim versus Good Clan Rejects. And now we're going to get Criminal Ace, Mate, who actually used to be on Team Tim, with Orcs of Newerth, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Orcs of Newerth, yeah.
Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen. I mean, Ha used to be on Team Tim, so I guess they know each other quite well.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how the transition affects, obviously, the two teams with, as you say, Mate, also known as Ha, switching lineups. I haven't seen these teams play against each other before, so I'll be quite interested to see, who kind of takes the early advantage with regards to, the laning phase and the drafting and such. But who would you kind of give the edge to in this matchup? Do you think it's more favourable towards Legion, also known as Team Tim, or do you think it's slightly favoured towards Orcs of Newerth on the Hellborn side?
I think definitely Hellborn is going to be the underdog for this game because Team Tim or whatever they call themselves have been playing quite well against Good Clan Rejects as well, and they've also got some more experience with these last few cycles over Orcs of Newerth, as they're a relatively new team. And of course, you have the infinite bounds of experience that go to Imbaboy, having played for years and years before. That never really goes away. So yeah, we're going to have to wait and see how Orcs of Newerth are going to change it up. I want them to go for something daring, something new, so that they can actually try and surprise the Legion team.
Yeah. Just going into the bans quickly, I'm kind of looking through. I'm seeing some kind of standard bans as it stands. Obviously, Engineer, Magmus, Kinesis, Moira, pretty much banned in most games nowadays. Electrician is banned from Imbaboy, so yeah, we do see obviously the Aluna picked up on the Abraxas, so it's not looking too original at the moment. But what are your thoughts on Meraxis with regards to the hero and kind of how it fits into the scene at the moment? Do you tend to draft it for your team often, or do you think it's something that is quite a rare pickup nowadays?
Well, I think you need to have a very clear plan ahead of time when you pick a Meraxis, because I mentioned on the cast earlier as well, or yesterday as well, that the hero needs to farm during the laning phase, and also after that. He's a very difficult hero to actually kill, but he doesn't have any ability to really farm. So if he's having a really good time early game, then he can, quickly transition into the initiating role with a portal key. But before that portal key, he's not able to gank. He's not like a Rally Suicide or a Magma Suicide or even a Deadwood who can gank without the need of a portal key. And Pharaoh, of course. But though, like, Meraxis just needs to sit in a lane to farm. That's the main issue with the hero. So if you want to have a slower game for the late game, then Meraxis is definitely really strong initiation, because it's a 2.5 second stun when the Q is maxed out.
Just stemming from your points that you made then as well, do you like having Meraxis and Pebbles in the same team? Because I'm asking that question because both heroes do a very similar role. Obviously, you've got the tanky strength initiation factor that both of the heroes bring. Do you think it's a good idea to have those in one lineup, or do you think they should go for one or the
other? I think these two heroes fit together really well. But if you had something like a Pharaoh and a Meraxis on the same team, then those would not fit very well, because then your draft in general would be lacking damage. I know on the damage charts always Pharaoh has high damage, but that's because Tormented Soul is used a lot to harass, and the Wall of Mummies hits often. So I mean, I think Pebbles, as main initiator, can work really well to initiate on the carry, whereas Meraxis can go for the backline and try and get multiple people in his stun. That's pretty much Meraxis' job. He's not going to burst anybody down, but Pebbles can. So, in this regard, I like Pebbles and Meraxis in the same team, but had Pebbles been replaced with something like a Pharaoh, or even something like a Kraken, it would be less effective.
Kraken is quite an interesting one because I don't think we see Kraken as frequently as Meraxes and Pebbles. And as I watched semi-final one, and I saw your game one where you picked up Pebbles, you did make excellent use of it. So yeah, definitely a hero that I know you're a fan of, which is why I like to talk about it. But yeah, looking at the kind of Sapphire and the Madman pick from the Legion side, are you a fan of those heroes, or do you think they're slightly rare in this meta game?
I think Madman, he did receive a couple of nerfs. He is going to be, I hope, isn't he? Yeah, there were some patch notes coming out soon on the 29th. It's 29th today, so I haven't actually looked at them. But I think, yeah, and the patch is going to be in December 1st, and I think Madman is receiving a tiny bit of a buff again because he was hit quite hard last time. Regardless, I think he's
Paradise
still strong,
said Craig,
but
join.
the fact that he's combining it with a Sapphire right now is what I don't like, because I don't think they really run the Gladiator as a core, but rather as a semi-support, so they don't have a frontliner right now.
It's
Revenant, though.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, the Revenant, though, that's an interesting pickup. I think that would be run as a carry then, right?
I am not too sure. I think in the scrims that I've witnessed, I think Ha has played the Revenant as like a kind of position 4 hero. I like it with their setup because obviously we can see a lot of magic damage already. So with the W spell, which is known as Mortification, it does lower magic armor. So the kind of heavy burst potential heroes will obviously add an extra dimension to their damage, which obviously synergizes really well with the Revenant and also the invisibility spell. But yeah, not a hero we see too often, so it's going to be quite exciting to see what they do with it.
Yeah, they really need to make use of that invis and maybe even the split push coming out from Revenant. I think Revenant is a very powerful hero if you man up with him. So if you get him in a man up lane with something like even Blacksmith, just because that's like the typical combo that you see him with, or Revenant with a different stunner, the hero puts out a lot of damage. But Meraxes is not the hero to do that with. So they could choose to dual mid it, but then it's a Revenant who doesn't have a stun helping a Pebbles, so that's also kind of awkward. So in all honesty, I would have actually liked to see them pick up something like a Bensington and then just aggressive tri-lane with Revenant Aluna Bensington and have the Pebbles solo mid and the Meraxes solo top.
Yeah.
I think that would have been ideal, but now they have a Predator, and Predator suffers from not being able to catch up to the Madman and not being able to catch up to the Sapphire, because the moment Sapphire gets his shield up, he runs a lot quicker. Right?
Yeah.
And of course the ulti is really powerful. No, go ahead.
Yeah, just kind of getting into the ulti from Sapphire. I'm not the most familiar with the hero. I did speak to Chris, also known as What You Got, on a cast the other week, and he was explaining the hero in quite good detail to me. But when it comes to the ultimate, if he was to cast the ultimate onto Predator once Predator's used his kind of stone hide, does the ultimate still affect Predator, or does Predator become immune to that?
It's immune. Basically, it gets cancelled by magic immunity. So it can be used very effectively to single out the Predator. So if he uses the ultimate when Predator is going on him and he manages to stun the rest of the Hellborn team, then it's going to be easy pickings versus the Predator. But at the same time, I feel like Predator is going to be the problem for the Sapphire. So they need to figure something out to stop the Predator from killing the Sapphire before the ulti's down.
I think Predator's an interesting pick, and it's one of those heroes that, yes, if it can get in the face, it can do loads of damage, especially with the Hyper Crown. But I find that Legion do have a lot of kite potential. So you look at Gauntlet with his ultimate, you look at Madman with the invisibility, and Moira with her skill set. I think it's going to be difficult for Predator to really get into that Legion team. But yeah, it'll be fun to watch nonetheless. And I'm not too sure who I'd give the advantage to with the drafts at the moment. I mean, who do you think's picked better at this stage?
Legion is going to be looking for a lot of disjointed team fights with the Madman and Sapphire, so that they can just split up and kill people themselves, because they both have decent burst. Same thing goes for the Gauntlet. So if they manage to get like a disorganized team fight where there's these little skirmishes going on around the map or around the area that they're fighting, then I'd give it to Legion. But if Hellborn is able to catch them unaware, with the Meraxis stun on 3, then Hellborn can take a huge team fight because Power Throw does a huge amount of damage, as does the Pebbles combo. And that's what we're going to be looking for, I think.
I just thought it would be worth mentioning that with regards to Legion's team, Gunnel 2019, which is the Gauntlet player, that is Torgforce, who I do believe played the last cycle for them. And then Markoska is a replacement for, I believe it's Blore. So he's going to be the support player for, I don't know if it's just for this cycle, if it's going to be, or if it's going to be for them moving forward. But yeah, a few replacements on the Legion team.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Mate, otherwise known as Hahaha, used to, of course, play for Legion as well. So maybe the insight from Mate is going to give them an edge over Legion, because Huge Soul used to also be on my team. And ever since that moment, we've realized that he really likes to split push a lot and go back into the forest and just hide and then just kill the creep wave again and then hide again.
Yeah.
But if you're wise to that, then generally you can, discover him somewhere, sitting in the trees, just waiting for the next creep wave to arrive.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point you bring up. I think it can be really beneficial to, as you say, have a player that used to play for you on the enemy team, because you can sort of predict their play style, their rotations, what they're going to be doing in their lane phase or into mid to late game, etc. And if they're playing a hero that you see quite often, with regards to what they've played with yourselves, then it can be quite an advantage for you to take into the game, because you'll be obviously quite aware of what they like to do. So yeah, I like the point that you've brought up. But I just wanted to kind of go into, I think, the Gauntlet against the Pebbles matchup, which I believe is going to be the 1v1 mid lane. Who do you give the benefits to in that lane? Because I think it's quite an interesting matchup, because obviously both are quite tanky strength heroes with a unique skill set. But yeah, I'll be keen to hear your thoughts on that one.
I mean, obviously you have more experience than I do in the mid lane, but I think Gauntlet is one of those heroes that if you can get one rotation, then it's always going to be a kill, because the hook into tower is way too powerful. At the same time, though, a Pebbles can actually toss the Gauntlet back into the tower as well. So you have this interesting dynamic that the rotations are going to matter. I don't think they're very able to kill each other in the mid lane, but it doesn't actually look like it's going to be Gauntlet in the mid lane, but instead he's going to be going bottom lane. And I do like the way Legion is now doing this. Although their tri-lane isn't the best, Sapphire is quite powerful, and because he's ranged, he's more able to get farmed than a melee hero. But I'm not a fan of Moira in the long lane, especially when there's nothing to actually set up the Harken's Shards of Harken with. Because if you lane it with something like a Bensington, so you can apply the Shards of Harken before, then you can get a double stun very easily. But if you lane it with a Sapphire, he only has his Reckless Charge, which has a range of 550, so I mean, Moira might as well be walking up himself then.
I really appreciate all the Sapphire insight, because yeah, I don't know too much about the hero at all, and it's always good to hear different inputs, obviously, from yourself and what you got, who's explained it to me in the past as well. But yeah, with regards to the Madman now going into mid lane, I've noticed he hasn't picked up a shield, which I think it's an okay thing to do against the Pebbles, because he does obviously have the kite potential with the Stalk, and he's a very slippery hero himself. It looks like he is going to be building towards a Soul Trap with the initial items that he's picked up. Yeah. Soul Trap on Madman was started, I believe, by Snooki quite a few months ago. I think probably earlier this year. So I've noticed a lot of players have catched up onto it. Are you a fan of seeing Soul Trap on Madman, or do you prefer him to kind of go into a sort of different route?
Yeah, 100%. I really like the way Snooki plays Madman. It's just this way to constantly annoy the enemies. But look at this. It's going to be a dual lane mid right now. I wonder if they're going to rotate that, but still, Madman is going to have some trouble versus Revenant, but the lack of a Rev Ward is going to be detrimental to this Madman. And not having a shield here is going to be very painful. I think what Pebbles needs to do is just focus on last hits, pretty much. And I actually don't like this dual mid very much. If anything, I would have preferred having the Revenant bottom lane to give an advantage to Meraxis. So top lane, we have some initiation on the Aluna. Pitfall is going to hit, and that is going to be first blood. Going the way of the Moira, so he was just completely out of position there.
Yeah, I believe your team is a massive fan of picking up the Moira. I have seen you run it in tri-lanes quite frequently. do you think Moira is one of the best tried-in supports at the moment, or do you think that she can be utilized in other ways as well?
I think defensively, yes. Offensively, no. Offensively, I would prefer, there's a stun coming in on the Predator. Pitfall is going to be used, but of course the match community coming out from Pred. He's actually going to turn on the Moira right here. That's quite a lot of damage coming in, but Aluna is... Oh no, Aluna leveled his power thrower. Is it going to be a kill? Yes, it is, so it does come out to be helpful, but Sapphire might be in some trouble as Revenant is now rotating over with that Invis, and look at that damage coming out from the hero. That's a level 1 Q, and that is an easy kill on Imbaboy, so they really did not see that coming.
Yeah, so we see the Revenant, and I think it was a smart thing to do because he waited until he got his level 2 with his invisibility, walked up to top lane. Legion weren't aware of it, and obviously managed to pick up the kill onto Sapphire, which was quite smart. But no, kind of touching upon Revenant a little bit more. It's one of those heroes that if I play it myself, I find it very awkward to skill build.
Mm-hmm.
I'm never too sure what to max first, whether it be obviously the invisibility or the mortification or the the Q spell with the attack damage harass.
Oh, Revenant might be in some trouble. He already used his Invis, and now Moira is chasing down this Revenant, and he does have shorter cooldowns because he picked up an illusion rune. Whether he's going to be using it is the question. The illusions are going to get hit by power throw, but yeah. Not the... Pitfall actually is going to hit onto the Aluna right here, but it doesn't matter as there's no follow-up.
Yeah, so just kind of go back to Revenant quickly. Do you think she's going to max the more of a damage output build, or do you think she's going to look to get some early levels into invisibility?
I mean, the W from Revenant is, I think, his best ability. It also gives you the ability to split push very effectively when you're level 8. And it allows you to farm double stacks in the woods very easily, triple stacks easily as well. Like, I think Mortification is definitely the best ability. Also for the fact that it reduces the magic armor in combination with the pebbles, that's going to be very powerful. But I have seen people going more for the Invis route or for the Defile route. As you say, it's not, set in stone what you should do. But I think this game...
bot lane.
Bot lane. We do have actually Gauntlet in trouble as Moraxis is chasing him down, and I wanted to say, actually, as well, that Moraxis is not a bad 1v1er at all, and he can actually block Gauntlet's hook with his shield. I'm not sure you knew that, but it's considered a projectile.
Yeah, I had a feeling it probably would do, but I haven't seen that happen before, so I wasn't too sure. So yeah, thank you for clearing that up. Obviously, we can kind of look at the GPM chart and we can see Gauntlet does have quite a bit of an advantage at the moment. He's now sitting close to 300, whereas Moraxis is 220. To be honest, I kind of expected that. I think Togforce is quite a strong 1v1 player, and I think that you would probably give a slight advantage to Gauntlet in the matchup. But yeah, how do you feel about the matchup?
I mean, Moraxis should be able to get a decent number of last hits with his more axes. But, top lane, we have some initiation as Sapphire is actually getting jumped on with the Revenant. Excuse me. Okay, one sec.
You're right.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, I'm all right.
Right,
I had something stuck in my throat, but yeah. So getting those kills on the Sapphire definitely impacting his GPM as he's down to 160 right now.
Do you need to grab some water? Or are you okay?
No, I have water. It's just sometimes you can't talk anymore and you just have to cough it out. But yeah, bottom lane we have Moraxis now chasing the Gauntlet. He just turned level 6. Those Moraxis are going to be feeding his power supply. Maybe no one is moving over from the Legion. He's doing a great job dodging around the creep. And the axe is unfortunately going to miss. And look at this. Is Gauntlet able to change it? He's got another axe. Power supply is going to be used though. And the ulti, but it's going to be enough with the axe as good luck. Bliet is going to get the kill right there.
Very, very close.
Mid lane we have initiation as Pebbles combo is being used on Gladiator. Revenant is doing quite some damage, but actually it's the Pebbles who's in trouble as the Madman chases him down with that Soul Trap, and Gladiator doesn't even end up falling. So continue.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna kind of say with the Soul Trap pickup, as you mentioned earlier, it's so useful for kind of just being a nuisance to enemies. You look at a hero like Pebbles, who is quite reliant on bottle charges, especially obviously when he's playing the mid lane. And if he can't regen up with regards to his bottle, then Madman does have the potential to kill him, which is what we saw. So seeing the early Soul Trap is definitely proven to be quite effective, and it is showing that the points that you brought up earlier were definitely true.
Yeah, it's also that if you consider this, right, Soul Trap does 200 damage. It is purgeable, of course, and it is overtime, but 200 damage over an amount of time. Oh, top lane, actually, we have Revenant and Luna getting this Gladiator right here. They're doing quite some damage with the Mortification and the Defile, but nice showdown is going to save him for now. Luna has power throw up in 4, but I think he's going to be the one in trouble as Madman and Moira move over, and that's going to be an easy kill for Huge Soul.
Yeah, one of the great things about having a Madman mid lane is it becomes really easy to rotate into into the top part of the river or even the bottom part.
Oh, top lane, actually, Gladiator is going to end up falling to the solo Predator. Predator now in some trouble. He does have Stonehide available, so he's going to be just fine. Oh, bottom lane we have... okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so
top lane we have Initiation on the Sapphire. Sorry about this, Alex, but it's going to end up being nothing as Luna does rotate us over as well, and Gladiator porting in now. But man, this game is just active all around.
Yeah, it certainly is, as Madman chucks out a bit of harassment mid lane. But no, I was just going to say, having the Madman mid lane is always quite nice because you can rotate into other lanes really quickly with the Stalk. Because it pretty much grants you a haste, and that obviously gives you the ability to take runes a lot easier as well. So the Madman mid does give some support to the side lanes if they do, if they do need it, or if he picks up a good rune, for example. So for that benefit, I think Madman's always nice to kind of have in the middle lane. But no, I was going to mention with regards to the Sapphire. Obviously, Sapphire is kind of struggling at the moment. But if we're going to kind of see a bit of a mid to late game, progression in this game, do you think you'd give more of an advantage to the Predator, or do you think Sapphire could look to potentially be a bit of a harder carry?
Oh, bottom lane, actually, the Pebbles with the Invis rune managed to find Tolkfors. I didn't feel like interrupting you again. Madman does rotate over, but looks to me like Pebbles is going to be just fine as Madman is out of mana right now. But yeah, Sapphire actually rotated into the woods, right? And started farming the easy camp and the hard camp on the left. So if this is the state of the game, then Predator is going to do a lot more than the Sapphire in the end. Actually, we have a combo in on the Madman, but Madman with that Soul Trap is quite tanky. Pebbles is tanky as well. He has the Invis now from the Revenant, and Revenant might be in some trouble. Is he going to get the Pitfall off, though? That is the question. And there you have another potential combo. It's not going to be enough, though. And wow. Madman just completely juking around Busy and Mate, and this is going to be another kill on Meraxis, maybe? Meraxis might be able to turn it on Madman if he can just pop it. And another one axe, it was not enough. And Madman, as I said, in these little team fight skirmishes, just does so incredibly well.
It's such an annoying hero to play against, especially when it has levels and the Soul Trap and the power supply and everything, because it's just so difficult to kill. It's extremely slippery, and as we saw there, he kind of proved why it's quite effective. But no, unfortunately, Pebbles missed a couple of spells, and I think that had quite an impact with regards to how that fight turned out. But credit to Legion, who I thought, especially with the Gladiator and his Pitfall combination, I think he did pretty well.
Yeah, Meraxis is Invis now on the Sapphire. I wonder if he actually scouted this. He's trying to now get the counter ward, but Immoboy is actually just warding for himself. He had a lane ward, and that got countered immediately by the Revenant as well. So he does pick up the Steam Boots now, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but I understand with the burst from Pebbles. But honestly, I feel like mobility is king at the moment. I think mobility is just too important to pass up on.
Yeah, I'd have to... Initiation.
Oh, yeah, Revenant. Nice Pitfall coming out from Hanzi, or otherwise known as Baked Banana, being able to easily pick up the Revenant right here. So this is the main issue Revenant has, right? If you put him in a semi-support role and you have a bad start and you don't have the levels, then you really start lacking... Yeah, you start lacking in effectiveness very early on, because you need those levels and you need very much to be able to actually split push for the hero to remain effective throughout the game, because it's just a pure damage hero. He provides so little utility other than his invis.
Yeah, it's a good point, and I personally, if I play Revenant, I like to play it in the mid lane, because I think having the levels on the hero is just so useful. You can get perhaps a couple of levels into the invisibility, the Essence Shroud, which obviously gives you a longer time to spend in the invisible state. And then you can get some levels onto the damage output spells. I think having those those spells leveled up quite early does make him a really effective roamer, and he can transition into that kind of semi-carry role. Whereas when you kind of, as you say, play it in a position 4, it just kind of has a bit of a lacking essence to it. So I'm definitely with you on that. But no, I just kind of wanted to up top lane.
Top lane, yeah, we do have initiation with the Gauntlet and the Madman on Predator, and it doesn't look like he's able to get away here as that's slow from Gauntlet. Oh, but there's the huge stun, but the Soul Trap was enough, but Madman and Gauntlet are going to be paying for it with their lives, but very good of them to, you know, address Criminal Ace right there, who's actually getting quite out of control. I think he's nearing that Thunderclaw quite soon.
Yeah, I'm kind of laughing slightly because, you know, who needs a PK in Meraxis when Pebbles can just chuck you in?
Yeah, very good combination right there. I actually love it.
Yeah, it's always good to watch, and it's very effective. So, yeah, well played from them. But no, as you say, Predator building towards a Thunderclaw. I imagine he's probably going to be upgrading that into a Hyper Crown because I think Predator really benefits from the attack speed. I do believe that your team has run Predator a few times in scrims and possibly other tournaments. Does Dutch like to kind of build into that Hyper Crown, you know, kind of Frostburn sort of build, or does he like to kind of keep Thunderclaw into, you know, into that stage?
Yeah, it's more the what you were saying first, the Hyper Crown into the Frostburn. But Dutch doesn't actually like playing the hero very much.
Okay.
He doesn't feel like it's very effective in many cases, so, you know, gotta keep my team happy, gotta draft them what they want. If I draft myself an Andrew carry once in a while, I'm happy with that as well. Top lane, Luna might be in some trouble. But the entire Legion team actually rotating over as well, with except for Gauntlet and Sapphire, who's now in the bottom lane, opting to farm the lane here.
Yeah, I thought it'd be worth kind of mentioning Gauntlet. He only has, I don't know if he just bought an item, but he only has 100 gold, whereas Meraxis has 1800 now. So he's obviously quite
top lane, we have initiation as Luna does fall really quickly, but what a Moira ultimate coming out from Morkochka, and he makes the escape just barely. What a play coming out from him. That was absolutely huge. Bottom lane, no, mid lane, we have actually Mate getting picked off by the Madman right there. So yeah, Legion doing a very good job, and they're going to go for Moira. Is busy now in a lot of trouble. He does have a combo available, but the Pitfall Showdown combo is here. Are they going to be able to kill him before he gets anything off? Yes, he is going to fall. Mid lane, we have now Predator in a lot of trouble, as Gauntlet is going to use the ultimate through that Zone Hide, of course, and wow. Legion is they just did a 3k gold swing.
Yeah, a lot of that came down to Madman, but then as you said, you know, unfortunately Pred was picked off by the Gauntlet and the Moira. I'm not too sure what Predator was doing mid lane. I think it's always quite risky to try and farm against the Gauntlet because you never know when Gauntlet's going to chuck out the grapple. But I think Hellborn had a few triple stacks that I believe were taken by Pebbles because his GPM has kind of jumped up quite a bit. Pebbles does have his PK, so obviously he'll be looking to use that now. If you're playing Pebbles this game, and obviously you have the PK at this kind of 14-minute mark, do you think you should be kind of prioritizing the Sapphire, or do you think it's best to kind of go for, you know, any hero that you can find?
I mean, he should now combine with the Revenant to just completely destroy Madman. Madman doesn't have any magic armor picked up, so it should be a really easy kill every time. But it looks like Pebbles is content to keep on farming, as he doesn't actually have that many levels in the bottom lane. Revenant is taking a lot of damage as the Dust or the Rev Ward was there from Imboboy again. So yeah, this Revenant is just having an absolutely horrid time this game.
Yeah, as you saw, 4 heroes kind of like sandwiched him. I'm not too sure what he was trying to do.
Yeah, oh, nice combo in the mid lane. Is it going to be enough for the Madman, though? It doesn't look like it, and Luna's Power Throw does end up missing. Meraxis is coming over. He gets the stun and the axe, and he gets the instant kill. But Meraxis now in a lot of trouble as the Pitfall and the ultimate from Vladdy are going to hit. Nice stun from the Luna, but it's too little too late. Pebbles considering going back in, but he is not going to, as Sapphire, actually 1200 HP with investments, is not going to be an easy kill for a Pebbles right now.
No, I think, well, personally, in my opinion, I think going for the Madman was the right decision. I think it was good to kind of shut him down and slow his GPM a little bit. But then obviously we did see a counter kill, which Moira picked up the kill.
I think it was even in the end. Or actually more in favor of the Hellborn. I'm just curious as to why Pebbles would initiate without communicating clearly to his Luna or Meraxis, with them not being nearby. It gets really painful if you don't communicate those initiations, because they're going to turn it around with a Moira if they have the chance to.
Yeah, particularly I have seen your team pick up Pebbles and a Luna in the same lineup, and I have seen the way that you.
Oh, look at this though! Revenant getting caught here by the Gladiator. The showdown pitfall is going to hit, but nobody on his team is nearby. So, well, yeah.
No, I was just going to say I have seen your team pick up Luna and Pebbles in the same lineup, and the way that you synergize the combo with the Luna power throw is just devastating.
Yeah, look at this though. Top lane, Aluna is going to get stunned up by the Moira. Predator going to leap onto the Madman right here, and Aluna actually surviving for way too long. And he's going to fall to huge soul in the end, but he manages to save his carry, and that is what's important.
Yeah, so obviously we can see Legion being quite active at the moment. On Hellborn Predators farming, he does have his Thunderclaw, so as we kind of discussed, he's probably going to be...
Oh, Revenant again getting caught here by the Gladiator, and he's going to end up falling, but nice stun from the Meraxis. He does fall in the end, but nice double man stun from the Pebbles, and that's a good turn. That's a turn they'll take any day of the week. And now you have Sapphire. He does end up using the ultimate, but I feel like he could have easily killed him maybe with the Predator with Stonehide if he just popped it and jumped on.
I think so. I think Sapphire was out of position, so I'm quite surprised. Yeah. He didn't use his Stonehide. But no, obviously with the Pebbles and the Meraxis PKs, I mean, I personally would like to see them playing really aggressively with the Revenant, as you said.
They have a ward on the Gauntlet, by the way. Mid lane, we have initiation on the Moira. He's going to ulti himself, but now Gauntlet is going to fall immediately to the Meraxis, and Moira actually taking 0 damage at all.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to kind of drag you away from top lane. Just looked like Moira was trying to go onto the Pebbles. But no, what was I saying? Yeah, so with regards to the Pebbles and the Meraxis, I mean, those two heroes do such insane amounts of damage, and with the W spell from Revenant, they could easily pick off quite a few heroes, and I think it's probably going to be in their best interest to kind of utilize that quite soon. Revenant hasn't had the greatest amount of impact so far, but I think that's just because Legion have been quite aware of what he's trying to do.
Yeah. I would really love for them to smoke and invis. Revenant actually talking about him. Nice combo on the Sapphire right there. He has magic armor reduction as well, and that Sapphire actually going to fall really easily, as I love how they made sure that the Moira illusion was dead. In the mid lane, we have initiation on the Meraxis. He's going to get the stun on the Gladiator. 3 ports coming in immediately, though, as Predator is now here. He's rotating over to kill the Gladiator, and Busy P getting another kill in the bottom lane. He's going to be killing the Moira, and now Gauntlet and Pebbles are kind of juking each other in the woods right there. Madman back in the mid lane is going to get charged here, and Meraxis porting into God knows where, but fights going on all over the map, and nice PK on the bottom lane for Pebbles to dodge that Gauntlet. I'm hoping you caught all of that on camera as well, but there were 2 fights going on, so I did my best to give you guys a rundown of the situation.
So much action going on. The Pebbles has spell shards. I like spell shards. I know that one of your teammates does pick up spell shards quite frequently, Sassilitin, when he plays Pebbles. I think upgrading to level 3 would be a good idea, just to maximize his damage output. And then afterwards, I think he'll probably be looking to build possibly a Shrunken Head, particularly against the Moira and the Sapphire. Can you see him going into a Shrunken Head this game, or do you think he's more likely to go into spell shards and to Staff of the Master?
I would personally like him to pick up a Staff of the Master for the Predator, very underrated, or for the Meraxis, also very underrated staff effects.
Yeah, so with the Staff of the Master onto Predator, I'm just reading about it now because I haven't seen that. I don't believe in team matchmaking. So obviously it says about reducing the terror stacks, increasing the attack speed, and refreshing the venomous leap 1 kill. Yeah, it sounds pretty useful.
Look at this though, they're running into a Madman right here. He gets the stun on him straight up, but they can't see him, no dust available. The toss does come out. Is he gonna try and stun? Busy is gonna try and stun. They have the dust on Criminal Ace, so good on him to pick that up. Slow coming in as well, and that's gonna be a dead Madman. In the meantime, Mate did end up falling on the Revenant again, but I think this is now just a case of space created more than anything else.
Yeah, I was gonna say whilst you were watching top lane, top river. I was watching bot lane and Gauntlet just PK'd ultied.
Mid lane, we have initiation on the Gladiator. 1 more hit's going to be enough, and Moira just a bit too late with the ultimate. Gauntlet does port into the Moira ultimate. The power throw is going to hit on the Moira. Nice double stun as well coming out from the Aluna. Is it going to be enough for the Moira, though? He does get healed up a bit. Axe is going to be hitting him as well. He gets displaced by the Sapphire unstable shard, though, and Legion is going to be happy to walk away with their lives from that, because I think they maybe were a bit too deep right there.
Yeah, I think so as well. I have to kind of give some props to Moira. I think Moira's having a fantastic game. Yeah, he's had a really good start to the match, and I don't believe he played the last cycle, because I think we were saying earlier about him being a replacement for Blore. So I definitely think he's kind of stepping into that support role quite nicely. Imberboy now has 430 GPM.
Yeah, he has
so-
recovered phenomenally well.
It looks like he's going to be going towards the shrouds, which I
But
think.
look at this though, Pebbles with the double combo right here. Moira, is he gonna fall? One more hit and it's gonna be enough. Power throw comes in as well, but Pebbles might be in a lot of trouble. Unstable Shard is gonna be doing a lot of damage to him. Madman moving over as well. He's got PK soon-ish. He's got another stun, but there's the ultimate coming out from the Sapphire right here, and I think that's just the dead Pebbles as they made sure to stop his... Oh, Dust actually coming out. Gauntlet trying to get the hook off. Nice sidestep from Mate, actually. He just stood still, but it doesn't matter as Pitfall, is he going to hit? He's trying to juke into the trees, but it looks to me like he is still going to fall.
I feel, just getting back to the Pebbles when he died, I feel so bad for him because his PK was so close to provide him with
top
the
lane. They do manage to get the tower, and that's really big for them. But Luna, without that mana, might be in some trouble. The slow does come out on the Madman right there, which is going to be very valuable. But I feel like he's still in danger of falling. The Stalk is going to come out again. He's got a barrel roll, but here comes the Predator. He's moving over, and remember, he still has that dust from earlier, and he's going to be using it. And Madman now forced to run away as the Soul Trap does end up finishing off the Luna. And I mean, Madman is trying to juke and jive, and Morax is just barely out of vision. Gonna be missing the Madman, so he's doing a great job juking right there.
Yeah, Madman is extremely slippery. But it's quite interesting to see that Predator wanted to chase him down as opposed to denying a Luna from the Soul Trap. So obviously they really wanted that kill. Unfortunately, they did miss it because
Look at the smoke in the bottom lane, by the way. They're going to try and find the Sapphire, and they are going to get vision of him. There's the Shroud, though. Do they have vision on him? It looks like they do. That Rev Ward coming into play by Mate, but Moira is there with the catch. He's going to use his ultimate. Gauntlet's in the ultimate as well. Getting that extra movement speed. Tablet comes out from the Meraxis. Going to save him for now. Actually, they could try and turn it as Mate is right here with the Revenant, and they're doing a ton of damage to that Gauntlet, but be careful where you run to, Pebbles. The Pitfall is going to end up missing in the end. Revenant might be the one to fall as a sort of sacrificial lamb right here, as Madman is going to be moving over. Are they going to do it, though? Madman running towards the left. They're going to have vision of him with that Word of Sight, but it looks to me like Madman is safe to run away.
Yeah, just kind of touching on Madman, I've noticed he has picked up a Shaman's headdress. I'm not the biggest fan of that. I think with the start that he had, I would have liked to have either seen a Nullfire Blade for the extra agility and the mana burn, or mid lane.
Oh yeah, mid lane. We have initiation as they finally find the Moira, and Pebbles is actually going for more. He gets the nice stun on Gladiator, uses the illusion rune, which makes his toss a lot more awkward, but is he going to be able to still find the Gladiator? He tosses his own illusion, and that's going to be enough for the kill. But here you have Sapphire now moving over. He's got the Invis, and Moraxis is going to be able to, just be fine. But Revenant, well, Revenant, I think you're going to die. And Moraxis manages to TP away, but Revenant, I'm sorry, buddy, but the hook does end up missing. But they don't have vision. They don't actually have vision of him, but his Shroud is now ended, and yeah, Imberboy realizing something was up, gonna catch him out right there.
I have to say, some of Revenant positions is
top lane. Pebbles in a lot of trouble as he uses combo to farm. Is he gonna fall though? No, it doesn't look like it, as Pebbles is a tanky boy.
Yeah, so some of Revenant's positions this game have just been quite amusing. But no, just getting back to the kind of Madman and the Shaman's pickup. I mean, what do you think of it? I mean, I'm not personally a big fan of it. I think I would have liked to see more damage output come out from Madman. But obviously it does give him an extra tanky kind of factor, to his playstyle. But yeah, do you like it or not?
I mean, their main damage on Hellborn right now, even the Predator does a good chunk of magical damage using that Hyper Crown. You should never really discount that, but the rest of the damage is all strictly magical. But I feel like if Revenant is there with Mortification, then it's going to be very easy for them to bring down the Madman regardless. And there's initiation on the top lane as Gladiator now getting caught by the Meraxes, and that is just a dead Gladiator. He has no chance to do anything. Invis on the Sapphire. They're going to go in on the Predator, but he had his Stone Eye up, so he wasn't taking any damage. Aluna now being brought down by the Shard, but Moira Illusion is going to fall, and they're absolutely safe. And now without a Moira Illusion, I think they should be safe to push the top lane.
Yeah, I've just noticed Pebbles and Revening are invisible at the moment, so they might be looking to jump soon.
Yeah, I want them to use Mortification on Pebbles as he jumps for that extra negative magic armor. But here's the initiation on the Gauntlet. Moira was there and absolutely instantly on time. But is it going to be enough as Meraxes does get a double initiation on the Gauntlet and the Moira? And I mean, now you have a Sapphire alone with a Madman who's doing a great job split pushing bottom. But Hellborn is playing fantastically, by the way.
They are, I think, Pebbles and Meraxes are just kind of stealing the show. Yeah, the way that their initiation is going at the moment is completely spot on. And Legion, they're really lacking the damage at the moment to really turn these fights, especially with the Madman and his kind of Shamans pick up. So yeah, all credit to what Hellborn are doing at the moment. I said it earlier about being active, and they certainly are.
Taking Kongor here though is very difficult as they don't actually have any lifesteal, because Carnivorous does not work on that. So them taking Kongor is actually just very difficult. Meraxes is very strong versus Kongor though, as his axes do still do percentage damage based on the hero, on the target's HP.
Yeah, speaking of Kongors, I would personally like to see Hellborn Kongor at some point. I think they've got the space to do so. I don't know if you'd agree, or whether you think they should continue to kind of play the active sort of ganking play style, which we're currently seeing. But yeah, Kongor, do you think kind of getting a Kongor at this stage would be quite beneficial as they are moving towards it, or do you think they could carry on playing quite actively?
I think Kongor is definitely the next step for them to win. They need to take out 2 Kongors, and I actually don't like that they backed off from Legion Kongor, as now they're actually just going to do it with Madman. Madman also getting close to that Mock of Brilliance right now. And they are quite easily able to actually take this Kongor, as Madman does a lot of damage. And yeah, the axes from Meraxes are doing a lot for the Hellborn, so they managed to kill it quicker. But that buff from killing Kongor, as well as the token, is just so incredibly strong. You can push Arax with it. And there's no counter push on the side of Legion. Not really. There's Pitfall, and that's it.
I've noticed Pebbles has decided to go for the damage boost, the enchantment damage, and Predator has decided to go for the movement speed. Pebbles, I would have liked to have seen the movement speed picked up on him. I think he just utilises really well with the extra mobility. But no, it's interesting to kind of see that he chose to go for the damage instead. Yeah.
I know Imboboy always goes for damage if he's playing a carry. But I really think just being able to replace your boots due to the Kongor buffs is one of the best things you can do, since there's, that extra slot for a TP. So you're never in fear of not being able to be somewhere. And if you get enough Kongor buffs, then it's going to be very easy for you to push. And here comes a Pitfall in to initiate with, but Meraxes is going to end up missing. He's going to try and stop the Moira from initiating. He's going to get his Nullstone procced right there, or his shield procced, I mean. But they actually took way too much damage right there. They committed quite a lot. Moira ultimate, of course, as well as Gladiator ulti, but I mean, it almost worked.
Yeah, looks like they're still going to go. I think Pebbles is really, really keen to jump.
Yeah, they just need to kill that Moira illusion instantly. Yep, and they do. Perfect. So now you have Meraxes actually getting caught right here, but the hook is going to end up missing, unfortunately. Revward placed, countered actually by the creeps that were running past, and they need to just push. They need to initiate, or they need to push. Again, the Pebble's getting caught right here. No, it's actually the Meraxes, but they need to prevent Sapphire from being able to do this, and that's exactly what they're going to do. But the Shroud being used, double stun coming out from the Moira, and the Sapphire actually falls instantly. Gauntlet now in a lot of trouble as he falls as well. Gunnel is going to use a buyback. Gladiator getting a bit low as well, but Madman is still in the midst of it all, and they need to focus on pushing. But Why So Mad is going to fall to the Gauntlet right here, but Gauntlet is just going to get focused down by the 3 heroes. Pebbles is dropping low, and he is going to end up falling, but Predator is still more than healthy, and he's just going to go for the Gladiator right there, and Mate does fall to the huge soul as well as he goes back in, and Moraxis actually screws up the initiation right there, and that's going to be a big deal as now they cannot actually kill the Madman and they're forced to back off. So really good fight coming out from the Legion. One buyback was used, but they hold.
Yeah, they held it indeed. Madman obviously picking up quite a late mock of brilliance, but it is, he's still doing quite a lot of work as we saw in that team fight. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to call. I think it would have been great for him to have an earlier mock, but then you think if he didn't have the shamans, would he have died a bit more often? Possibly. But no, even getting the mock at this stage is obviously proven to be quite worthwhile, and I think it is obviously going to skyrocket his GPM fairly rapidly. If it does go into a kind of late game stage, would you give the advantage then to a Madman with mock plus other items, or do you think Predator still has the ability to kind of take over?
I think Pred has a timer on him, whereas Madman does not. But Pred is still quite strong in the at the moment in the game where the rest of the team doesn't have any items. But if the rest of the team starts getting items, so if Moira can get a Storm or a Void Talisman, or Gauntlet can get something to lock down the Predator, then he's going to have trouble. But in terms of carrying and 1v1ing, Madman is going to always take a lot of damage from a Predator, simply because of the Carnivorous, more than anything. I would almost like to see him pick up a Basher on the Madman.
Yeah. No, definitely. I think Basher would be fantastic. I think that Ringbow could also be quite effective, especially if you don't see a Savage Mace picked up onto Predator. Yeah.
Or Spiked Bola, even.
Lots of choices. Yeah. Bola's always good.
Yeah.
What do you think? I was going to say, what do you think about possibly seeing a Frostfield plate on the Legion side? I mean, I think it would be fantastic this game, but I'm kind of debating who they should get it on. Possibly the Gauntlet, although his GPM is quite low. Gladiator, I don't think he's going to get that anytime soon. But I mean, we could see that on the Madman. Do you think Frostfield could be an option as well, or do you think you'd like to kind of see that on one of the initiators instead?
I would prefer it on an initiator, if anything, but Gauntlet is not the best farming hero, so he's going to have a lot of trouble farming that up. And it is very effective against the Hellborn, but it's also very effective against the Legion, as Sapphire really suffers from the attack speed slow as well as the Madman.
I've noticed as well with Meraxus, he's gone for more of a kind of utility build. So we can see obviously the PK, which is always picked up, but we see the Storm Spirit and the Tablet over the Hellflower. Me myself, if I play a hero like Meraxus or something similar, I do love to have the utility items. I think they're so fantastic in team fights. But yes, you could debate a Hellflower could be useful as well, as there is going to be.
Pred is going to be running into a Moira right here. He's not going to get hooked, but there's actually the ultimate from the Moira, and they choose to not go on Gauntlet right there, but they're looking for the Sapphire, but they're not going to find him, and I think that this was a mistake. Take what you can get in a scenario like this, as the rest of the Legion team manages to get away.
Yeah, I could kind of see their idea. I think the way they executed it was just quite poor. As you say, they could have just gone, what they saw there, and got an easy kill, but they chose not to. Wanted to go for another target. So yeah, it was unfortunate. But no, just kind of going back to briefly what I was saying about the Meraxus. I love the fact that he's picked up a Tablet and a Storm Spirit over, things like Junkin or Hellflower, which are, slightly kind of greedier pickups. Although you could maybe argue that Hellflower isn't too greedy and quite team effective. But what do you think about those? Do you like the fact that he's gone for a Tablet and a Storm, or do you think one would have been fine as there's a jump?
Oh yeah, there's a jump coming in onto the Pebbles right here. He's going to get tableted away by Revenant, but he's going to get ported right back there by Hansi, and he's going to get the kill as well. And Revenant now may have stuck around a bit too long, but the hook is going to miss, and they're actually too afraid to continue, and that might be the right idea, as the rest of the Hellborn team was middle. And what you were saying about Meraxus, I like the fact that he went for the utility, but I mean, I don't know if you're going to believe it, but I don't think he should have gone the Tablet. I think the Storm is definitely very strong versus a Gladiator.
Did you just say that? I can't believe.
Yeah, I know. I can't believe it either. But I mean, it's not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. It's a fantastic item. But I think with his other supports actually having picked up the tablets as well, then it might be a bit overkill. A bit, just a tiny bit, a slight tiny bit. But the Storm Spirit is super effective versus a Gladiator to prevent yourself from being ported back. So that pickup I really do like.
Yeah, I think the Storm Spirit is fantastic. and you can't underestimate the extra mobility it gives you with the movement speed. I'm quite a fan of picking that item up just for the movement speed. I think it's always quite beneficial to have, especially on a kind of chasing down hero like Braxis. So yeah, I personally think that Storm Spirit is definitely a really good pickup on him. But yeah, no, Aluna's got a tablet herself. Do you like, a bit of a kind of off-tangent question, but do you like seeing a Luna with more damage output items as well, like Health Flower and possibly Spell Shards, or do you think it's always best as a support Luna to go for that kind of tablet of commands, helping teammates and such?
I think Portal Key is an amazing item on the Luna. You can do so many outplays with it. Like me and Mex and even Dutch yesterday, we played the Aluna, and we all just enjoy playing the hero more than anything. And the fact that you can deja vu back, and yeah, look at that. That's the thing I'm talking about. And that damage coming out from Sapphire right there is ridiculous. And there's the initiation right there. And what a staff combo, but Moira with the huge vortex right there, and he's gonna take no damage on the Sapphire almost. He's gonna stun the Pebbles up as well. And Pebbles, nice storm coming out from the Miraxis there, coming into play. Nice triple combo, or triple toss right there, no combo. But Predator now going in, he's regenning a lot because of that symbol, and the Lightning is doing so much as he gets both Moira and Gauntlet and everyone else, and now Madman with that Rev Ward is in a lot of trouble. He's going to get chased down right there. The dust comes out as well, but there's the Bola that we were talking about, but the power throw was enough to finish him off, and Moira Illusion killed quickly as well. But look at that! There you have Imba Boy with that unstable shard, and he's going to be able to pick off the Pebbles right there. But I honestly feel like they can turn 5 seconds until Predator has his symbol up again, and that's all they need. A stun from Miraxis, and that's a kill on Sapphire. But it looks to me like they're going to be doing the smart thing and not listening to me and just backing off.
Yeah, definitely taking the safer option. I thought Legion would have that fight with the way that Moira casted holds on on Pebbles' staff truck combo. But I think that with the buyback that came out, well, sorry, first of all with the Predator kind of eating up so many heroes, and then the Sapphire buyback picking off the Pebbles. I mean, I still give a slight advantage to Hellborn with that fight because Predator did really well. He survived, and he's he was absolutely fine. But no, what do you think? Do you think the buyback was worth it, or do you think it was kind of a bit risky to send Sapphire back in?
I mean, it was necessary. It was absolutely necessary. If he didn't buy back there, they would have lost their X 100%, because Pebbles and Aluna got really well. Pebbles died outright, and Aluna got really low from the unstable shard. So that buyback was definitely warranted, but they have to watch out now as they've used 4 buybacks already, and everyone on Hellborn still has all their buybacks.
Yeah, it's interesting to note as well, Predator, he has upgraded from the Frostburn into the Dawnbringer, which he obviously picked up earlier. So the Dawnbringer does give extra mana regen and kind of farming potential with that. I personally like it. I like it particularly for the kind of farming output and the extra bonus damage, particularly. But what about you? Do you like the kind of Dawnbringer pickup with that, or do you think it's best to kind of keep the Frostburn as it is?
Yeah, I like Dawnbringer a lot on the Pred, but also the Geometer's Bane would have been quite powerful to not only get rid of some debuffs without having to commit a Stonehide, but also for dodging. You can dodge the Sapphire Stun, and you can dodge the Gauntlet ultimate with it as well. And if you're really feeling funky, you can also dodge the Showdown.
Yeah.
But that of course is a once in a blue moon type of scenario, because that's like frame perfect type of stuff that has to happen. But I think Geometer's Bane gains such a power spike due to a Hyper Crown. Just having all those illusions be able to split push with a Hyper Crown, as well as being able to activate the Hyper Crown on a creep wave, it gives you so much split pushing potential, and also a better ability to hit towers. Because as a melee hero, you have to go up into the face of the tower, and that's always just quite risky, to say the least.
Yeah, I would completely agree, and I like Geometer's Bane most of all for the destroying effects, as you've really well described there. But no, Dawnbringer obviously has its advantages as well, and Criminal Ace has decided to go for that instead. I don't think we touched upon Madman with his Spiked Bowler pickup. I personally like it. I think it was the best item choice for him to go in terms of obviously facing a Predator who's now got a symbol. I imagine he's probably going to go into possibly a wing bow next, maybe. I could be wrong. Perhaps a hellflower. I don't know.
On the Madman. Yeah, I
the
feel
Madman.
like, yeah, Madman, the Spike Bola is definitely effective, but I think for them to even win a fight, he needs to be able to use it twice. Because the cooldown is only 20 seconds, so if they can start the fight by going on the Predator and not allowing him to regen up by auto-attacking, there's not that much that can save a Pred if he uses his Stone Hide.
Mhm.
No tablets, no storms, nothing.
Do you think?
So, yeah.
Do you think Madman needs? Do you think Madman needs needs lifesteal this game, or do you think? I mean, I personally think that he could do with lifesteal. I would like
Mhm.
to see perhaps a Whispering Helm on him. But I don't know. Yeah, I think there are other item choices you might want to kind of
Ooh, initiation from Meraxis just barely missing. And sorry, I'm just going to talk about this fight as Pitfall is going to be used on the Meraxis right there. Storm used by himself, and they need to kill that unstable shard, but there's no one on the Hellborn team who feels comfortable enough doing that. So instead, Pred is just going to be auto-attacking the Rax right there. And they actually whiffed the Sapphire ulti right there as he used Stone Knight to dodge. No, he actually hasn't used it yet. That was completely a lie. But Gladiator's ulti does miss. Pitfall does go in on the Aluna, and he drops really low. But the tablet's coming out from his team right there. Absolutely MVP as they go back in on the Moira, and the Moira Vortex does unfortunately miss. Stonehide is going to cancel the showdown, so he's just running through as the toss combo comes in on the Gauntlet, and he is going to fall. And now this is Arax as they've been knocking on this door for quite a while. Aluna also going back to base to protect his own melee Rax right here, which I think is the right decision. They should be happy with what they got right now and
Yeah, I think.
defend their own base.
Yeah, I think they'd be perfectly happy, especially because they managed to save their top racks, which is quite low, as we can kind of see. So yeah, I think they were debating whether to commit to the middle lane, but I think it's too risky with the fact that the tower is still alive, and Legion could possibly live to win a team fight there. So yeah, I think it was a smart decision to go back.
Yep. Predator now picking up a demonic breastplate. What's your thoughts on that?
Ooh, good question. I like it to an extent. I like the fact it gives obviously a lot of team armor. If you want to switch it into the more offensive option, you can look to negate the enemy's armor. The only issues I have with it are most of Predator's damage. Well, no, he doesn't have the hypercrown. No, he does have the hypercrown. Sorry. So yeah, most of Predator's damage is magic. So that doesn't synergize too well with the armor effect. And then if you look at Legion's damage with Madman picking up the Mock of Brilliance, Sapphire with his kind of magic burst, I think Demonic might not have been the best choice. I don't know if you'd agree with me, but I think just based on the fact that Legion have so much magic damage over the physical presence, perhaps Demonic may not negate too much of that.
I would have almost liked him to pick up a Shrunken so he's not afraid of going in on anything either, because that allows you to get almost 2 Stone Hides off as well as the Shrunken, and then you have a total magic immunity of like 20 seconds. It doesn't cool down all of it. Oh, but nice hook coming in on the Meraxis. He's in a lot of trouble. He's going to get tableted forward. He has... What a combo coming out from the Pebbles, though. He's going to get 3 of them. There comes the stun. Moira's going to be falling low. Sapphire's low as well. And Predator is just eating away at the team, but he's forced to back off now as Madman is going in the background. Shrunken not used by the Madman, though, or it was, and he's going to get killed immediately as Predator comes in to join the party. But now... Legion team again in a lot of trouble as now Power Throw is coming out from the Aluna. Wow, the Unstable Shard doing a huge damage against Aluna right there, but there's the initiation from the Pebbles, and that is an instant kill as Immerboy does immediately buy back afterwards. They're going to get their racks though before anything, and the Demonic actually turned out to be a very good item to kill towers with and racks with. That's going to be a GG call as Hellborn, I think, with an upset, is going to take the first game from Team Tim.
Yeah, good game to watch. I think it just came down to the PKs and Pebbles and Meraxis and the plays that they were making. Loads of really good pickoffs. They shut down the Gauntlet quite nicely. So Gauntlet didn't really pick up anything other than the PK, so he was quite ineffective. Was only involved in 11 kills as well. I think Moira had a really good game. I think Madman started off really well, but I'm still not a massive fan of the early Shaman's headdress pickup. But no, overall, I think it was down to Pebbles and Meraxis just being too strong with with the Aluna snipes on top, and in the end Predator got his core items and kind of ripped Legion team to shreds once he had all that space that was made from the initiators. So yeah, well done to Hellborn and Orcs of Newerth, who I thought played really well together.
Yeah, definitely good call on the Meraxes and the Pebbles. They were really sinking this game as they had some great pickoffs. And it's not even that every pickoff went as smoothly as it could have been, but the fact that they were able to just kill this gauntlet this many times, he became a walking hook pretty much in the end of the game. So unfortunate for Tolkforce in this case, but that hero just cannot recover. If he doesn't have a good start on Gauntlet, there's no way that he can actually keep farming.
Yeah, absolutely. If Gauntlet, as you say, gets off to a bad start, then he's very, very niched. So yeah, good ending point to kind of wrap it up, and looking forward to game 2.
Yeah, definitely, it's going to be one to look out for. As Honcast is going to be right back, as this is a best of 3 series, and we're going to see whether Team Tim can respond with anything huge. Be right back.
All right, everyone. Welcome back here to the Paradise League Tournament cycle number 8. We are here with you with game number 2 of semifinal number 2, where we have Orcs of Newerth here on the Legion side going to be once again taking on Team Tim. Orcs of Newerth just coming off a game 1 victory. I am going to be your main caster, What You Got, and I'm going to be joined here by BKB and Chill. How you doing after that game number 1, BKB?
Doing really well, thank you for asking. Thoroughly enjoyed game 1. I think a lot of it came down to the initiation factor from Orcs of Newerth. I thought they synergized it really well, and they took game 1 relatively comfortably. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in game 2 and if they can look to continue the good stuff that they did in game 1.
So, what are you expecting to see coming out of the gates here in game number 2 from the side of Team Tim? What do they need to do, or what do they need to change up or do differently to kind of respond coming off a loss here in game number 1?
I think they need to kind of solidify their initiation a bit more. So with the first game they had a Gauntlet, and I think Gauntlet, he's not always the most reliable initiator. And I think when you're going against a Meraxis and a Pebbles, Gauntlet really can't contest those 2 heroes on his own. So I would like to see them pick a bit more with regards to a bit more kind of aggression. So, perhaps heroes like a Deadwood, for example, perhaps, something like Pebbles is picked up by Legion, so they can't take that. But maybe a Deadwood and something else could be quite effective. I know we can potentially see a Geomancer, because I believe that Markoska does play that hero quite frequently in team matchmaking. But no, just going back to your question, I think that it just comes down to I would like to see them play more aggressively and doing more with regards to setting up those team fights with a bit more kind of impetus and a bit more kind of aggressiveness really.
Okay, fair points. We'll see if as Team Tim kind of develops their draft, if they do go or if they tend to go toward that route. We do have the bans already done, so we have Engineer and the Magnus going to be banned out here by Orcs of Newerth. I got a chance to replay cast their matches from the round of 8, and I think I remember that they have banned those 2 heroes specifically every single match. So I think it's safe to say these are 2 heroes that they just don't want to give up to their opponent. They don't want to play against, being very annoying team fighting style of heroes. And then we have the Moira and the Electrician bans coming out from the side of Team Tim. I think these are pretty straightforward. We've been seeing a whole lot of Moira, Electrician, not only picked up but banned, so just pretty popular meta heroes right now. We're going to have the first pick, a Luna, coming out from the side of Orcs and Newerth, going to be responded here with an Andromeda into a Pebbles into a Deadwood. So there's the Pebbles once again from Orcs and Newerth coming out here in game number 2.
Yeah, Pebbles, I think we've seen it so much today. I'm actually surprised it's not been banned more frequently. I think Pebbles is such a devastating hero, especially in this metagame where it's so active and it is very kind of reliant on those PK initiators. Just wanted to kind of touch upon one of the bans. So we see Electrician that's banned by Imberboy once again. I know that he does have quite a trend with banning Electrician because he doesn't like to play against it. I mean, what do you think about it? Do you think that it's one of those heroes that is really ban worthy, particularly because it is so tanky and it can be quite devastating in team fights, or do you think Electrician can be left on the board in certain aspects?
I think Electrician is one of those heroes that once the mid game kind of rolls around, he becomes really difficult to deal with. He builds this large mana pool, and unless you have a hero that's specifically good against dealing with large mana pool style of heroes, he just becomes this really tanky, annoying hero in your face. And when he picks up something like that portal key that enhances his initiation with that grip, being able to set up ganks and lock down one target for a very long duration, I think it's just very, very difficult to deal with. So I kind of understand why a lot of teams value removing the Electrician from the pool. I feel like it kind of forces you to address him with something like that Moira, or I've seen I think Big Ego Crew likes to pick up Magebane whenever they face Electrician, so some style of hero that can really deal with the big mana pool of Electrician. But as we can see here, the Moira getting addressed as well by Team Tim, so they don't have that available. But yeah, I want to kind of finish the draft before we get too far along. We have a Martyr coming out as the third pick, a hero that we don't see a whole lot. But there's the Draconis, and I think you want to talk about the Draconis pick a little bit.
I'll talk about that pick. Yeah, I'm excited to see this, and the reason for that is I believe Gunnall 2019, also known as Togforce, he is an extremely renowned and very, very strong Draconis player. So I'll be very interested to see whether he kind of sticks, if they decide to stick that in the jungle, and if he decides to kind of, play a farming game with it, or if he is going to play slightly more active with, some of his kind of rotations that we do see in matchmaking sometimes. I think it's a fantastic pick. I think that the fact that Legion left it on the board is a bit scary for them because I've seen him farm that hero up to 700, 800 GPM sometimes extremely quickly, and it's always difficult to fight against it because it looks to pick up some tanky items on top of things such as Mock. So it's always a nuisance to play against, and really kind of quite excited to see how they utilize it.
I'm right with you. So as a jungle player myself, I'm going to be interested to see if they do. I'm expecting to see it ran in the jungle. That's not to say it couldn't be played in the lane, but we'll keep an eye on where the Draconis does end up going in the end. The Legion side will ban out Oogie, Hammerstorm, and Puppet Masters. So I think you could argue those are all pretty solid bans as they didn't adjust the Draconis here, but those heroes all have some merit for getting banned out. Then we have the Moraxis, the Sandwraith, and the Sir Bensington. Does anything really stick out to you, or is this pretty normal stuff we're seeing for the most part?
I think it's relatively normal. You could argue that Puppet Master is one of those bands that you can maybe question, but I think that because Imberboy and even Huge Soul, who's been picking it up quite a lot recently, I think because those players are very, very good with the hero, and it is quite difficult to deal with the Puppet Master sometimes, especially if it picks up an early Shroud. I think they're just saying, look, we don't want to deal with that kind of essence of the hero, and we would like to ban it so that we don't have to play against it. So that's the only one that kind of really stands out to me.
Okay, so perhaps that ban could have perhaps been the Draconis, but in the end, we do have the Draconis on the board now. We're going to see the fourth pick of Rally coming out from Team Orcs of Newerth, and they're going to finish off their lineup here with the Tremble. So they will be running the one-roll Tremble here. Is that something that you like, or do you feel like Tremble is better paired with another core in the team, or do you like him as a single core?
In my opinion, I personally like to have him as a solo core. And I think he's just so damn hard to kill. He has the invisibility, he has the extra movement speed bonus. He takes a bit of juice damage from his Q spell, which is the Dark Swarm. So he can be quite a nuisance if he is kind of laning on his own, and I think that he really benefits off the levels. So just to answer your question, I would like to see him played as a kind of solo laner. And if he looks to pick up items such as, possibly a Hellflower, or even a Nullfire Blade, I think he could easily get some pickoffs onto a few Hellborn heroes whenever he wants, if he gets the space to do so. So I'd put it in the solo lane.
Okay, and then we're going to see Team Tim here finish off their lineup with the Geomancer pick, something that you pointed out, Markoska. I don't know if I'm going to pronounce that name correctly, but dark green here, a very renowned Geomancer player, so safe to say that's a comfort pick. So great that they get their hands on that, and then they finish their lineup off with a Gemini. So what do you think about the Gemini on top of the Draconis going up against that Tremble here in number 2?
I love the Gemini pick. I think Gemini is fantastic when you have setup heroes like, Andromeda with the swap, Geomancer with the stun, Deadwood with the stun, or even the PK ultimate. So I love the Gemini factor in this game. I'm interested to kind of see if Legion look to kind of block a few camps that Draconis may look to farm. I believe that when you played Draconis a few cycles ago, you played against a team that did like to block your camps, and you kind of rotated. What do you think about that aspect? Do you think it's always worth trying to block camps against a Draconis, or do you think there's always that risk factor of the wards being dewarded, and then obviously that becomes quite negated?
I think whenever you go up against a jungle lineup and you're running 2 supports, so being you don't have your own jungler in the team, I think the idea to block camps is always good, and the reason behind that is it really slows down the momentum of the stack clearing from the jungler, but it also forces either the support to kind of spend some time trying to find and deward the ward, waste some time, waste some resources, but it also could do the same thing to the jungler himself. So just the time and the resources invested alone, I feel like is valuable enough to merit doing so. So I do like the decision here from Orcs of Newerth to at least expend one of their wards. We'll look to see if they look to block any of the camps further. But going into the deeper part of the jungle is always a risk if you don't do it as a full unit. So we'll see if they look to use any more resources. But I do like the idea of them blocking at least some of the camps.
Hmm. I have one more question relating to Draconis. When
Mhm.
it comes to kind of rotating around the jungle, I mean, I'm not a good jungle player myself, and I never touch the hero, even though I think it's a fantastic hero. So I'm quite keen to hear your thoughts as to the kind of rotations around, around the Hellborn jungle. And also, do you feel that with the Hellborn jungle for Draconis, do you think it's an easier jungle to farm in compared to the Legion side, or do you think the Legion side has a bit better advantage for Draconis and junglers in general?
I think in terms of the jungles, I think the Hellborn jungle is maybe slightly at edge. Just it's a little easier to maneuver with some of the tree lines, the way the camps are kind of positioned. But overall, I think it's fairly even in that aspect. Quite a while ago, we had kind of like a little bit of a map change with some of the locations of the camps. I think more specifically, the directions of the pull camps on the side lanes being a little bit more accessible to the lanes. But in terms of like the junglers just jungling, moving from camp to camp, I think there's like a tiny slight edge for a hero like Draconis in the Hellborn jungle. But with that being said, the Legion jungle is still very efficient at the same time. So pretty even overall.
I appreciate the analysis. As I say, I never touch the jungle. It's not a role that's made for me. But it's always good to kind of hear your input because I know that you do play the role quite frequently, and it is. Is it your favorite role? Or do
I
you?
could talk about jungling for hours. So if you want to continue this conversation, we could do it anytime. I mean, I will just blab about jungle for God knows how long. But yeah, I don't know if our viewers necessarily want to hear that. So I'll just that'll be my analysis about the rotations for the jungler this game.
Just going into the kind of picks briefly, the overall picks. One thing I've noticed from Hellborn and Imber Boys team, so Team Tim, they have gone for more kind of comfort picks this game. So we see Huge Soul playing the Deadwoods. I do believe that he has played that hero quite frequently. Obviously, we spoke about the Geomancer pickup, and then Imber Boy playing the Gemini and Tog Fours on Draconis. It looks like they're just looking to play heroes that they feel really good with, heroes that they can, just play to their kind of maximum potential, and look to obviously try and equalize the series. Because I think if you're 1-0 down in the series, the last thing you want to do is to kind of go for risky picks or picks that you don't feel 100% confident with, just because you want to try and fit them into a certain strategy. So I like what they're doing with regards to being quite comfortable with the heroes they've selected, and it'll be interesting to kind of see if they play them to their kind of true potential that we do see in other games.
I agree with you completely. And I want to just touch upon how the lanes are shaping up. So we do have that Tremble going into the short lane bottom for Legion, which you pointed out you like to see him played in that solo style of role. So they're going to give him the solo experience. They're going to run a dual mid here of Pebbles and Aluna, which is going to start off against the Deadwood. We'll see if the support will rotate or stay in the top lane, where that being Andromeda, where he will be paired up with Gemini and the Geomancer going up against the Martyr in the rally. And then, of course, Draconis going to be the X Factor here, jungling in his own jungle. So, what do you think about this top lane as we have a 2 versus 3 to start things off?
This top lane is going to be very interesting. Oh, there's a jump.
Yeah, we're going to have a Dig Stun come in. A nice compel onto the Martyr to avoid the Twin Fang stun from Gemini. But here comes a Comet stun. Martyr used the Soul's Conviction to try to regain the health here. But the nice body blocks are coming in. Another Dig Stun landing from Geomancer. And we're going to have the first blood here at the under 1 minute mark. So Geomancer picking up that Bloodlust kill. We'll see if he looks to, I was going to say pick up early boots, but he does go for the Chalice. So he will port to the bottom lane, where it looks like he'll be playing that off lane role here against the Tremble.
Yeah, I was thinking the tri lane's going to be interesting for the simple reason that they've got Marta. And Marta is not one of those heroes that we do see at all. I mean, it's quite a rare hero even in TMM. So it's yeah. I mean, he took the E spell, the Soul's Conviction first, as you described, and that kept him alive for quite a while. But as he's kind of building up into that kind of more defensive skill build, because I imagine he should be taking wings next, unless he decides to go for Q instead, it just kind of limit the damage potential. But I could be eating my words. He may decide to level the Retribution instead, which obviously gives him more damage based on his HP pool. So yeah, I think there's potential for both sides to do pretty well with the lane. But I would probably give the advantage. It's difficult to call, but yeah, I think maybe give it to Hellborn just because I like the Gemini, especially as it obviously has a long range leap and they can maybe lock the Martyr down.
Yeah, I feel like whenever there's a martyr in a 2 versus 2, you really can't count out that turn potential. And then that on top of the rally compel being able to be played both offensively and defensively. I feel like this is Legion's lane to kind of outplay Hellborn. So we'll keep an eye on if any of that kind of things happen. But Andromeda does pick up an Invis rune here. We're going to have initiation from Pebbles as he chucks Deadwood backwards onto Andromeda. Nice rotten grass going to land. And Luna will go down first. Deadwood going to make the plays here with the power supply and the health potion to stay alive. So great play coming out there from Huge Soul on the Deadwood to get that kill onto the Luna as Andromeda came in for some assistance.
I love the I don't know about you, but I love the Andromeda combined with the Deadwood. It's so much negative armor, and especially
Fantastic
when you're
combo, yep.
Yeah, especially when you play against a Pebble who's renowned for having quite low armor until he maxes his E spell, his slab skin. They could possibly pick up 1 or 2 kills onto Pebbles, which would, obviously negate his early PK, which he'll be looking to go for.
We're going to have a Stalagmite stun here. Does he have mana for the toss? He's going to throw him straight up in the air. The auto attacks from a Luna to follow up that power throw, and Emerald Lightning stun will be enough. So they get some revenge there in the mid lane as they take out Deadwood now. Evening up the mid lane. Sorry, I lost my words there.
No,
1 kill
good.
apiece for the initiators.
Yeah, I did witness that, and I think a lot of that came down to Andromeda's positioning. She was playing quite defensive then. I'm not sure of the reason why. I don't know if she had a career delivery or something. But because she played quite defensively, Pebbles was free to cast his full combo, and got the kill on Deadwood, which is something I didn't really expect. I thought having the Andromeda there would keep Deadwood alive, but unfortunately she was positioned quite defensively, which allowed the kill to happen.
Bottom lane, we're gonna have the Dark Swarm come out, and Geomancer not able to get that dig stun off. He ends up going down in that 1 versus 1 matchup. So great play coming out there from the Tremble to net that 1 versus 1 kill. And so I wanted to ask you something. With Andromeda rotating to the mid lane, this obviously leaves Gemini a bit vulnerable up here in the top lane, as we actually see Martyr rotating into the jungle to try to steal away some of the stack here from Draconis. But do you think that's something that Team Tim should be worried about, leaving the Gemini 1 versus 2, or because Draconis is the secondary carry here, having a good start, is that completely fine?
I think it's okay to leave the Gemini on his own. I don't think Gemini will die at all to rally Martyr. That there's not enough lockdown potential with that combination. I think they're just trying to prioritize the Draconis at this stage. Getting as much farm on him as possible. And I think all mid lane.
Oh, yep, a kill I missed. We're maybe going to have a second kill here as Draconis comes in with the Volcano, the Cataclysm, as it's called, and they net themselves a second kill there onto the Pebbles. So great rotation coming in from Draconis, and he's already level 7 with the Ghost Marcher, so he is off to 470 gold per minute. And that is with a blocked camp and Martyr saying hello once or twice to him. So this is why perhaps we see the Draconis band coming out occasionally.
There was a sorry to interrupt. There was a kill at the bot lane as well. Tremble got his second kill onto Geomancer. So
glad you got that.
Yeah, so Geomancer is now 150 GPM level 5. Tremble is now 450 at level 7. But top lane, I think there's a bit of a
rally. He has the compel available, but looks like Andromeda not going to go for the Comet stun there.
Yeah, so with regards to the Geomancer picking up I think he got the Bloodlust at the beginning. That gave Tremble quite a bit of room to obviously farm a few early levels and to even get his boots or Iron Shield. I'm not sure what he picked up first. But
Well,
I think
Andromeda could be in some trouble here. The Emerald Lightning Stun comes out. We have an Invis rune on the rally. Compel Stun to follow. The auto attacks from Maluna secure the kill there. Pretty straightforward kill there. Andromeda gets caught out of position.
yeah, I was just kind of touching upon, I think because Tremble got those early levels as he just go on the Geomancer again.
Bot lane, we have the Hive Mind coming out, and Geomancer is going to fall. That damage from the Dark Swarm is very nasty as he has that level 3. Too much damage for Geomancer to handle. That Immobilize very, very strong, lasting for... How long does that last level 1? 3 seconds. And as I'm talking about that, we have a kill in both the mid lane and the top lane for the side of Orcs and Newerth as they get kills on both the Deadwood and the Gemini. So the early laning phase coming out from Orcs and Newerth here doing fantastic as they find themselves now in an 8-3 hero kill lead.
Yeah, I did catch the mid lane pick up. I missed the top one. I'm not sure which one you saw yourself. But mid lane just came down to the combination again. Just too much damage output from the Pebbles and the Luna. And I think those two have been playing together for quite a while. Because I think the Luna's not found the dog, excuse me. Luna is Mate on Hahaha. But I do believe him and Busy have played together for quite a while anyway. So I think their synergy is generally pretty strong, which is why
they're trying to set up a kill here on the Tremble. The Dig Stun is going to miss, but here comes the Volcano with that Dragon Flame, and they are going to go for a dive here. Gemini splits up and uses the stuns from the dogs. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Andromeda going down. We had a Willowmaker being used here, but here come the wings from Martyr, and they're looking to turn this one around. Pebbles, he has a Chuck coming up in 1 more second. Will he toss him back? He will get locked on by the Rotten Grass. Here comes a Crystal Field, but Geomancer double taps the Dig Stun. He will not land the Dig Stun, and will the Deadwood make the escape here as Martyr? He does have a Retribution, but looks like he's not able to get the range there. Geomancer going to try to go for some return pressure. Here comes a Dig Stun into a Rotten Grass. Will Martyr be able to use the Retribution? He uses the Soul's Conviction, but he won't be able to turn it around. Here comes a Stalagmite Stun into a toss, and that will be the kill here in response onto the Geomancer. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 there in the end.
Yeah, so I think earlier on you brought up about the Andromeda and her rotations. I think what she should have focused on was trying to keep Deadwood alive, just so they can try and secure his early PK. Pebbles has now kind of taken over the mid lane. He's got 4 kills and 1 assist, so I think he's
We have a Rotten Grasp landing here on the Pebbles. He's going to toss Rally in, and they're going to get the kill on the Deadwood. Now we have Draconis coming in with the flank. He gets the Dragon Flame off, but while this is going on, the Seismic Slam takes out Andromeda as he ports back in. Draconis with that double damage and doing so much damage. Will they be able to get the catch here? Aluna, she has the stun but can't get in range, so Draconis a little bit too slippery there with those Ghost Marchers. He remains the top of the GPM charts at 515 gold per minute. But yeah, Rally picking up a double tap there.
Yeah, Rally's now at 400 GPM, so he's got off to a fantastic start. Yeah, I was just kind of briefly mentioning about the Andromeda. I would have liked to have seen be a bit more protective of that Deadwood, trying to secure his early farm. But now Pebbles has taken over. He should get his PK before the Deadwood, I would imagine, because he's 150 GPM above him. But I think with the Pebbles PK...
Grasp here will land. The Crystal Field comes out into the Dig Stun. Do they have the damage, though, to bring down Deadwood? Yes, they do. The Willowmaker comes out and secures that kill. Martyr was not able to get in range, and the stun from Aluna was already down. So great play coming up between Deadwood and Geomancer to slow down that Pebbles.
That's exactly what I wanted to see. I wanted them to shut down the Pebbles, because I think if Pebbles gets his PK earlier on, I think it does limit what Draconis can do. And I think Draconis is probably going to be the most important factor for this Hellborn team, especially with his early farm. So, or bot lane, bot river.
Yep, bot lane. We're going to have a Twin Fang stun, unfortunately, or land on here onto the Aluna. The Rotten Grass comes out, but the kill was already secured. So they bring 3 players there to take out the Aluna.
Sorry.
Yeah,
No, I was going to say, I've got to ask a question, and I don't know if you were going to ask it as well, but Draconis has a Soul Trap and 2,000 gold, so I imagine he's probably, or bot lane, has a bit of affection.
Yep, bot lane, we're going to have Rally use the Compel defensively. Willowmaker's still on cooldown for 40 more seconds. He will health potion up, and we have a TP coming in from Aluna, but it looks like Team Tim will fall back here in the bot lane. But Deadwood, he's hanging around. We'll see if they go for a kill here. Meanwhile, we have a port coming into the mid lane. Cataclysm is down from Draconis, but looks like Oryx and Newerth will reset in the bot lane. The kill does happen as the slam comes out to follow up the compel on top of the power throw and stun from Aluna. So, bit of action happening in both lanes, but the better action happening bot lane. Ultimate Warrior streak now coming out for the rally. Luna's going to run into Geomancer here. We'll see if anything comes out of this. Power throw lands. Auto attacks. Needed one more of the dig stun to safety.
Yeah, so the Draconis has his pool 2,400 gold. I have to ask the question, do you think this is the right game to go for a Mock of Brilliance? Or do you think he should be building into more of a kind of tanky kind of team fighting build, perhaps with a Barrier Rider instead?
My personal opinion is actually hold that thought. We're going to have Draconis getting caught here. So speak of Draconis, we give him the caster's curse. He ends up going down. That will be his first death of the game. But I do feel like, to answer your question, I feel like Mock is a very core item on the hero. And since he is that kind of snowbally jungler that kind of just, sits and takes out the stacks, I feel like the Mock just really suits that playstyle. With that being said, he will be very vulnerable, as we just saw there getting caught out. In those early ganking stages, very low on HP. So this is kind of his weak timing, where he's very vulnerable to getting bursted down. But I think they're going to need the Mock on him because the Geomancer off lane only sitting on 139 GPM, the Deadwood mid only sitting on 200 GPM. They're going to need that hero to really kind of bring it home for them. And Gemini not having the best start, as we saw him 2 versus 1 for the majority of the laning stage, only on 300 GPM as well. So I feel like they kind of need that big item on the Draconis.
Mm-hmm. I'm completely with you. And I've just noticed that Gemini has picked up quite a lot of sustainability items. So he's got the red boots, bottle, blood chalice, power supply, and the iron shield. So in terms of him kind of building towards, these kind of core items, he's going to be slightly delayed. I'm interested to hear what you think about this. I mean, I'm not a big fan. I like the fact that he has a bottle and a power supply, but I don't think he needs the chalice on top of that as well. I think that he can do, just fine with what he has with the sustain, just from the bottle and the power supply itself. But obviously, we see him on the red boots, and he has 1k saved, so he's going to be picking up the steam boots quite soon, I imagine. But with the kind of delay for his core items, so possibly, the Firebrand into Geobane, or perhaps the Dawnbringer, which he may look to go for instead. What are your thoughts about it? Do you like him going for this kind of delayed, sustainability route, or do you think he should have kind of rushed into perhaps a Firebrand into something more damage like?
On the Gemini, I think you either want a bottle or a chalice. I feel like having both is a little bit too much with the power supply and the iron shield, like you're suggesting. And one of the main reasons for that is he can always cycle one of the dogs to base if he gets low on mana, and then port it back home once it's full health and recombine, and he's back to full. So I feel like it does delay. To answer your question, it does delay the core item by a bit. And I think you want the Steam Boots to come earlier rather than later, because the 10 stats that you gain from Steam Boots is very, very impactful in the early game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't play Gemini too often, but I have done in the past. But if I was to kind of build it, I would usually go into Steam Boots, and I think we spoke about it a couple of cycles ago, or perhaps the last cycle when we casted together. We spoke about kind of potentially going for Energizer.
Yes.
Energizer this game would be quite interesting because I'm not sure whether it would be too effective against heroes such as Tremble with the Immobilize and Pebbles with the stun, and even Rally with the stun. But obviously, it does give quite a good amount of benefits relating to the stats and the extra movement speed for himself and his teammates. Would you have considered an Energizer this game, or do you think Energizer would be a bit of a waste, in relation to the fact that Legion have quite a lot of lockdown in their setups?
So if I was playing Gemini in this game, I loved Energizer first of all on Gemini, but I would not go Energizer this game because
Yeah.
I think you made some valid points. I would go the Astrolabe. I feel like because there's so much burst on the side of Legion, the ability to just heal up and kind of have that turn potential, also giving you those nice stats from the Astrolabe in the early game. As we know, Gemini loves his stat items. I feel like that would be the better choice over the Energizer before building into a core item. We're going to see the swap come out here in the bot lane onto Martyr, the Willowmaker on top, as we see Huge Soul's pizza taunt. We love to see. He loves to do those smackdowns, so we always see the pizza taunts coming out. But they're gonna get that kill there onto the Martyr, and Draconis he will fly into the mid lane to defend this tower, and keep it nice and healthy there.
Just trying to think if there's anything more satisfying than landing a Willowmaker or Falcon Punch with a Smackdown on top, especially onto a hero like Marta. I think it's always a kind of feel good feeling to that.
It's always one of those, yeah. It's one of those I got you kind of spells. Like it's similar to like a Legionnaire ultimate or like a big rally slam. It's just that feeling when you land those spells just really feels nice.
I think we know a lot about your big. What's the quote that you say when you is it the slam from hell?
Oh come on, we're not gonna talk about that. Let's talk about Draconis taking out this triple stack as he's getting close to his Sword of the High, sitting on the 3,000 gold. So he's gonna have that sword here in another 150 gold, getting very very close. He's now level 12, currently the highest level and the highest gold per minute in the game.
I'll be quick.
Bot lane, we have action as Tremble is sitting here on the Deadwood. He does not have that Willowmaker up. The wings from Martyr preventing a lot of damage. He also used his hand in hand there to heal him up to full. He gets swapped in from the Andromeda, but that is only going to secure Andromeda's death. And now Draconis is here, and this is not where you want to be if you're Draconis porting into the fight late with no Sword of the High picked up. So he is going to fall there right before picking up the sword. Very unfortunate, as it will delay that sword coming out a little bit longer.
I think the coordination from Team Tim, I think it was just slightly off there. Andromeda wanted to swap him back in, thinking that they could possibly kill him, but Draconis didn't really, have the kind of damage output to do so. And then obviously Andromeda died, and then Draconis got caught as well. So yeah, 2 massive kills for Legion. I think if they're going to prioritize any sort of kill at this stage, I think Draconis has to be the one that they want to go for, because he's, as we discussed earlier, he's the one that can absolutely skyrocket.
Top lane, we're going to have the Geomancer and Gemini landing their spells onto the rally, so they will keep him in check as he picks up the glowstone there. So he looks like he'll be going toward that Staff of the Master. Pebbles shows off his haste rune portal key onto Geomancer's that ward of sight, giving him that information there. Nice, quick, easy kill for the Pebbles.
Yeah, so just going into Pebbles into a bit more detail. Myself and Shorcan casted the last game where we did see Busy playing the Pebbles again, and he picked up the Spell Shards level 3. I think we will see another Spell Shards level 3, because I think that the hero does really scale quite nicely with the extra damage and reduced magic armor that it provides, as he's looking to go mid
lane. We have a Veiled Rod here on the Pebbles, but we have 3 players from Team Tim in the area, almost like they're expecting something to be up. So we'll see if Pebbles does decide to jump. He might run into the Gemini here, but I think by himself, that is a target that is too tanky. He's going to go for it, though. He throws out the combo. Gemini, he's thinking about turning this now. Here comes the Twin Breath coming out. He has the split. He's going to land the stuns into the breaths, but Rally is now here, and Gemini will fall. Pebbles, is he going to fall? He does go down to Andromeda. Rally does have his slam still available. He gets swapped in from Andromeda, and Draconis throws out the Dragon Flame. The dig stun will land here onto Rally, and they will have the damage. So this backfiring from Orcs, but they did get the kill onto the Gemini. So do you think it's worth it to lose 2 players there to kill the Gemini?
I was literally just thinking about that as you asked the question. I don't really know. I mean, I think, yes, it's great to have 2 kills, but then obviously losing your Gemini, who's not doing too well at the moment anyway, is not, it's not the best idea. But I think they'll take it, and yeah, you could give a slight advantage to Hellborn, because it does, give Draconis a bit of time to farm. So yeah, perhaps a slight advantage to Hellborn, but obviously picking off the Gemini is something that Legion will be quite happy with anyway, especially since they use quite a lot to get him. I think it's better than getting nothing at least. So yeah, they'll take it.
Yeah, we saw the tower fall there in the bot lane. Gemini was unable to get the deny. We see Tremble picking up his Thunderclaws. He has it delivered here. Do you like the fact that he went for an early Astrolabe before picking up that Thunderclaws? It was given a pretty good situation down in the bot lane, or do you feel like the Astrolabe was a little unnecessary?
No, I think it's absolutely fine. I think especially because he picked up the Thunderclaw really, really early.
Okay.
He's got his sustainability items, bottles, power supply investments. I think getting the Astro and Thunderclaw before 19 minutes is really effective. He's pushed in 2 towers as well, which is good for himself and his
He's
team.
going for a kill here, but Draconis a little bit too slippery as they have that ward of sight. We have Orcs grouping up here at Hellborn's Kongor. Gemini going to split up. They're going to go for the kill here onto Tremble, but he is tanky with that Dark Swarm. Still has the Astrolabe ready to go. Gemini is going to recombine, and will they get the kill here as the swap comes out, I believe, onto Deadwood. Here comes a Martyr ultimate hand-in-hand coming out with the wings onto Pebbles, and Tremble, he's going to make the escape. While this is going on, we have Deadwood getting caught out here by the Pebbles combo and the follow-up. Gemini going to jump in. He's going to get the kill onto Martyr with the Twin Breath, and Pebbles will also fall in the background as Andromeda gets credit for that kill. So it ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Team Tim. They lose their Deadwood once again. So Huge Soul, I don't think he's liking this game too much. Only sitting on 200 GPM and the 3-6 stat line. We're I think it's safe to say we're used to very explosive performances from Huge Soul. So a little unfortunate here. They really addressed him. And in the top lane, we have a rally. Compel followed up by the Illuna spells to take out the Geomancer. Not even using the Seismic Slam there. So pretty straightforward kill up in the top lane.
Yeah, I've just noticed Luna's got 6 kills. She's above 300 GPM as a second support. That's always quite ideal because it means you can pick up, as we see. She's picked up an early tablet, and an early tablet is always fantastic.
Top lane, we're going to have the slam coming out here, and Deadwood is going to fall again. So it just continues to be troublesome for Deadwood. But Gemini is here. He's going to split up to follow up his combo. The dogs are going to lock him in place. Andromeda trying to get in range for a Comet Stun. He has the swap. He's going to swap onto the Rally. Here comes the Comet Stun. Or he swaps onto the Illuna, excuse me, as he stuns up the Rally. But it ends up not being enough damage for a kill. Gemini, I believe, had a regeneration rune. He will now be full health, but that will only be an Andromeda illusion falling up there in the top lane. So no kills in the end, following up that Deadwood kill.
Yeah, and speaking of Deadwood, he's only level 9, which is the same level as Andromeda. You compare that to Rally and Pebbles, who are 2 to 3 levels ahead of him. So the Deadwood factor this game is very, very much negated, and I think a lot of that comes down to Andromeda's positioning in the mid lane. I think down to her positioning, just Deadwood falling at the amount of times that he did, just really slowed him down. And he's had to go for red boots into Lex Talionis, which means that he couldn't finish off his Ghost Marches, which presumably he would have gone for. So yeah, it's unfortunate really, but I think if they were to kind of prioritize a bit more effort into keeping the Deadwood alive, I think he would have more presence this game.
Tremble could be in some trouble here. The Twin Fang stun is going to land. Here comes the Crystal Field into the Dig stun. Draconis comes in as well with the Cataclysm. To be quite honest, I don't even know if he was necessary, but they get the kill there on the Tremble. So I think he was the top farmer of the game. They're going to slow him down quite a bit. So a pretty important pickoff coming out for Team Tim as we also didn't point out the Rally, who's 450 gold per minute with a staff. He's had that for a few minutes now. He's sitting on the 1700 gold. So expecting to see a Portal Key as his follow-up item to that staff?
I would say yes. I don't see any reason for him to skip the Portal Key this game. We could possibly see Soul's Bulwark against the Deadwoods, even the Draconis. But I think he may look to go into that later on, possibly. Or we could see him look to upgrade that staff and give it to Pebbles instead, which means that Pebbles could go for a slightly different build.
Here comes a Rotten Grasp as the TPs come into the top lane. We have a third port coming in. The Dig Stun will land. Here comes the Wings from Martyr. He still has his hand-in-hand ready to go. Pebbles gets a 2-mets, the Lagmite combo. The power throws on top, and Illuna and Deadwood fall. Geomancer is now in a bit of trouble. He does have the Dig Stun. He will stun it offensively. They're going for the kill here onto Pebbles. Gemini jumps in. He's going for the Martyr, and he will bring him down, so the return kills are happening. And Gemini and Draconis are still very healthy. It's a double tap coming out for Illuna. He's going to make the port to safety, but Gemini and Draconis are chasing the Rally. He's going to pop the Veiled Rot, and the fight will conclude there as Tremble was unfortunately not alive during all of this. So I believe that ended up being a 3-for-2, still in favor of Orcs of Newerth.
Yeah, it's a fantastic initiation from the Pebbles with the Illuna follow-up synergy with the 2 power throws. So they got some early kills, which was great for them. But with Draconis' ability to fly to the tower very quickly, he can always kind of retaliate and offer some presence in a kind of returning team fight. And now that he's got a Mock of Brilliance, it's going to prevent Pebbles from PKing, and even Rally, if he gets his PK soon, it's going to have the same impact on him. So yeah, I think that Draconis is really probably going to take off quite soon, and we could see
There's
quite a
the Shrunken Head.
dragon. Yep, as you say, the Shrunken Head's now picked up, which gives him a lot of
They see
survivability.
Martyr and Pebbles here. Here comes the Cataclysm, the Willowmaker on top of Pebbles, and Pebbles will melt. Martyr was not able to get his wings off, and he will fall as well. The double damager and assisting Draconis as he hits for over 300. Pretty devastating there as he picks up the double tap and gets some good value out of his first Shrunken Head usage there.
I don't think we've mentioned it, but what do you think about Soul Trap on Draconis? Do people tend to buy it for the reason that they want to, negate PK heroes and stop them from activating their portal key, or do you think it's more just for a bit of extra kind of damage output in synergy with his spells?
Yeah, I think there's a couple reasons you could argue why the Soul Trap is very good on Draconis. No, obviously, you could argue he has the dot, as we see. Rally actually gets caught up here in the top lane. Tremble, he's going to try to make the escape, but I think he will be just fine. So a good kill there on the Rally, as he did pick up his portal key. I'm actually not sure if he even lost any gold on that death, but a good kill nonetheless, coming out from Team Tim. The Soul Trap, it's very good for chasing in the early game. Dragon Flame has a 9-second cooldown, which is very, very low for an AoE nuke. And the ability to use it once, put the Soul Trap, and chase really helps your kill window on a Draconis. So I love the Soul Trap pickup, and it doesn't allow for too much counterplay as there's no ability to bottle up. Aluna gonna get caught here by Team Tim, but here comes a beautiful Martyr ulti with that hand in hand. Will it matter in the end as the damage is coming out? Aluna will port with the Deja Vu, and she will survive with 10 life. Will Andromeda be able to get in range? That is just the illusion Andromeda. They do get the kill onto Martyr, but he might have done his job. Pebbles now going to get caught out here by the Comet Stun after Gemini lands the Twin Fang Stun, and Aluna will make the escape in the end. So Martyr making the sacrifice there, but big picture, two kills going the way of Team Tim nonetheless.
Oh, top lane.
Yeah, top lane. Tremble is going to be in some trouble here. The Soul Trap is applied, but Draconis not able to stay in range to aura him down with that Mock of Brilliance, and Tremble will get the port on home to safety.
I don't know if you noticed in the fight a minute ago, but Luna managed to deja vu escape with, I think it was probably about 70, 80 HP. So yeah, very well played from her.
Yeah.
And I thought she was going to go into an instant death there, but she managed to make the most of getting out, cutting their losses. So yeah, well played from Mate, playing that Luna. But no, I don't think we've touched upon Gemini, who did rush that Geometer's Bane first, which I personally really like. I don't know what he's going to go for next, whether he goes for a Shrunken or possibly Frostwolf, maybe, or even a Genjuru, which I know he likes to pick up quite frequently. What do you think we're going to see?
To be quite honest, I'm not entirely sure. Knowing that it's Imboboy playing the Gemini, I think we could expect items like either the Shrunken Head or the Shroud into the eventual Genjuro. I'm not too sure if he's a big fan of the Heart Nullfire kind of route, which is an item build that I kind of like to do, but I feel like he's very threatened here by a lot of AoE between both the Rally and the Pebbles. So I feel like a Shrunken Head could be on the menu for him this game to really kind of combat all that crowd control on from the side it works in Newerth in those team fights.
Do you think
Yep.
with Team Tim having 3 meta heroes that we could see an Abyssal Skull, especially if they
On
look to
Gemini?
yes, especially if they look to go towards Kongor. I mean, I have seen Gemini pick up Abyssal Skulls before, and I think it can give a bit of value, especially with the kind of extra armor and the lifesteal. But I'm interested to kind of hear your thoughts as to whether you think that's something he could possibly look to pick up, or do you think, as you said, it could go into a different kind of route?
I think it's definitely not out of the question. There is still some heavy physical presence between both the Rally and the Tremble in terms of damage output, and just that team armor aura could be very, very beneficial. With that being said, I don't think Deadwood is the biggest like auto attacking presence. I feel like he's just going to get his Willowmaker off this game, and that's going to kind of be his main job, just due to his kind of farm and current state in the match. But if they look to pick up an Abyssal, I would like them to go ahead and take that Kongor like relatively, right away. Otherwise, I think that just the Shrunken Head is a little bit more valuable for Gemini himself specifically. But I think there could be some merit to an Abyssal Skull this game. just to kind of combat some of that physical damage. And you could argue, Rally ignores armor, but just the presence of the aura overall quite good.
Hmm. I'm not sure if you know the answer to this question. You probably do, but with the shrunken head on Gemini, does that remove the ability for Tremble to cast his immobilize, or can the immobilize still from?
No, that's a physical immobilize. You can
Okay.
you can immobilize through magic immunity. So I think that's the big reason as to why we saw him pick up the Geometer's Bane, as the Hive Mind and Snare immobilize really kind of restrains Gemini from being able to kind of split up and do what he wants to do.
Yeah. Top lane Draconis does manage to
He's
escape.
going to activate the Shrunken Head and he's going to fly on home, so he's going to make the escape. I didn't catch that, but I'm assuming he stole some of those ancients there.
I think he probably stole about just over a half to 2/3 of them. So yeah, he can't manage to get quite a lot. And his GPM is now above 600. So yeah, I do suspect he did get quite a few of those. So unfortunate for Legion, and especially because they couldn't get the pick off either. It was quite a few losses that they had on their side, but well played.
Rally's going to get his slam interrupted here as he tries to go for the Gemini. The swap comes out from Andromeda, and it looks like Gemini will be safe for now. The Rotten Grasp will land here onto, Pebbles just jumps in and gets the quick kill there onto Andromeda. So she sacrifices herself to help Gemini make the escape, and that will be the conclusion of that fight. We did see the spell shards, by the way, picked up on Pebbles, so you called that one correctly.
Yeah, I think he has level 3, doesn't he? No, he's got level 1 at the moment. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether he upgrades the spell shards. I expect he probably will do, even though his goal per minute has kind of suffered a bit, and he has dropped down to just over 300. But no, I kind of wanted to look at Tremble a little bit, and I'm not a Tremble player myself. I don't know if you've touched on the hero much in the past at all.
Okay, yep.
But relating to Tremble, I think it'll be interesting to see what we kind of see as he transitions into that kind of mid-game to late-game stage, which we're coming close to now. I don't think he's going to look to build a hyper crown. He could do, but I think we could possibly see something related more to his mobility, perhaps a Geometer's Bane.
I think a Geometer's Bane or a Hellflower are probably two of his best candidates right now, just to kind of really amp up his damage output. I do agree with you about the hyper crown. I feel like he's not really looking to just kind of sit in the jungle and farm stacks. He's really looking to sit on the lanes, kind of push them out with his Dark Swarm, and be really active with those mounts. So I feel like the Hyper Crown doesn't really benefit what he wants to do. So I do agree with you there. And I feel like, yeah, we see the Firebrand picked up. So the Geometer's Bane, pretty traditional route there. Going to increase his mobility, give him that disjoint effect, as well as that extra added split push factor. So I like that quite a lot.
Yeah, speaking of the Geometer's Bane, I think it synergizes really well with the Thunderclaw. Obviously, with the illusions being able to proc the lightning.
Oh, and also the Impalers from the illusions also get the movement speed slow and the minus armor. So it works very, very well with the Impalers.
Thanks for adding that, because I would not have mentioned it. Do appreciate the extra insight. But yeah, no, we do see the Firebrands picked up. Oh.
We're going to have a jump here as Rally gets the slam up, but it's going to land onto Andromeda as she gets the swap. Draconis gets the shrunken head off. Here comes the turn coming as Gemini jumps in. And will they get the kill here onto Rally? He does end up falling, as well as the Martyr. And now Tremble's the one in trouble as his shrunken head wears off. What just happened here, BKB? They lose both the Draconis and the Andromeda in exchange for 3 players. And Luna will make the TP on out to safety. But Deadwood, he's on the hunt here. He did use his Willowmaker. I don't think we'll see him go for a kill here onto Pebbles, but yep, it ends up being a 2 for 3 in favor of Team Tim.
A lot of fast-paced action there. Draconis definitely manned up like he should have done, because he got 2 kills before he died, so I think he'll take that. Imberboy came in to assist, and obviously he's now pushing towards the bot lane because he was absolutely fine. He survived without any issues, and yeah, they I think with the 3 hero kills that they picked up, especially getting the kill on Tremble, I think they'll take that every day. Yeah, I think Legion kind of overextended a little bit, but obviously they kind of saw the Draconis and thought it was an option to go for him. But yeah, lost 3 casualties to the remaining sort of heroes on top of the Draconis damage.
So how about this? Gemini picks up the Nullfire Blade, excuse me. As I said, that's not a build that Imboboy typically likes to do, and I was expecting the Drunken Head or the Genjuro. What do you think about that Nullfire Blade coming out?
I really like it. I like it for the first reason is it gives quite a lot of armor. So the extra armor is fantastic against, you look at the Rally, you look at the Tremble, you look at, just those two heroes really. So it's fantastic against that, but not only that, but I think the mana burn and then finally the purge is really effective against Marta. But obviously,
yes, that is what I was going to point out,
Yeah,
and I actually overlooked the idea of a Nullfire Blade this game for Gemini being able to remove those wings. Very, very efficient item pickup, as you touched upon, all the other benefits that it does have. And another way to self-purge himself against that Hive Mind from Tremble, being able to remove that Immobilize on top of the Geometer's Bane. We're going to see Draconis coming in with a Cataclysm as Pebbles ends up falling. Rally is going to use a defensive Compel Stun, so Draconis making his presence felt up there as he brings down the Pebbles. There's the Mighty Blade pickup on Pebbles, so safe to say he will be... Do you think he'll be going for a Shrunken Head, actually, or do you think he'll be going for a Staff of the Master?
Pebbles. I think based on last game, he'll probably go for Staff of the Master. I think that they could do with that, close proximity lockdown, the extra burst damage and such. And I think that would be really beneficial this game. However, you could also argue the Shrunken, it would keep him alive a little bit longer. It would give him the potential to, perhaps initiate for a second time if he manages to escape the kind of first onslaught from the Hellborn team. But I think he'll probably go all out for the kind of damage route, and knowing the way that Busy P likes to play his mid heroes, he is more of an offensive than a defensive player. So I would probably expect the Staff, and I think that's what we'll be seeing at some point.
We see Deadwood making a nice escape down here, or over here in the top lane, as the power throw is coming in to try to scout the tree lines. But as we could see with our caster vision, Deadwood was already out of there a long time ago. So great job there from Huge Soul to recognize the pressure was coming. And we're gonna see Orcs of Newerth take out their own Kongor here with the double damage Tremble. But are you surprised that we're now seeing Team Tim at a pretty sizable experience on top of a minor gold advantage? As we mostly saw Orcs of Newerth controlling the pace of this game for the first, I want to say, like 20 minutes or so.
I'm not too surprised. I think a lot of that is the Draconis, who 22, which is the highest level in the game at the moment. But no, on top of that, I think with Legion, you look at their kind of farming heroes, the only real hero that they do have farming the most is that Tremble. Aluna does push out waves with a power throw, and she can obviously pick up quite a few creep waves. And
Tremble,
then Pebbles, who...
Okay. He's going to be okay for now. They were setting up on him with the Veiled Rot Deadwood.
And
Continue.
then Pebbles, who can nuke waves pretty quickly with his spell shards, but yeah.
Here we go. Blink comes in from Deadwood, but he's not able to get the Willowmaker off. Tremble just a little bit too slippery. There comes the Willowmaker, but the wings from Martyr coming out right before to mitigate that damage. They will get the kill there onto Deadwood, so very unfortunate there. As Tremble was able to be very, very elusive there. Great job from Martyr to get those wings off in time. The TPs are coming into the bot lane as Gemini, he did use his split, and now he is in a lot of trouble. He does not have a Twin Fang stun up, but here comes the swap from Andromeda. Will it make the difference in the end? The Rally Slam comes out to follow up that Compel, and Andromeda will fall as well, and it's disastrous for Team Tim as they lose 3 players in total. And what will Orcs of Newerth look to do now with this momentum swing, as they're sitting on a 5 versus 2 advantage?
Well, we see bot lane has the first 2 towers taken down, so I think Tremble will try and push the base as much as he possibly can. The mid tower is still up, so I think a few of these heroes might commit to that mid tower. But
top lane, we have Pebbles going to be in some trouble. The Dixon comes out on top of the Crystal Field with that Cataclysm, and Draconis, he picks up that heart to follow up the Frostfield plate, so he is a big tanky dragon now. Safe to say you like that heart pickup, or what do you think about his item build?
I do. I think combined with the Frostfield plate, he's going to be so difficult to kill. And Legion are going to have to commit so much to it, which kind of gives Gemini a bit of room to kind of do what he wants, unless they decide to go for the Gemini instead, which gives Draconis a room to do what he wants. So I think Heart's fantastic in combination with the extra armor. I think he's going to be very, very difficult to kill, and I like it. But wanted to kind of mention, I've noticed Rally has a Mighty Blade, so he's not going to upgrade Pebbles with the staff effect, which kind of goes back to a point where I think Pebbles probably will build the staff, and Rally will probably build the Shrunken Head. So yeah, just wanted to kind of briefly mention that as I saw it.
So what do you? So Rally has a Shrunken Head picked up now. What do you think of the idea of him as his next item upgrading the Pebbles, and Pebbles still looking to go into that Shrunken Head? Because there is a lot of magic damage between both the Draconis and the Gemini. Do you feel like the Shrunken Head is a necessity this game for Pebbles, or do you think he can get away with this kind of item route where he doesn't go the Shrunken Head?
It's a really good question. I would personally like to see Rally pick up a Soul's Bulwark. And look to possibly build something like a demonic. But then, yes, you could argue that if he upgrades the Pebbles, Pebbles can get shrunken a bit earlier, and that could make Pebbles a bit more effective. So it's a difficult one to call. I think there's arguments for both sides, but I personally still think that Pebbles would probably build the Staff of the Master as opposed to the Shrunken. But yeah,
Top lane, we could have
wrong.
Draconis in trouble. He's going to get the Shrunken Head off. The swap comes out just in case here from Andromeda. She will end up falling, but Draconis, is he going to look to fight this, or is he going to bait for his team as he's got that Behemoth's Heart? The slam is going to be canceled. They will bring down the Draconis as well as the Andromeda. Here comes the Crystal Field, and now Gemini is here. Will they get the turn as the Luna does end up falling? Tremble, he's got his Shrunken Head up, but he is very low on life. They will get the kill on Tremble in the end, as well as the Geomancer falling. Rally, he is going to make the portal key on out to safety, and it looks like he will be just fine, as Gemini doesn't have his Twin Fangs up just yet. So it ends up being a 3-for-2. Actually goes in, no, it was a 3-for-3. We had a buyback coming out from Draconis, so the chase is not done just yet. Deadwood jumps in offensively here, and he actually picks up a Sand Scepter. He will remove that Soul Trap debuff off himself. You like that Sand Scepter pickup? Another way to deal with the wings from Martyr?
I do. I think Sand Scepter is absolutely fine. It's not often you do see it picked up on a Deadwood, but you know, you look at the player, he's huge soul. He's always want to kind of surprise. So yeah, I think I'm not too surprised that we do see it. I like it against the Master, as you say. And I think it probably should remove the Immobilize from Tremble as well. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, yes it does.
Yeah, cool. So with the Sand Scepter, obviously that will remove the Immobilize, which gives it an added bonus. So yeah, it's quite a good pickup in my perspective. I had a question, completely forgot what it was, so if I do remember...
Question for you, actually. So we saw Draconis buyback there. Do you feel like... So they got a tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Do you feel like that buyback was what they were looking to get, or do you think that like they were looking to pick up some more kills with that buyback?
I was debating it. I liked it because it kind of gave Gemini the protection to fight against Tremble. And Tremble was doing quite well before Gemini reformed, so I kind of questioned whether Tremble would have died if Draconis did not buy back. So I like it for that aspect. I think the Tremble kill was definitely necessary, and yeah, it just kind of gave Gemini the support that he needed. So yeah, I think it was definitely viable.
We see the Shrunken Head pickup coming up from Gemini, so he does eventually pick up the Shrunken. He has now picked up his farm. He has 513 gold per minute, so he is pretty much on par with that Tremble. And we still see Draconis kind of sitting at the top. He's 710 gold per minute. I'll be honest with you, I can't remember the last time I saw a hero break 700 GPM, at least like in the most recent tournaments. I don't know if maybe I'm forgetting a match, but this is a very impressive performance coming out from Draconis here in Game 2.
Yeah, it is. I'm trying to think back as well to the games that I've seen and the ones that I've casted. I don't think I've seen anyone above 700. I think we've seen, because I know we casted a few games together last cycle, we saw a few heroes break that 600, 650 GPM mark, especially because the games that we witnessed were quite long. That was quite good to see how they utilised their farm and everything. But no, I don't think we have seen a hero above 700 GPM in one of these cycles as of yet, or at least I haven't. So yeah, he's now pulled up 5k gold. So, I mean, what do you think? Bets on the next item? Any ideas?
So, if I was playing the Draconis, I would really like the idea of a Sheepstick. We're going to have a dig stun to safety here. And it looks like both sides will not re-engage. We just saw the Kongor fall, by the way, for the Hellborn side. The Legion's Kongor is going to be respawning. Here comes a dig stun onto the Martyr. The Crystal Field on top. They will lock down the Martyr. He will fall. And now the team support is here. Tremble is here in the front lines with that Shrunken End. Rally pops his Shrunken. Will he get the slam off? It lands onto Deadwood. And meanwhile, Gemini, he is actually going to buyback as he did fall. Draconis is still very much healthy, leading the front lines here on the chase, and they will get the kill onto Aluna. It's a full genocide in the end, and the only player to fall on the side of Team Tim was that Gemini, who buys back immediately. So we have 0 buybacks currently available from Orcs and Newerth. What just happened, BKB, and how many Raxes are going to end up falling here with the 5 versus nothing?
I think the game's probably going to be over now. I think they can take at least 2 racks, but yeah, the fight just came down to the fact that Draconis has the Frostfield plate. I don't think Legion had enough attack speed to really do as much as they wanted to. And with the amount of cores that Hellborn have compared to the Legion, I think it's just too much for Legion to handle this stage of the game. But secondly, I don't know if you noticed, but Gemini, after he died, he got 2 extra kills with his illusions. So the illusions.
I did not notice that. That is, that's a pretty. He actually picked up a hat trick in that fight, which I failed to commentate. But yeah, we're gonna see the GG's actually called. We'll see if the concede vote comes out and does go through. But Team Tim looks like they responded beautifully here in game number 2, and you know what that means. We're gonna end up having a game 3 coming up if the concede vote does end up going through. But it actually doesn't go through right away, so I was actually a little curious to see if that would go through or not. We're gonna have the Kongor attempted here. The Cataclysm comes out. Shrunken Head Pebbles jumps in. Here comes Rally. Is he gonna line up a slam? It's going to land onto Deadwood, but he will end up falling, as I believe that did drop a token of life for the Gemini. The GGs are coming out for real this time. The concede vote will go through, and as I stated before, you know what that means, BKB. We're going to have a game number 3 coming up here in semifinal number 2 between Orcs and Newerth and Team Tim. So final thoughts here on game number 2?
I think it was just the Draconis pick, and even the other comfort heroes that they picked onto Hellborn. So many heroes in hands that people are used to playing, and it just really paid off. Draconis got the farm he needed, got the items he needed, was absolutely devastating in those ending team fights. And Legion with pretty much Tremble as their kind of only physical presence. I think you could obviously include Rally on top of that as well, but Tremble dishing out most of the damage, it just wasn't enough. And Hellborn took the game, and I think overall played it pretty well. So congratulations to them as we do go into the next game, as you say, game number 3.
All right, so you heard it here, folks. We're going to go on a short break. We'll hopefully get back to you soon with game number 3 coming at you here in semifinal number 2 of cycle number 8 of the Paradise League tournament. So stay tuned. We're going to be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Cycle 8 of the Paradise League Tournament. We are coming at you with semifinal number 2. We have game 3 now between Orcs of Newerth and Team Tim, and you know what that means. The winner of this match will move on to the finals of Cycle 8 to face Big Ego Crew as they await their opponent. We have Team Tim on the Legion side now, and Orcs of Newerth on the Hellborn side. I am once again what you got, going to be rejoined by BKB. BKB, what an exciting Draconis performance in game number 2. Are you expecting to see Draconis here in game number 3, or do you think that should be banned out by Orcs of Newerth?
First of all, I completely agree. I think the Draconis game that we just witnessed was fantastic, and in relation to your question, I think, yes, we could see it again, but do they want to give off that kind of predictability? Possibly not. They could kind of switch things up a little bit, but Draconis isn't banned out as of yet, so, I could be eating my words. We could easily see it. They could run a similar sort of strategy and try and look to get as much farm as possible, and then, gather up and take a team fight in the mid to late game stage. So could go either way, but I'm expecting something slightly different in my honest opinion.
Yeah, so we're going to see the Electrician and the Pebbles here banned out by Team Tim. The Electrician ban, we're known for seeing an Imbo Electrician, but he goes ahead and bans that out, so he's not interested in picking that up. We're going to see once again the Magnus and the Engineer bans coming out from Orcs and Newerth. So despite that 750 GPM performance on the Draconis, they are not going to address it right away here in game number 3, as they stick true to their Magnus and Engineer bans, and that's going to leave open the Moira. We're going to have Moira as the first pick coming out for Team Tim, and Orcs and Newerth will respond with a Luna and then the eventual Geomancer pick to start things off. So we haven't seen a Draconis pick just yet, so safe to say if they are going to pick it up, they're going to save it for a little bit later perhaps. But what do you think about the draft so far?
First of all, just going back to your point about Draconis, I think they're probably waiting to see what heroes are picked up first before they go for it. So if they see a setup or a lineup that they find is a bit too aggressive or something that they don't want to put Draconis against, I could understand the reasoning for not picking that hero. But, as the draft kind of goes on, we could potentially see that as a later pickup, as you described. The drafts as they stand, I think Legion's draft is definitely stronger. I think the Illuna and the Curse, they are good heroes, and I think we have seen them quite frequently in these tournaments. But I do have to give the advantage to Moira and Geomancer just for their stuns. Stuns are fantastic, especially once you get the portal key onto Geomancer and potentially onto Moira as well, if she has a good game. But yeah, I think those two heroes I would probably give a slight benefit to over that Accursed, because Accursed can be a little bit ineffective in some games, let's say. But yeah, that's just that's my stance on it. I don't know if you'd agree, but yeah.
So the Cursed, I'm a big fan of Accursed to start things off. I love Accursed as a hero, and I think when you are playing against a very stun-heavy lineup, I feel like Accursed has a lot of value. But with that being said, as we're going to see the Draconis come out here on the third pick, by the way, and this is what I was going to get at. A hero like Accursed does not provide a lot of aggression, right? When we think of Accursed, we normally think of very sit back, sit behind the guy that you want to remove the stun, heal him up with the Cauterize. It's more of a very defensive kind of play style. So the decision here to not ban out the Draconis, it's almost like when they pick up the Accursed, they're kind of allowing Team Tim to have that very greedy jungle pick. And I don't know if they're necessarily going to be able to punish it. Now, with that being said, they still have 3 picks to kind of address the Draconis as it comes out on the third pick here. But do you agree necessarily with the sense that the Accursed is not really the most aggressive style of hero to kind of combat a Draconis style of draft?
I completely agree. I think if you're going to pick up Accursed, it has to obviously be for that defensive perspective. I know he has had some changes to the E spell, which is the Seer spell. So he does do a bit of magic damage, and he's got more benefits to the attack speed that he brings to brings to allies, I should say, on top of the movement speed bonus. So his E-spell is definitely more effective, and that can give him a little bit of aggression. However, going back to your point, which I'm fully in agreement with, he is used for that kind of defensive aspect. Shielding heroes, healing them up, removing disables, etc. And I think if you're going to pick up a curse, there has to be a logical reason for it, such as you want to remove, a puppet master disable, or you want to remove, I don't know, a certain stun from the game that you don't want to deal with, or an immobilize, like a tremble.
Yeah.
So yeah, but you can kind of link it in with the Zephyr. I have seen Zephyr and a curse combined in matchmaking games, not so much in scrims, but in lower tier games. It has been quite effective for the reasoning that Zephyr has his own heal through the cyclones, and then with the accursed defensive skills on top, I think it can be quite a nuisance for enemies to deal with.
Yeah, so they go ahead and pick up the Zephyr, a hero that we've seen have great success on the competitive scene when he is picked up, and it's going to be interesting to see if they build around the Zephyr and kind of take this into more of an earlier route rather than where we saw last game. The Gemini got to kind of recover, and then they had these two very threatening heroes as the game kind of progressed into the later stages. Tremble not really able to kind of combat a duo core lineup with a lot of farm. So maybe they're looking to kind of go for more of an earlier game strategy with the Zephyr pickup. Just to touch on the bans really quickly, we have Moraxis, Soul Reaper, and Balfagor. So I think Team Tim has kind of recognized with the Zephyr, with the Accursed, that Orcs and Newerth kind of want to go for this earlier aggression kind of strategy, banning out heroes like the Balfagor and the Soul Reaper, these very team fight heavy oriented heroes that we don't normally see kind of get banned too often. And then we see the Swiftblade, the Madman, and the Oogie going to get banned out here. So does anything like really stand out to you there?
I think you summed up the bans really well. I think banning a lot of tanky presence heroes with a lot of team fight potential. It does make a lot of sense. In terms of the Balfagor ban, I'm trying to think who would play that hero on Orcs of Newerth. I don't know if there's anyone that stands out to you who might be able to play that, but yeah, I think overall it just comes down to the hero and the presence and what it offers in those team fights and even with the split pushes. But no, I think relating to the drafts overall, I like the Legion's draft a bit more. I think they can farm a lot faster, and I think that they can probably take it if it goes into the later stages. I love the South Forest pickup, although they have got a bit of a counter in Accursed, so you could argue the Accursed shield could negate a lot of the South Forest damage. However, I think the reduced healing against heroes, particularly like the Zephyr, even the Artesia, could kind of knock those heroes out of the team fight relatively quickly. So yeah, I think I'll give a slight advantage to Legion. I'm not too impressed by the Soundwraith pick, and that's because Legion have a lot of escapes. So you look at Draconis' Flight, you look at Gemini's Leap, Geomancer's Stun, and then obviously Moira with her defensive skill set. I think the Soundwraith is quite limited in terms of what he can do, but yeah, could be Curse and myself there. Could see the complete opposite, and Soundwraith could end up having a really good game. So yeah, that's kind of my opinion on the drafts, and I think that Legion probably have a bit of a benefit to their picks at the moment.
So to answer your question about the Balfagor ban, I'll start with that one. I believe Good Luck Bullet, also known as Anal Hunter to many people, I believe he played it in a scrim. I believe that was against Hex earlier or last week sometime, and I believe they actually lost that game. I think it was against an Ophelia lineup. I'm blanking if it was Hex or if it was Big Ego Crew. One of those teams ran the Ophelia, and they tried to run a Balfagor against it. It did end up not being successful, but I think the idea was there to run a very aggressive style and makeup. But yeah, I do want to kind of just touch on the rest of the drafts as they kind of unfolded. We saw the Gemini once again going to be picked up here by Team Tim, so they're going to have that combination, just like in Game 2, of the Gemini and the Draconis. And then there's the Lord Salforis on the 5th and final pick. And I was going to ask you, obviously we have so much to talk about. There's only so much we can get in to the as the draft kind of unfolds. But Orcs of Newerth, they pick up a Zephyr and an Accursed in the first 3 picks. Do do you agree with them letting the Lord Sulfuras through that second wave of bans? They chose to ban out Switchblade, Madman, and Oogie. Is any of those heroes, is any one of those bans a hero that you could let through over the Lord Sulfuras, who you could argue kind of counters that Zephyr, throughout the stages of the game?
Possibly the Oogie ban. Was that banned by Hellborn? I think it was. Yeah, so Oogie was banned. So possibly you could maybe let Oogie through. And that's because you obviously have Draconis, who's going to be farming most of the jungle. You have Gemini as the two main cores. So I'm a bit surprised they did ban the Oogie. So in that sense, yes, you could probably swap that for the Sulfuras. However, they could be feeling quite confident with their healing potential. Obviously, look at the Artesia, the Accursed, the Zephyr. If he's not Sulfuras ultimated, he can heal with his Cyclones. So I think that, yeah, you could argue that Sulfuras could be banned, but as I say, they could be feeling confident with what they've got to counter it. So yeah, I'll be quite keen to see how the healing lineup does work against the Sulfuras pick, and obviously with the heavy burst damage from Draconis and Gemini. But yeah, definitely quite a unique lineup from Hellborn, and something we don't see too often, which is quite exciting.
Yeah, so they finished off their lineup. Just to reiterate, they went with an Artesia and a Sandwraith on the last two picks. So they kind of they picked up some more team fighting heroes. The Sandwraith, you could argue, a team fighting carry, as he's always got that global presence with the Mirage off cooldown, able to kind of aid, similar to like a Benzington from across the map. As we'll probably see the Zephyr leading the front lines once he starts to build into those tanky items. And if Orcs of Newerth here is able to play a very aggressive playstyle, I think they could come ahead in going into the mid game. If they hit that timing window before Draconis picks up that Bach of Brilliance and Gemini kind of gets his farm going as well. We saw in game number 2, they did a pretty decent job of controlling the Gemini, but it just got to that stage where the game kind of went longer and longer, and he eventually picked up his farm. Do you think that's kind of the route that they're looking to go for in game number 3 here, or is there something that you're seeing that I'm perhaps overlooking?
I think Legion will be happy to farm this game, and my reasoning behind that is I look at obviously the heroes they have, with the escape mechanisms and everything. I think that Sandwraith, particularly, even the Zephyr, they're going to really struggle to kill the Gemini particularly. And I think that especially when Gemini picks up, perhaps a Geometer's Bane like we saw in game number 2, it's going to make him even harder to kill. So the killing potential from Hellborn, I think, is quite limited, especially against Legion's setup. So Legion, I believe, will be happy to farm. And I think it goes back to your point, as you say, about the timing window. I think Hellborn need to find that timing window, get the core items they need, and just go all in and play really aggressive and just try and shut down, obviously, the Draconis, try and kill Gemini a couple of times and just take over some tower pushes. That's how I would kind of, see the game sort of rolling out.
Shards of Harkon going to come out here onto the Accursed as we see a 3 versus 2 in the bottom lane. Accursed, though, he is pretty tanky, as the shield picked up as well as that fire shield. But we have the Dig Stun coming up in one more second here. He will look to land it there. We have another Shards of Harkon stun. He'll put that onto the Geomancer, and this could be the first blood. But the heals are coming in from Artesia with those green missiles. A lot of healing coming in. He is going to get one more off. Here comes the shield once again. More heals coming in from the missiles. And look at that healing presence between the Artesia and the Accursed. They tank quite a lot of spells there from the tri-lane, and they don't give up the first blood there. So great job by them.
That's just complete perspective as to how a curse can work in the early game. Obviously the shields kept him alive, but I do want to mention that I think he probably would have died as I look to go again.
Yep, we're going to have Hearts of Harkon connect onto both. The Dig Stun will connect. Gemini not in the greatest position to land that Twin Fang stun. He's going to put some pressure here onto the Artesia. We see Draconis actually died in the neutrals in the jungle. And while that's going on, Gemini uses the Twin Fangs to secure that first blood onto the Artesia. So I don't know if that was an intentional death in the jungle, but unfortunately Draconis is going to fall. He did pick up his bottle though, so I don't know if he necessarily lost any gold. In the mid lane, we actually see a Luna rotating in. I don't know if that was that with the bottom rune. They get the kill. Zephyr gets the kill there onto the Lord Self Forest. The haste rune actually is picked up by Geomancer, so I get the answer to my question there. So no rune involved, but they do get the kill onto Lord Self Forest. Pretty important kill there in the mid lane.
Yeah, just you mentioned a few things there, but going back to the Draconis, I caught the end of it. He was trying to fight against the Skeleton King.
Oh
And
no, those
as you-
Skeleton Kings, very, very pesky.
As you'll probably know, the Skeleton Kings have a ridiculous attack range. Like, the times that I've played jungle, especially against the Skeleton, it just seems to attack you from like a billion miles away, or let's say a few hundred units. But it could be exaggerating there. But no, he tried to fight it. The Skeleton King got to it. I think it was like one attack away from death, and yeah, Togforce decided to man up, and unfortunately, he got beaten by the Skeleton. So yeah, unfortunate, but I don't think he lost. Too much.
Skeleton Kings are definitely the bane of Draconis in the early game, as you would love all those creeps to be melee, just kite them with that Dragon Flame and the dot, just kind of tickle them down. And yeah, the range creeps very pesky for you. But I want to touch upon this. So we saw the tri-lane come out in the bottom, very similar to game 2. They leave the opposing short lane more or less to free farm. So Sandwraith having a pretty good start here. He's sitting on 365 gold per minute. But we now see the Geomancer rotate into the top lane with those Marchers picked up. Is he going to be really able to contest the Sandwraith up here, or is Sandwraith going to continue to have a great time moving forward?
He can contest in the sense that he'll be fine for experience, because there's no way that Sandwraith can kill him solo. So in that respect, he'll be happy to lane here. In terms of contesting the farm, Sandwraith does put out a bit of harass.
Okay.
But yeah, no, just in terms of contesting the farm, obviously Geomancer can't do anything because Sandwraith has a Iron Shield to match it. But if we compare this to last game when Tremble was picked up by Criminal Ace, he has more killing potential.
We're going to see a deny coming out from a curse there in the bot lane as he uses the Cauterize to deny a kill. Great job from him as he was left all alone. The Artesia picking up the Mystic Rune there in the bot lane. We're going to have Draconis coming over to aid Self Forest. They're going for a kill here on the Artesia, but Zephyr going to throw out the Gust defensively to keep Artesia alive. So nobody going to end up falling. Lots of rotations happening from both the teams, as we also saw, I believe it was the Luna Camp, the top rune. And in the top lane, we see Sandwraith sniping out Geomancer with that Desert's Curse. Well played from Criminal Ace there up in the top lane to net himself a kill. So you actually, I don't want to make you eat your words, but you actually said that wasn't supposed to happen. So great play coming out there from the Sandwraith to make that happen.
It was not supposed to happen. It just came down to Geomancer kind of sitting behind the tower, thinking he was going to be absolutely fine. Perhaps he underestimated the damage from the level 3 Desert's Curse of Sandwraith, which is my guess. I don't think he expected to die, and I think he was probably waiting for a potion to be delivered so he could go back to the lane. But yeah, it's not something you expect to see happen. I think with the dig ability, if he wants to escape, if he becomes quite low, he should just return back to base and then TP back into the tower. But yeah, have to eat my words, unfortunately. But these things happen, and I think it just came down to a bit of a misplay from Mark Hawkscar.
So what do you think about this decision here from Zephyr, as I believe Aluna stacked the camps? Zephyr going to rotate into the jungle here, take out these 2 camps. He also uses his Typhoon to kind of secure these jungle camps. Do you like this rotation into the jungle from the Zephyr?
Yes, I do. I think it was quite necessary to opti the camps. Because we can see he's quite low with his HP at the minute. So I think if he wasn't to ultimate, I think he probably would have...
Top rune. We're going to have more respawn the Ephemeral Forge. The Digstone going to come out onto Luna. Here comes the Shards of Harkon from the Forge, but not a whole lot of mana on the Self Forest, as he did already use the Undying. It will be enough for the kill, so they do secure that kill up there. I believe they also got the rune picked up. Excuse me, the Merrick's rune was picked up by Lord Self Forest. The double damage rune going to be picked up here by Artesia in the bot lane.
Yeah, I think just going back to the Zephyr farm in the jungle with the campsite, I think it was the right thing to do using the ulti, because he would have been really struggling with it otherwise. And we can see his GPM is doing significantly well, so he is the highest in the game at 440. He did go for the plated greaves and the vestments, so I'm interested to see whether he does build quite an early Shaman's headdress or possibly a barrier idol. I think he should probably go to something a bit more damage orientated, because I don't see how they're going to kill Legion heroes otherwise if he just builds quite tanky. But yeah, I'll be quite interested to see if you would agree with that, or do you think he is going to go into more of a kind of sustainable route where he does build the Shamans into something a bit more defensive to help his team?
So the Zephyr you're asking?
The Zephyr, yeah, the Zephyr.
I'm a big fan of Zephyr building Helm of the Black Legion first, and the reason for that is I feel like you need the effective HP before having the shamans.
Yeah.
Because if you just go into a naked shamans with the plated greaves in this case, he is going to still be very, very low on life and very, very vulnerable to getting bursted down.
Mhm.
So I am a big fan of the Helm of the Black Legion first, and I like the fact that he picks up the vestments here because the majority of the early game damage will be from that Sulfuras dealing AoE magic damage on top of that Undying. Speaking of Lord Sulfuras, we see him rotating into the top lane, trying to set up a kill on the Sandwraith, but Sandwraith with the Ghost March is a little bit too slippery, able to avoid that dig stun. So great job once again by Sandwraith up in the top lane. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the Helm of the Black Legion before the Shamans, and I think we could definitely see both coming out eventually from Zephyr.
But do you think, though, just going into that a little bit further, do you think that if he was to go for that defensive route, would it limit their options for killing potential? Or do you think it... Oh, mid lane.
Hold that thought as we're going to see the Typhoon coming out here in the mid lane. Lord Sulfuras is going to get taken out here by the Sandwraith. The Zephyr gets credit for the kill. And Geomancer, he's going to use a dig stun defensively as he gets taken down below 100 life. So the Undying, unfortunately, not able to net Sulfuras a return kill there on the Zephyr. Just a little bit too tanky with those vestments picked up. But yeah, could you repeat that question?
No, I was just going to say, with regards to the Zephyr, if he was to build defensive, do you think they would have enough kill potential to really handle heroes such as Draconis, Gemini? Yes, we did see Sulfuras fall then, but I think that's because Sandwraith joined in. But yeah, do you think they would have enough damage if he was to build defensively, or do you think it would make sense for them to kind of hit that period where they want to kind of take over the game with their defensively built Zephyr, tanking as much as possible, Sandwraith coming in dealing the damage, and then obviously with the the extra healing from a Curse and Artesia, would that make sense? Or
we're gonna have Moira in a lot of trouble. He's gonna use the Shards of Harkon here, but without boots picked up, I think he's gonna end up falling. The missile is going to connect as well as the shield blowing up there, so Moira will end up falling. But yeah. To go back to the Zephyr, I think the tankier he becomes, the more damage he will output in team fights. And I think something I want to touch on as well, we talked about the Helm and the Shamans. I think what we should expect this game is a Staff of the Master on Zephyr and a potential upgrade to the Sandwraith. Because I feel like the staff is a very, very crucial item for the Zephyr, allowing his ultimate to really scale. And that upgrade effect to the Sandwraith, I think you could actually argue that Sandwraith could be one of the best heroes to staff in the game. Just having that fear when he ports in, really, really disruptive. As we see a little bit of action here at the bot river, but it's just a Moira illusion, so not going to net any kills. Do you agree about the Zephyr picking up a staff and giving it to the Sandwraith? As we see Gemini here use the combo, he's going to jump onto the Artesian. Now, did he put himself in a very risky position? He will actually end up falling. The shield coming in from Accursed is going to save the Artesia in the end. So great team support coming out here from Orcs and Newerth to net themselves that kill onto Gemini.
Yeah, sorry, just repeat the question with regards to Staff of the Master, was it?
Do you agree with Zephyr eventually building into a staff and upgrading the Sandwraith this game as a follow up to the Helm and the potential Shaman's headdress?
Oh yeah, completely. I think, yeah, to be honest, the staff is something I didn't really think about earlier, but I'm glad that you brought it up because it is a relatively new introduction to the hero and its capabilities. So I think the Cyclones jump from 8 to 12, so there's more damage output there. And I believe it does affect the ultimate.
Top lane, we're going to have a jump coming in from Gemini. The Twin Fake Stun lands into the Dig Stun and the Crystal Field, and that will mean an explosion onto Sandwraith. He will fall. Draconis is not done just yet. He uses the Cataclysm. He's got a Dragon Flame coming up in 1 more second, and that's going to take out Artesia. So big Veiled Rock Anks coming up in the top lane for Team Tim as they net themselves a kill onto both the Sandwraith and the Artesia. But while this was going on, Orcs and Newerth takes out a Tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, good kill on the Sandwraith, but I think taking the tower does negate some of that impact from the Legion rotation, as it is a bit of action from the Zephyr.
Geomancer, he does have his Dig Stun available, so he will just use it there to safety. The power throw coming in from Aluna, sniping him out. Beautiful power throw from Orcs and Newerth as they get the kill there onto the Geomancer.
Yeah, so the staff from the Zephyr, I think, would be fantastic for extra damage output, as you say, more tanky presence, him surviving longer and obviously doing more with the Cyclones. And then obviously you look at the Sandwraith Global Ultimate, if he's able to fear some heroes such as, Draconis particularly, and even the Gemini, if they can prevent him from leaping and disjointing, he could, obviously become a much greater presence on that Sandwraith. It also frees up some time for him to go into more offensive items such as the Nullfire Blade, the Geometer's Bane, even potentially a wing bow we could see, or if he wants to go into a Shrunken Head this game.
Scaled Rod Zephyr here, sorry to cut you off, but here we're going to see a Typhoon coming out onto the Draconis, and he just picked up that Sword of the High. Sandwraith porting in as well for the assistance as Artesia was making his way. And we're going to see Orcs and Newerth try to take control here of the Legion's jungle. They're going to run into Moira here. The missile slowing her down. She's got the Shards of Harkon. She's going to turn around, but she's going to get nuked down by the Cauterize from Accursed. And that's going to be one more kill the way of Orcs and Newerth. They now jump out to an 8-4 hero kill lead here at the 13-minute mark. They have found themselves a 1,300 gold lead, but they're still sitting at a deficit in the experience. So we see the level 13 Draconis. With that kill, he does fall down to 466 gold per minute, but he still remains the top farmer for his team. Going forward.
Yeah, Draconis is probably the reason why they're still ahead in that experience range. The Zephyr, I think...
Top lane, we see a curse falling to the Gemini and the Geomancer. I actually missed that one as a Luna. She's going to get caught here by the Moira. Now, she does have the Arcane Vortex. She will use it to stop that TP, and you know what that means. Gemini and Geomancer are coming, and here is going to be a quick kill to follow up that tower, and it ends up being a double tap for Gemini. So some great momentum being picked up here. 2 kills and a tower lasted for the Gemini. He now catches up to the Draconis at 463 gold per minute. But Zephyr's still leading the way. He's sitting up there at 567 gold per minute.
Yeah, I was going to kind of go into a bit of a discussion.
Shards of Harkon comes out, it stuns up the Zephyr, but here is Artesia, and the Gust will pull Moira backwards. Moira should end up falling here, as that kill will go the way of Zephyr. He now picks up a legendary streak, so he continues his reign of dominance, as Moira actually asks for mercy. But mercy you shall not have, unfortunately.
I was going to go into a kind of discussion about the timing for Zephyr, and I would normally say this would be a great time for him to really go kind of full throttle and try and play aggressively and try and make space for the Sandwraith. But then I think with Legion's heroes and the farm that they have picked up already, I don't know if Zephyr can really do that. So Zephyr's going to probably go into more of a kind of farming state. I don't know if he's going to upgrade into a
We're going to have a Twin Fang Stun landing onto the Sandwraith. The dogs are going to split up and do tons of damage. That's a solo kill coming out from Gemini as he takes out the Sandwraith there. Great play coming out from Gemini. And we do have some movement from Orcs. They rotated 3 players up here. But again, not the most aggressive makeup. So I don't know if they'll necessarily be able to net themselves a kill here.
Yeah, I love what Gemini is doing. Not only is he picking up, obviously, quite a crucial kill onto the Sandwraith, but look at Draconis free farm in the bot lane, pushing towards the tower. He's going to pick up so much.
Yep, Gemini is going to use the Twin Fangs here to jump to safety. The Power Throw is going to snipe him out, but Zephyr, he's making his way over. Will he be able to use a Gust to stop that TP? Gemini is going to make it out to safety. The Gust comes in a little bit too late, unfortunately. So some great space coming out there. As you pointed out, the Draconis, he picks up that Mock of Brilliance. He's now sitting on 1,200 gold. We're going to have a Mirage come out from Sandwraith. He's going for that Draconis. Will they be able to get him before the TP lands? He will port to safety. There was no interrupt there, unfortunately. So a good heads up play there to use the TP. And unfortunately, a Mirage use not going to net themselves a kill.
Yeah, fortunately a missed kill up top lane.
Top lane, we have massive ports coming in as Draconis flies into the tower. And Zephyr, he got a little overconfident there, overstepping his boundaries as he dove past the tower. And that tower, I believe, should get denied, as well as they net themselves that kill on the Zephyr. So slowing down the snowballing Zephyr there, definitely working in their favor.
I was literally just about to say Zephyr has to be quite careful because Draconis managed to escape. He can obviously now, fly back to the tower, and that can obviously set up a kill onto the Zephyr with the Moira and the Gemini close by. So, yeah, slight misplay I think from Zephyr, trying to be quite aggressive in that lane. But yeah, great teamwork from Legion, and I liked the fact that they instant ported and spotted it as an opportunity for them to pick up the kill.
Level 16 on the Draconis. He is nearing that 600 GPM mark. Do you feel like the Draconis is he more scary with this kind of space he's getting compared to the Zephyr, who's kind of in a similar position, but not having as many levels per se. He's only level 13, but the GPM being relatively equal. Is it scarier that the Draconis is off to such a good start?
Yeah, simple answer, yes. The level 16, getting it so early on, is quite crazy to see it at 17 minutes. But yeah, with the Draconis and the way that it farms and kind of flies around the map and picks up, quite a few kills early on, it's not too surprising. I think I would personally, if I was playing against a farm Draconis at this stage, I would be quite scared of that. Much more so compared to the Zephyr, and that's because Zephyr has built, with more of a kind of tanky approach, which could prove to be a bit of a kind of negative factor in the later stages of the game, where his damage is, not quite as high as it might have been if he perhaps picked up a mock. I know you mentioned the staff of the master and everything, and I think that is going to be really useful for him. But I think if he was to go into something like a mock, perhaps Stormbringer, I think it would do a little bit more. But no, going back to your question, I would, generally feel a lot more under threat from a farm Draconis, especially with the levels, because, obviously with the extra levels, he gets more on his stats, he gets a greater HP pool, he's harder to kill, etc. And yeah, it's more difficult to deal with him.
We just saw the Shrunken Head being picked up here by Draconis. It's being sent to him. Now we have a Veiled Rod on the Zephyr as they use the glyph to protect their tower. We have the Cataclysm being thrown down, but he's not interested in porting to it right yet, and that could be due to the Mirage putting that on cooldown. Sandwraith will port in here onto the Draconis, but he will use the TP to safety. And it looks like the spread coming out from Team Tin will be successful, and they will get this tower denied, but they're unfortunately not going to be able to net themselves any kills. Meanwhile, Draconis, he actually... Did he TP? He TP'd to well and he flew back to his volcano, didn't he? He actually picks up the kill there on the Aluna. We have the Arcane Vortex here off in the river. Gonna lock down several heroes. Draconis is now here with the Shrunken Head. The Essence Projection will be taken out here very quickly by Lord Salforus. And now Moira is on the run. He will go down to the Artesia. But so both the Moira and the Artesia will exchange lives. They do get the kill here onto the Accursed as well. Sandwraith is going to avoid that more Certissima, but now Draconis is going to try to make the catch up here with the Dragon Flame. Can he get in range for a stun? The Geomancer dig stun with the Portal Key, not going to be able to catch him. So Sandwraith, a little bit too slippery, but it ends up being 3 kills going the way of Team Tim, and they only end up losing their Moira. So big momentum swing coming out for Team Tim there.
Yeah, and with the Shrunken Head and Draconis, I'm just thinking, how are they going to kill him? It's going to be so difficult to gank him, and when it comes to the team fights, it's going to be even harder to kill him.
Sandwraith top lane, he's going to get caught out here by both the Gemini and the Draconis, and we're seeing a very similar story here to game number 2. The Gemini off to a much better start here in game number 3. He is 523 gold per minute. He has now surpassed the Zephyr. So similar story, as I said, to game number 2. The Draconis and the Gemini leading the way, and Zephyr, he's kind of slowed down. He was up there at the top by quite a large margin, but with that one death, he has really slowed down, only at 515 gold per minute now.
Yeah, he chose to go for the barrier idol before the staff. I don't know what you think about it. I don't think it was potentially the best choice. I know we can obviously look at it in hindsight and everything, and that gives us a bit of an advantage. But I think I would have rather have seen him kept the shamans and then go into the staff, just for the ability to obviously potentially upgrade the Sandwraith at a bit of an earlier stage, give them more presence in the team fights, and just make.
Gemini, he's going to go for the TP to safety. There is no stopping that, as 3 heroes without a disable. Gemini just going to Twin Fangs and port on home.
Yeah, so I think I would have personally liked to have seen a star pick up, but would you be on the same wavelength as me, or do you think it did make sense to go for the barrier idol first?
No, I think you have a good argument there. I feel like with the barrier idol, they were looking to group up as 5. As we're going to see initiation here on the Zephyr. Gemini going to jump the Draconis, is going to fly eventually. The heals are coming out, but the Undying going to do way too much in terms of stopping the healing, and no counter kills are going to happen as both the Artesia and the Zephyr end up falling. And it's only a 14-10 hero kill lead, but you can kind of start to feel the big momentum swing coming out from the side of Team Tim.
I don't know.
Sandwraith picks up.
Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry to cut you off. I don't know if you noticed there was a CC vote, a conceded vote called by Hellborn, which did not pass. So
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of
no,
of teams doing that.
no.
But it is what it is, nonetheless.
Yes, it is mentioned in all chat. But
So Sandwraith, he picks up the Thunderclaw. He picks up a Quick Blade. Safe to say that's going to be a Firebrand into an eventual Geometer's Bane, or do you think we'll see a Nullfire Blade?
I think it's probably going to be more of a Nullfire Blade. I think it will do more this game than the Geometer's Bane will do. So I would probably go for the Nullfire Blade personally. Geometer's Bane is a bit more of a kind of defensive. Okay, we want to get in, kill a hero, get out, etc. We want to, have the ability to destroy certain spells from Legion. But I think with where they're at the moment, they need to go all out for offensive damage. So Nullfire would make sense, and I think that's probably what we will see as opposed to the Geometer's Bane.
He's going to get caught here. He's going to use the Flame Consumption, but there is the Arcade Vortex to stop that TP. Crystal Field on top, followed up by the Dig Stun, and that will be a kill onto a Curse. Once again, the Pizza Taunt coming out from Huge Soul on top of that more Certissima. They will get that kill.
It sounds like you're quite a fan of the Pizza Taunt. Is that one that you use yourself?
It's not even my favorite taunt. I got used to seeing it so often. We're gonna see a Volcano come out here in the mid lane as Zephyr and the Sandwraith. Actually, the Sandwraith, he uses the Mirage, but he's not gonna pour it in. The Shrunken Head was activated by Draconis, and we now have an onslaught streak coming out for Gemini as he picks up the Dawnbringer. He's sitting on 2,600 gold. But what do you think we'll see coming out from the Gemini next?
You look at the player, you look at Imberboy. I think of one item, which is going to be Ginjuro. Yeah.
Yes. I read your mind perfectly there.
You read it. Yeah. I think it's going to be Ginjuro, and I think that now Draconis has a demonic breastplate. I think the damage output coming from Legion is going to be too excessive for Hellborn to really deal with. So I think it's going to be closing towards the end of the game. Not that I want to call it this early, but I think it is looking towards going that way. So we'll see what Hellborn can do to retaliate.
Yep, Lord Sulphur is going to put the Undying here onto Artesia. The Dig Stun will land, and Artesia will end up falling. Gemini jumps in with the dogs, and that will be a quick kill onto the Aluna. The CC vote comes out for real, and Team Tim will be the winners here in game number 3 of semifinal number 2. So you know what that means, BKB. We're going to see them move on here to the finals where they will meet Big Ego Crew coming up in our next series. Final thoughts here on game number 3 and the series overall.
Really good series overall. I casted the first game with Shorcan, as unfortunately he missed out. But game 1 was a really, really good one, which I thought was probably the closest out of the 3. I think that Team Tim did really well to come back with these 2 games here, but I think a lot of that comes down to the drafts were a lot more kind of secure. They felt a lot more comfortable with the heroes, and they gave Draconis and Gemini to obviously Imberboy and Tolgfors, who are renowned for playing these heroes very strongly. So I think the last 2 games just came down to better picks and better drafts. They had more damage output, they had better team fight, and I think that Hellborn made the mistake of not banning the Draconis in game 3, and they thought they could kind of combat it with the Zephyr, but I don't think Zephyr really had enough to deal with the Draconis, and the rest of the lineup. So congratulations to Team Tim as they do move on to the final, and looking forward to seeing what happens in the final against Big Ego Crew.
Yeah, so I want to ask you something. So you touched upon the Draconis ban. I completely agree with you. I feel like based off of game number 2, I feel like you have to go into game number 3 and address the Draconis one way or another, either ban it or pick accordingly. And also, I want to bring up this point once again. Do you feel like it was a mistake from Orcs of Newerth to also not ban out the Lord Sulphurus, trying to go for this early mid-game team fighting lineup based around the Zephyr? Do you feel like the Lord Sulphurus, with that counter of the Undying, kind of counteracting that team heal kind of centered focus, was that a mistake as well?
I think so, because the bans that they prioritized instead didn't particularly make sense. And as you summed up really well, the points that you made about the anti-healing and everything from South Forest, it does obviously give an extra factor to their ganks and their killing potential. However, to kind of counter that, I would say I feel that Gemini and Draconis probably did a little bit more than South Forest in game 3. So I think that they kind of made the important kills. They rotated really nicely. You know, Draconis got the space that he needed. He managed to escape from ganks when he needed to. And that led to him obviously picking up so much farm. And with the Gemini picking up those kills on the Sand Wraith, it was too much for Hellborn to kind of deal with in the closing stages.
Okay, I think we summed up the series pretty well. So as we said, I think 1 or 2 times we're gonna have Team Tim move on here to face Big Ego Crew in the finals, which will be coming up as our next match. So we will go on a break here, as I think we're getting the lobby ready, and we should be starting pretty shortly here with the finals. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. The finals of cycle number 8 coming up shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to cycle number 8 of the Paradise League Tournament. We have the finals coming at you between Big Ego Crew on the Legion side and Team Tim, your winner of semifinal number 2, which we just saw here on the Hellborn side. I am once again going to be your main caster, and I will be rejoined here by BKB and Chill. You excited for the finals here, BKB?
Yes, I am excited indeed. I love both. I love to watch both of these teams. Today they've been very impressive. So yeah, fully looking forward to the series. Hopefully it's going to be quite a nice and even matchup with some enjoyable games. And yeah, all ready to go.
All right, so quickly, who's going to win the cycle, and what's the series score going to be?
I think it's going to be 2-1 to Big Ego Crew. I think they will take game 1 and then game 3.
Okay.
That's my prediction. I think they're so experienced now. I think they've won a lot of cycles already, and I think that they will be too much for Team Tim to handle. I'll flip the question back on you. Do you feel the same?
I am actually right with you. I think 2-1 in favor of Big Ego Crew. I think their experience, their team synergy just will kind of persevere themselves through a 3-game series. And I think Team Tim will sneak in a game off of them. I don't know if it will be game 1 or game 2. We'll have to, wait until it unfolds. But I think Big Ego Crew will come out on top. We'll see if Team Tim can kind of prove both you and myself wrong and take the series. But right off the gates, we got the Draconis and the Adrenaline bands coming out from Shortcan, and I got to tell you, those two bands do not surprise me. We've had Shortcan here. I believe it was on an interview after the Cycle 7 finals. They were the winners, and Shortcan expressed kind of his dissatisfaction towards both those two heroes specifically, as he's had to face them many a times. And Team Tim, those are some comfort heroes for them. So I don't think those bands really surprise me all that much, although they are kind of our unusual blind bands. But we will have the Moira and the Electrician coming out from the side of Team Tim. Some very comfort heroes for Big Ego Crew, to say the least. We're going to have the first pick of Engineer coming out, followed up by the Monarch, Master of Arms into Magnus. So what do you think so far? What are we looking at?
Firstly, your point about the Draconis and the Adrenaline, it makes me chuckle slightly. That's because I know how much Shulkin hates playing against those heroes. I think he's relayed it to me and yourself quite a few times now. And obviously, we hear about how much he doesn't want to deal with them. So those bans definitely do make sense. In terms of the Legion draft at the moment, I think it's fairly standard. I think we'll probably see Master of Arms in a kind of more supporting role because they have picked up the Sir Bensington. So it looks like Dutch will probably play the Sir Bensington as the carry. And I think that having Engineer and Master of Arms as those kind of roaming support heroes are fantastic because they do have a really strong skill set. You think about Master of Arms with the ultimate as well. Obviously, can be used quite defensively and has the potential to keep a hero alive from an incoming gank. So I like that aspect of the hero too. If you look at Hellborn and what they've picked, they've gone for a completely different draft to their semi-final. So in the semi-finals, they picked more heroes such as, the Draconis, which wasn't banned then. We saw the Gemini, and we saw the Lord Sapphirus. So far, obviously, we're seeing the Magnus, we're seeing the Monarch, and the Tempest. So, some fantastic initiators there. I love Monarch for her defensive capabilities. I think that Monarch is quite good against Engineer. So yeah, I'm liking both drafts so far, and keen to kind of see what comes next.
Yeah, and with both the Magnus and the Tempest picked up on the side of Team Tim, I'm almost kind of curious as to how we're going to see these heroes utilized, because we have seen the jungling Tempest, we have seen that position 4 or position 3 long lane Tempest paired with another hero from time to time, and with them having both a Monarch and a Magnus already picked up, I guess more so the Magnus being a little bit flexible in terms of being either a core or a support. I'm going to be interested to see how Team Tim does decide to set up their lanes, as they do have 2 more picks to kind of round off their draft. But yeah, as you pointed out, a much different style of draft here, going up against Big Ego Crew than we saw in the previous series when they played against Orcs and Newerth. So that excites me very much. And we're going to have the second wave of bans taking place now. We have the Gemini, which you pointed out, we saw in back-to-back games in games 2 and 3 of the last series. That's going to be taken out here by Shortcan right off the bat. The Swiftblade as well, a follow-up ban. And the third ban will be that Clank, so a comfort hero, to say the least, for Imbaboy. He is known for playing a very, very solid Clanks, so not going to give him that opportunity. We're going to see the Pharaoh, the Flux, and the Pebbles going to be banned out here. So 3 Strength Initiator cores banned out from the side of Team Tim. Does anything stand out to you in those 6 bans?
I think 2 of the bans stand out to me, and those bans are the Flux and the what was the other one? Sorry, the Swiftblade. Swiftblade is obviously quite a nuisance carry. It has a 5-second magic immunity spell, so it is quite difficult to kill the Swiftblade, particularly in the early game. I know that Shorkan has said to myself personally that he does find Swiftblade quite a weak hero in the laning phase, which I can understand. But obviously he's kind of feeling like it could be a bit of a threat when it is played by Imbaboy, especially if he goes into that Rune Cleaver Genjuro route and it causes a lot of kind of nuisance, a lot of kind of annoying kind of nuisance with that. I feel that with the Flux is something that Satellitium has played relatively frequently in previous cycles, and he has done pretty well with it. Although I think, yeah, you could class it as, not one of the strongest heroes, unless it is, in this case, which it would be possibly paired with the Engineer, then it just ramp up the potential for the hero with the ultimate and obviously synergizing with the energy field. So I understand that ban. But yeah, I'll let you go into the rest of the picks.
Yeah, so you throw a Bensington on top of that potential Flux pull and the energy field, pretty deadly combo. So I could understand that Flux ban. But we're going to see once again the Lord Salforus coming out here. A comfort hero, to say the least, for Satellitium, as he's played that very, very well from time to time on the mid lane. So we're once again going to see a Lord Salforus. And we see the Gladiator coming out for Team Tim. I believe it was against... in the series against my team, Good Clan Rejects, they ran the Gladiator 1 or 2 times. Very, very disruptive hero. Very difficult to deal with in the early laning stages, setting up lots of ganks. They like to play that Gladiator as more of a second support style of Gladiator. So I'm going to be interested to see, with the Tempest and the Magnus makeup already, how they're going to choose to lane these heroes that are very, very flexible in terms of both being solid as support or core options. So a very flexible draft so far, to say the least. Big Ego Crew will finish off their lineup with a rally. So, when you look at Big Ego Crew's lineup, just up and down across the hero board, it just screams to me comfort picks. And we talked about in game number 2 of semifinal number 2, Team Tim picking up those comfort picks. I think we're just seeing that here in game number 1. So I love the lineup coming out for Big Ego Crew. Gonna be interested to see. I think it's going to be Volca playing the rally, as they already have an Engineer, which I believe will be played by Shortcan. So I think this should be a core rally and a main support Master of Arms for mechs. Do you agree with that? Because we're seeing the swaps kind of happen now, but...
I think so. I think you're spot on there. I think that Engineer and Rally do lane together quite frequently. I know Volca and Shortcan have done this in many cycles now. In many games, I have witnessed them go into that suicide lane and completely dominate. So I would not be too surprised to see that again. I think that obviously Salforus would go in the mid lane and he'll feel very comfortable with that, because as he describes, definitely a comfort pick for Satellitium and a very strong laner, particularly if it plays 1v1. Bensington and the Master of Arms is obviously going to be the short lane, which I think is quite effective because there is a lot of long range lockdown potential from them. So yeah, as you said, I think the picks definitely do scream out comfort, and it is a lineup and a draft that we have seen quite a few times now. So they'll feel really happy with what they've drafted. They'll feel really confident with their setup and what they need to do to win the game. So let's just see if they execute it, as they kind of wish to. But no, going into the Hellborn draft, I like the picks. I like the Tempest pick, and I'm interested to see what they do with Tempest. I like the fact that they have got a Magmus in the game, because I think Magmus is just a ridiculously strong hero, especially if you combine it with the setup they have from the Gladiator and the Tempest. So yeah, I think it could be quite a tight game. I think it's going to be quite action-packed because there is a lot of killing potential with either setup. So yeah, we just kind of have to see how it plays out.
So Team Tim finishes off with the Ravenor. We didn't get to touch upon that, but I was honestly expecting a 2-1-2 setup coming out from Team Tim. As we can see, the heroes moving to the lanes now. It looks like they will be running that aggressive tri-lane with the Monarch, the Magmus, and the Ravenor, sending the Gladiator into the mid lane as a solo core, and Tempest up to the top lane where he will play in a solo lane. Do you like the way that Team Tim has kind of utilized their laning phase with the picks that they've made?
I do. I like the tri-lane with the Ravenor, because I think Ravenor is pretty useful in a tri-lane. I do have to kind of eat my words slightly, because I expected the rally to go top with the engineer. But the rally is playing solo this game, so I just wanted to kind of mention that and to say that I am wrong. I am wrong in that case. I think that with the tri-lane bottom, it does give some potential for Monarch and Magmus to go for the bot runes, which is going to help out the Gladiator against the Pebbles.
We're going to have a crippling pollen here into a ball lightning. The lava surge to follow it up, but in the tower they're a little bit too deep with the threat of the tower damage. They're going to just simply fall back, put a lot of pressure onto the rally, and force a health potion to be used. We're going to immediately see Engineer TP to the bot lane. And I was going to pose this question to you before we saw any movement. Well, I guess the first question would be, should Big Ego Crew or Team Tim, should one team be looking to kind of match up the tri-lanes? And also, if the tri-lanes do match up, which tri-lane would you give the edge to if we do see the eventual rotations that direction?
I'd probably give the advantage to the tri-lane with the Bensington. I've seen Big Ego Crew tri-lane many times, and they have probably won at least 80 to 90% of those. So I think with their confidence and their experience, I would give the advantage to them. But in terms of hero selection, you could argue that Monarch and Magmus are very, very strong in a tri-lane, so you could also give the benefactor to Team Tim. So yeah, I think it just comes down to who makes the better setups and who plays the tri-lane better. But I think in terms of hero matchups, it is relatively even. But I have to apologise. Earlier I said it's Pebbles against Sapphirus. I should have said it is, Gladiator against Pebbles. But
we're going to see a Magmus Lava Surge come out, but a beautiful compel from Rally on Engineer, avoiding that bot lightning stun. So now we see Master of Arms poured into the bot lane, where it will be a tri-lane versus tri-lane. Not with the Bensington, though. The Bensington will remain up in the top lane, where he will go 1 versus 1 against the Tempest. And we see a lot of pressure coming in from Huge Soul there onto Dutch Ownage. Will this be enough for a Bloodlust kill, as he does have an Elemental, or a Glacial Blast, coming up, but Dutch will get the distance there on the Bensington, where he uses the health potion. So what do you think about Bensington being the solo up here versus, per se, the Rally, as he is now the farmer in the tri-lane down bottom?
I think it's going to be absolutely fine, because I think getting the levels onto Bensington is going to be good. With the fast level 6 as well, it just sets up, the ability to have the global.
We're going to see a Compel Stun coming onto Magmus. The Keg Stun will follow as well, but Master of Arms used his Overcharge shot on the Ravenor, so a little bit of split focus fire. So Magmus gets taken down to about half life, but the Ball Lightning does end up missing. So no kills happening just yet in the tri-lane.
Oh, mid lane.
Oh, mid lane, we have a double damage Lord Salforus. And going pretty even in terms of the creep kills. We have 320 gold per minute versus 315 gold per minute. So the double damage rune might give a little bit of an edge there to Lord moving forward. But we see a Lava Surge in the bot lane onto Rally. Crippling Pollen will connect, and there's the Ball Lightning. The damage from the Stormblades, but Rally gets a Compel out to safety. And now Magmus is the one in trouble as he uses the Steam Bath. Here comes the Chrysalis. in response, going to heal up Magnus, and he has another Lava Surge ready to go. They're turning it on to Master of Arms. Will this be the Bloodlust kill? Who will go down first? The Master of Arms will fall, and Team Tim will get the Bloodlust kill onto the Monarch. They're not done just yet, though. There's the Golden Apple used by Engineer. A beautiful Compel stun, but Magnus, one more auto attack was needed. He gets the Lava Surge up to safety, and now Rally is the one who's in trouble. He turns it around on a Magnus. Magnus will fall, but it will come at the cost of Rally's life, so it ends up being a 2-for-1 in the end in favor of Team Tim.
These tri lanes that we always seem to watch are just so crazy. Like, it's just non-stop back-to-back action. And yeah, you know, I kind of briefly said earlier, I thought the tri lanes were relatively similar, and I think that fight kind of showed it. A few kills were kind of picked up either side. Unfortunately, Rally couldn't kill the Magmus, as Magmus did become very low and he managed to escape. But yeah, lots of action, and it's always good to see a bit of entertainment when it comes to a tri versus tri lane.
Yeah, right you are. And I believe we saw Big Ego Crew camping both of the runes, so Gladiator unfortunately had to port to base to refill his bottle, so that's going to give a little bit more space to Lord Sulfuras, so great heads up play there. I believe the Bensington camped the top rune. Now that did, actually hold that thought as we have action in the tri-lane. The Engineer is going to fall here. Hopefully Paradise got that as I was blabbing as I normally do, but we're going to see a Lava Surge come out here onto Master of Arms, and this is going to be 2 kills the way of Team Tim's tri-lane, so a 2-for-0 exchange here as they now jump out to a 4-1 hero kill lead. But while this is going on in the top lane, we have Lord Sulfuras porting in to try to help here as Tempest goes for a dive, and he will pay with it for his life. He gets caught out there, doesn't go for the Elemental Void, as it would most likely not result in a kill. So great team support coming out here from Lord Sulfuras to aid Bensington, who got tower dove.
Yeah, good kill onto Tempest. I don't know how he really got into that position, although you did just say that he tower dove, so he could pick up the kill. Smart rotation, you know, as we know, Sulfuras is so deadly when he gets his ultimate, and I think that once you do get the level 6, it is always worth trying to rotate into other lanes. So yeah, good heads up play from him, and it's good to see them picking up the kill onto the Tempest, because it naturally slows down his progression towards that PK.
Yeah, we see identical creep farm on both the Tempest and the Bensington up in the top lane, so that death on the Tempest setting him back, putting Bensington up at the top of the GPM charts at 430 gold per minute. But speaking of Tempest, we see him rotate down to the bot lane. This rotation was spotted out by the Sword of Sight placed by Mech, so they're fully aware that Tempest is down here, and they are playing very, very defensively in their tower. Now we do have the Nightfall ready to go. A double damage room going to be picked up here by Dutch if a fight brews out. We will most likely see that Nightfall coming into play, but he will make his way to the mid lane for now, as Lord Sulfuras will go to base to regen that bottle. And I'm going to be interested to see, do you think Big Ego Crew is looking to take this fight down here with the Bensington ult available?
It's a good question. I'm not too sure, to be honest. I think you could argue both ways. I think if Hellborn overextends, if Tempest looks to dive behind the tower, and if Magnus looks to Lava Surge in behind the tower, I think Legion could easily take the fight. But I think otherwise it's going to be quite difficult, as there could be a bit of initiation coming soon. But no, going back to your question, I think
Ball Lightning will land top lane onto Bensington. He did just miss the joust, but no TP support is coming in. So yeah, now that Ravenor is up in the top lane, I think this would be the time, if any, to take a fight here if you're Big Ego Crew.
I know you do play a bit of Tempest yourself. Do you tend to rotate this early, or do you like to kind of stay a bit more passive in the jungle? Do you think it's a better idea to kind of keep yourself safe, or do you think it can be, you know, it can have a bit of a risk reward sort of factor as he does rotate into the short lane?
No, I completely agree with you. When a Tempest is, as we actually see, Gladiator gets hit with the Undying there. He ends up falling as he boards the base. But Ravenor, he will deny himself to Kongor there as he got in a really aggressive position. Looks like he took out the tower in the top lane and put himself in a dangerous position. But he does give up the kill there does deny himself. So good heads up play there to stun up the Bensington with the ball lightning and then deny himself. But to answer your question about the Tempest, I definitely agree with you about the risk-reward factor. Obviously, by playing active, you sacrifice a lot of your GPM in the hopes to net kills with it. Because if you do just purely sit back and farm, he would be much higher GPM. Top lane, we have a Ball Lightning coming out onto Bensington. We have Monarch and Tempest coming over, and I don't see Dutch getting out of this one. The Crippling Pollen going to keep him in place. He does get the Joust off, but 4 players the way of Team Tim up here. You could argue that is a lot of resources for a Bensington kill.
I was just thinking, obviously, with them sending 4 heroes up there, is it really worth it? But then you kind of look at Bensington being one of the cores. I think you'd have to say it probably is. They've now left bot lane alone, so I'll be keen to see what they try and do next. But yeah, just kind of touching upon Tempest again. Do you think? I mean, me myself, I'm quite old school in terms of how I look at the hero. I think it's always necessary to go for that mana ring into PK into Shrunken Head. Is that generally quite common nowadays, or do you think we tend to see slightly more varied builds?
I think what you're suggesting is right on cue. I feel like due to them not having a superior cancel on the side of Legion, the quicker you get that Portal Key Shrunken Head combination, you're really setting yourself up for success. We're going to see an initiation here on the rally. The Lava Surge comes in. They even use the Elemental Void. I actually think that wasn't necessary, but they get the kill nonetheless. Now mid lane, while this is going on, Gladiator uses the Call to Arms, but he is getting gone on here. More Certissimo will come in, and now will secure the kill. It's a serial killer streak. Now Tempest does not have his Elemental Void ready to go, but they put out a lot of pressure here on the Bensington. He has the Soul Trap debuff on him. Will he be able to survive this? It's got 3 more seconds on it. Magnus will miss the Lava Surge as the Joust will get him to safety, but Tempest ends up falling here as Engineer gets credit for that kill. He will go down to the tower here, it looks like, as Monarch gets credit for that serial killer streak. Magnus will Steam Bath, and he will be just fine. Not a whole lot of mana remaining on the Self Force to go for a return kill, but pretty hectic team fight coming out here in the mid lane.
Yeah, hectic is a good word to use. Gladiator hasn't had much impact as of yet, so I would like to see him join in with a bit more of the ganking that Help are going for, especially because his showdown into Pitfall combination is so difficult to avoid. He's not done anything as of yet that I've noticed because he's 0-2-0. But yeah, no, I think with Gladiator is one of those heroes I do pick up quite a lot myself. I am a big fan of the hero and the way it is kind of utilised. But I think with what they've kind of got going for them in terms of, having the Magnus, having the Monarch and the Tempest, I think he should be doing a little bit more. Would you agree?
Yes and no. I feel like you've made some good points, but at the same time, I do feel like they are expecting Gladiator to translate in terms of GPM this game. So I think the fact that he's sitting mid, as much as he is just fine. He hasn't had the greatest rune control, but that's mostly credit to Big Ego Crew really making a point to kind of camp those runes and control the pace of the game so far. And thus, we've seen them jump off to a 2,000 golden experience lead. So I think the rotations from Big Ego Crew have been kind of spot on to start here in game number 1. So they're kind of setting the pace for the match. Now, with that being said, we have a Magnus in a very offensive position. They're trying to set up a kill on the rally, but Ravenor goes ahead and misses the Ball Lightning. So I don't think we'll see a kill attempt just yet on the rally. But yeah, I think to answer your point, I think the Gladiator isn't necessarily at fault. I think what he's doing is okay. It just hasn't been working out for them just yet.
I'm interested to hear your opinion. I don't know if you can see West Afro farming just in front of him. So that ward does not block the camp itself, but it does give rune vision. So obviously it's very, very useful. Is that a ward that we tend to see quite frequently? Is it something that you as a support player, as you playing support sometimes, would look to place, or do you think it is something quite unique to Mex and what he does deliver in that role?
I think it's a fairly common ward. It's not one that I per se place that often, but that just has to do with my particular warding style as a support player. I think it's a great ward. I think it's one that maybe isn't necessarily expected. So in that regard, it's less likely to get countered. As you can see, the Rev ward coming out here from Monarch on the more popular position, unfortunately going to miss. But we have action here in the mid lane as Gladiator catches a pitfall onto Engineer. Engineer will use the energy field, but I believe that will only delay the inevitable as he does end up falling. So great catch coming out here on the side of Team Tim. Monarch picks up the ultimate warrior streak, so he's actually sitting on 200 gold per minute. Very good for himself. As we see a Nightfall coming out in the top lane. Ravenor with the ball lightning down. The Joust will connect, and that means Ravenor is no more. The Undying on top of that Nightfall, just too much damage for Ravenor to handle. And with that death, he will now drop to 340 gold per minute. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we have an Elemental Void being used. It will be enough for a kill on the Master of Arms as they get 2 kills the way of both Rally and Master of Arms, so they make some kills happen in the mid lane. Hasted Tempest coming into play there, and looks like they're not done just yet. They're going to turn this into a tier 1 tower push.
Yep, showdown onto South Forest, so I do think they might go. No, they're leaving. Yeah, so 2 kills with the tower. Definitely something they will take. And Dutch did deny a tower as well, so that's gold from 2 towers, although 1 is slightly reduced with the gold efficiency. But yeah, no, if you're looking at South Forest and his items, I think his build is generally quite standard for what he likes to go for.
Monarch will steal that invisibility rune there from Engineer as he avoids the keg stun, denying that rune away from Lord South Forest.
Yes, I think South Forest with the gold that he's and his items so far, we probably will see a barrier idol, which is going to be extremely effective against Hellborn's heroes, and I do like it against the Ravenor, because as we know, Ravenor is very magic heavy with his damage per second. I think I'll be interested to see what Tempest goes for next with regards to what he's pulled. I mean, it's probably looking like a portal key, but no, I'm eating my words. He has just picked up a Dreamcatcher. Are you a fan of Dreamcatcher yourself, or do you think it is slightly too expensive for what it does give to the owner?
Was it Tempest who picked that up?
Tempest, yep.
That's an interesting item choice on a Tempest. We talked about going the more traditional route of the Portal Key Shrunk and being kind of core of this game because they don't really have that superior cancel to deal with a Shrunken Head Tempest. But actually, hold on. I thought as we actually see a kill here. Bensington gets I don't know if that was actually a solo kill or not. We had Master of Arms in the area. I think he assisted there with the acid bomb. So they get the catch onto Monarch, who was trying to do some warding, but nice kill coming out from Big Ego Crew there. The Dreamcatcher is really interesting. So I would imagine that's to counter the healing from Lord Sulfuras. Do you think that that's like something that they necessarily needed this game?
Yes and no. I like the stats that it gives to Tempest. I like the fact that it gives extra movement speed. It gives more max health. It boosts all of his base stats. So for that aspect, I think it is quite a good item to have. However, you could argue on a Tempest there could be more useful items for him to go for, whether it be that Portal Key first, that Shrunken Head, perhaps.
River, we're gonna have Magnus getting gone on here. He uses a Lava Surge defensively. He avoids the keg stun, but here comes Rally as he compels in Engineer, and that will be the kill secured there onto the Magnus.
No, I was quite surprised that Tempest didn't go for a Gnome's Wisdom this game. I know that Hughesol does like the item quite a lot, especially when he plays Tempest, so I think that could have been an option as mid lane.
Here comes a showdown into Pitfall. Will the team support come in? It looks like they're not looking to go for any kills here. Crippling Pollen comes out onto Lord Sulfuras, but he is very tanky with that barrier idol picked up here at the 16-minute mark, also sitting on 800 gold. Another showdown coming out here onto Engineer, but looks like, the Pitfall will miss. They're not really interested in committing to a fight necessarily.
Could be a jump on South Forest, yeah.
Rally gets a nice 2-man compel stun. Here comes the Seismic Slam. It will land on a Tempest. The Chrysalis will come out, but here comes the Nightfall from Bensington. Elemental Void will come out. It lasts about 2 seconds, but they will get the kills onto both Monarch and Tempest. And now Ravenor, he will go for the TP. Will it be successful? Yes, it will. The compel stun, not in time, unfortunately, as we see a vote to pause come out. But 3 kills go in the way of Big Ego Crew. They take a massive engagement here, and this will most definitely turn into a tier 1 tower as well. So they build themselves a 3,000 gold and experience lead, and that will increase here as the tower is going to fall. But what a great engagement coming out here from Big Ego Crew.
Yeah, this is what they're so good at. They find their their marker point where it's usually between 15 to 20 minutes. They'll group up. They will go in to one lane, usually the middle lane, and they'll take a team fight and just completely dominate it, which is what we saw here. 3 hero kills for nothing. with the tower on top of that, I think that is going to swing momentum quite greatly in their favour now. We can see a 3k difference for the golden experience. So they've already managed to establish quite a good lead there, and with the tower, that's going to be boosting their impact through their goals. So yeah, I think it's something we do see quite often from Big Ego Crew, and it's always good to see the way that they synergize their team play, because it always does seem like they're very in sync, and that's something that is probably linked into their communication, which I do feel is generally very strong.
Yeah, and they see you see Rally picking up that portal key, and they just make immediate use out of it, taking a great team fight, translating themselves into a small golden experience lead. So great job by them to execute that.
I've noticed as well, if they manage to pick up the early barrier idol onto South Forest, it gives them so much survivability. You look at how much damage barrier idol does negate, and I think it is 300 or 400, 300 actually, I should say. Yeah, so 300. So I think with Hellborn's heroes still being relatively low in level and their damage outputs being quite low, it does negate a lot of what they do offer in those fights, and I think that's what generally gives them quite a good advantage on top of the synergy that they do tend to bring together as well.
Yeah, so moving forward here, Team Tim just took a fight that they didn't end up winning. What items do they have around the corner? We have 2,900 gold saved up on the Gladiator. Is it safe to say that's going to be a Mock of Brilliance? Typically, when we see a big gold amount pulled up early game, it tends to be that Mock. First of all, is that what you expect? And also, do you feel like that's what Team Tim is lacking right now? Are they lacking that damage presence?
The first question, it is what I expect. I think Gladiator with a Mock of Brilliance is just phenomenal. He farms so quickly, and it kind of fits into his play style with how he plays Draconis as well. With Draconis, we too tend to see him picking up that Mock of Brilliance first, and then he transitions into more tanky items such as the Shrunken Head, Phosphor Plate, Behemoth's Heart, etc. And I think he'll do something similar with the Gladiator. As you say as well, with the extra damage output on top of the Magma Sun and the Tempest Ultimate, it does back up their carry potential, because Ravnor won't want to do everything on his own, especially because he's not had the best of starts. So I personally like it, and I think it is a great choice. And it'll be interesting to see how he transitions from a Brilliance, if he does go for it, into more of a kind of tankier route, and then seeing how he offers that kind of benefit through his ultimate into the fights.
Okay, so good point. So you're liking the Mock of Brilliance pickup. Looks like Ravenor. I think we will be seeing the Thunderclaws we typically see on the Ravenor as he picks up that Alacrity band. I'm actually not too sure how close he is to the Thunderclaw, but he's sitting on 370 gold per minute, so I would imagine he's getting quite close. Only sitting on 3 deaths, so not really setting him back too much. Honestly, I'm not too sure what we're going to see from Tempest next, but is it safe to say a Portal Key could still be his next option here, as he's sitting on almost 900 gold?
I think he has to go for Portal Key. I don't see how much they can do without it, really. You could argue that he could possibly go into more of a kind of tankier route. So if he perhaps wanted to go into, possibly Steam Boots, Plated Greaves, into, Anoma's Wisdom, on top of that Dreamcatcher, it would make him very difficult to kill. Although I think just having the initiation on top of the hero setup that they have would be more useful. So I think that PK Portal Key would be the right pickup. So yeah, we'll have to see if he was 250 and if he goes for it.
Okay. Looks like Bensington's going for the straight Hyper Crown. He picks up that Warp Clef, so he's pretty close to that, only needing a little bit of gold here for the recipe. We see Lord Sulphorus pick up the Ice Brand, so I think actually that could be either a Frostwolf Skull or a Dawnbringer. Which do you think we'll see Lord Sulphorus upgrade that Ice Brand into?
I think it'll be a Dawnbringer. I think Satellitium, knowing him as a player, I think he likes to have the extra move speeds and the mana regen. So I would go for the Dawnbringer. However, there is a lot of potential with the Frostwolf Skull, and having that AoE slow and the attack slow, which I believe is slightly greater than the Dawnbringer. So I think it will probably be a Dawnbringer, but we could see either. But no, just going into, I wanted to ask you about the Bensington versus the Ravenor. Obviously, both heroes are quite similar in terms of being melee DPS heroes who do build Hyper Crown. Who do you prefer to have on, let's say, your lineup, for example? Would you rather have a Ravenor with a Hyper Crown, or would you rather have a Bensington with a Hyper Crown?
So I like both heroes, and I'm going to tell you why. I love the Bensington in terms of what he brings to the team fights and the global presence. I feel like you could argue he might be a little bit of a stronger hero, like just overall, but the damage output that a Ravenor brings to a team fight when he's there in your face with a Hyper Crown and he's sitting on you with that power overwhelming, building those stacks, I think the Ravenor is very, very scary. But speaking of him, we're going to see a beautiful Cleansing Wind coming up to remove that Compel stun, and here comes the Undying, but it's going to stop the initiation, so Ravenor will be just fine. Engineer will use the energy field here, catching the Monarch, and Lord Selvaris will pick up that kill with the more certissima nuke, so they do get a kill nonetheless, but it was not the hero they were hoping to pick up. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Bensington, he does pick up a solo kill there on the Gladiator. I actually missed how that happened, but Gladiator being brought down there. Great job from Dutch to pick up that solo kill.
I missed it as well, and I think that because Gladiator is relatively squishy, he only has investments picked up with the power supply. I think that Dutch is looking to go for that kill, obviously, when he sees it. And yeah, great hazard play from him, and a very, very good pick off.
They're going to pick up a tier 1 tower in the top lane on the side of Big Ego Crew, so they further their gold and XP lead now to 7,000 gold and 6.6 thousand experience lead, and they are hunting for more kills. They are roaming the Hellborn's jungle, trying to find anybody that they can, but we can see a good spread coming out here from the side of Team Tim. As their Ravenor does respawn now, we'll see if they look to take a team fight here. Tempest, he's going to go ahead and use that Glacial Blast stun, but Rally is here with a Compel stun. Here comes the Crystals immediately onto Tempest. Will he be able to line up his Elemental Void? He gets bursted down by the Lance Long from Bensington. Eruption coming out in the background, but not dealing the most damage, and they're going to lose both the Tempest and the Monarch. Magnus forced to fall back, so it ends up being a 2-for-0 engagement here, once again in favor of Big Ego Crew, as Ravenor and Gladiator, they weren't really interested in taking that fight.
Yeah, good jump from Rally. I don't know if you saw, but Magnus did miss the ultimate, and I think he only landed onto Rally, which is not what he wanted. It was a good idea. I think he did position himself quite well, but I think Legion is just too strong for him to really jump into that kind of melee influx of heroes.
Ravenor could be in some trouble here. We see the port coming in from Rally. Bensington here with the double damage as well. Compel Stun comes in, and Joust to follow it up. That Ward of Sight giving them so much information. Big time ward coming out there from Mex as they spot out the Ravenor, still hanging around the area, and great capitalization there as they get the kill onto Ravenor. So 2 deaths back to back now, I believe, for the Ravenor will slow him down to 380 gold per minute as he falls to a 2-4 score.
I think that Hellborn are really lacking in that PK at the moment on the Tempest. I don't know if you'd agree with me, but it just feels like there's something missing. And I think that's what they are missing. So I would love to see him just try
Showdown into the pitfall. Here comes the call to arms on top. It will connect onto Gladiator, but look at how much damage he mitigated with having that Barrier Idol passive magic armor. That is not even using the Barrier Idol activate. He just tanks nothing there in terms of damage. So very, very hard to bring down that Lord Selvaris. He does pick up the Frostburn, so it looks like you were right. He's going to build that into an eventual Dawnbringer. Lava Surge here in the mid lane onto Master of Arms. He's going to get completely caught out as the Crippling Pawn into the Ball Lightning follows that up, and that will be a quick kill there on the support Master of Arms.
Yeah, so we kind of briefly discussed earlier when you were saying about the Bensington against the Ravenor and both having a Hyper Crown. As it transitions into late game, I would personally give a bit of an advantage to the Ravenor, but I can appreciate what Bensington does offer, especially with the global ultimate. Do you feel the same about the transition as they do go into, let's say, a 40 to 50 minute plus game? Would you give the advantage to Ravenor with his damage output, or do you think Bensington can really stand up to him?
So, is the question if they're both on equal farm?
Yes.
I think I would give the edge to Ravenor. I feel like Ravenor, I think he scales a little bit better than the Bensington does. But that's not to say that the Bensington is not scary in the late game. I think that the amount of burst that Ravenor has when he jumps on his target hitting that ball lightning, keeping them in place. I think the amount of attack speed he'll build into and the damage his right clicks will output will yield more than the Bensington in the counterpart.
What do you think about? Excuse me, I lost my train of thought. I think I was going to mention so Bensington. If we were to see a Bensington staff, is that something you'd like to see, or have you not tried out staff for the past time?
I love staff on Bensington. I don't think he should buy it himself. I think he should get staff given to him, which in this case I think we'll see Rally build into the staff of the Master. So I think we will, if the game goes long enough and they get the right items they're looking for, I think we will see a staff upgrade to the Bensington. And I think that the extra range that the Bensington gets from the staff is the big part of why you pick it up. Bensington becomes kind of this he gets like 600 plus range from the staff eventually, with the Heart Piercer on top adding the 250. So it's a very, very nice range increase. But on top of that, you get a 5-second cooldown to the Lance Along. So that's a big amplification to your damage, adding that extra 300 damage burst to an auto attack every 5 seconds.
Yeah, I like the ideas behind the staff. I think that as well, when you look at the Lance Long spell, the W spell, if you were to combine it with the Hyper Crown, it does proc into a massive amount of damage. But Dutch is looking to build the Geometer's Bane next. Geometer's Bane versus Nullfire is quite an interesting debate, because I think I'm a fan of both items myself.
Or with the Invisor, and he's going to miss the ball lightning. What a sidestep coming out here from Bensington. The Master's Call is going to come out, and look at that damage coming out as he's trying to go for a return kill. The Lance Along will not connect. The Lava Surge is going to connect. Meanwhile, over in the Bob River Energy Field, did catch Gladiator off guard, and they do get the kill. So there is no team support coming for Bensington. They do end up trading 1-for-1. Monarch will eventually sacrifice himself as the Magnus will make the escape here. But Tempest, he's in some trouble. He does pick up that portal key. He's going to use the bottle. Sip's going to try to get himself to safety, and it looks like he will be just fine.
Yeah, I think Tempest now with his PK and Red Boots still, I think we're probably going to see a shrunken next on him. Another question regarding the staff. I know that I have seen you, when I've seen you stream yourself, you have picked up staff on Tempest, and I know you do like the value that item brings to Tempest. I don't see him getting that anytime soon if he was to push towards it. But do you think that if he wasn't to go for, let's say, a Dreamcatcher, he could have possibly gone for a staff instead and had a bit more efficiency with his ultimate? Or do you think that staff is something you want to go for a bit later in the game with regards to the true damage and everything?
So I think the staff is a great item on Tempest. I think it's just an issue of getting to that stage of the game, because that requires a lot of farm. And one thing I also want to bring up is that I do feel like having a Resto Stone, I think having the threat of 2 Elemental Voids, is we actually have an initiation here. The Nightfall's coming out. Here comes the Tempest Elemental Void. It's not going to be canceled right away. And this is Team Tim's turn to retaliate, as the Crystals will keep Magnus alive for now. But Lord Sulfuras, he's holding his ground. Will he be able to get the return kill? He gets the kill on the Magnus. He will fall in the end. It ends up being a 2-for-3 exchange in favor of Team Tim. But here comes Rally with the Seismic Slam. It lands onto Monarch. That will be a kill, as a double tap coming out for Volca on that Rally. Here's the Shrunken Head being activated by Ravenor, but he's not going to be able to pick up the distance onto his target, as he doesn't have the portal key. And Master of Arms is all by himself. Will he be able to make the escape? It looks like it. The ball lightning will unfortunately miss, and that will conclude the team fight. It is going to be a 3-for-3 fight when it's all said and done, and the Ravenor and Tempest come out alive, as well as the Master of Arms and Rally. So I think that exchange going in favor here of Team Tim.
I think so. I think you would have to give the advantage to Team Tim because Ravenor survived, as you said. I don't know if you noticed, but Tempest used the Dreamcatcher onto Rally, so Rally wasn't unable to PK towards the end of that, and I think he wanted to go back in. So yeah, good use of that Dreamcatcher, especially against those PK initiators. And no, I think that just going back to the kind of mention about the staff of the Master on Tempest, I believe. Sorry,
yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I believe that I believe the true damage does work quite well in the late game stage when heroes do build up quite a lot of armor. That's why I kind of mentioned, is it quite effective to have it in the later periods as opposed to the earlier game periods? I mean, what do you think about it?
So without a staff, you do get true damage on the Meteor. it's going to make the elementals deal true damage when he gets a staff, as well as reduce the cooldown of the elemental void. So what I wanted to say was I actually value the Tempest getting a resto stone over the staff first, because I feel like the threat of having 2 elemental voids is greater than having 1 elemental void with a reduced cooldown. I think because the elemental void is so impactful, being able to have 2 outweighs the benefit of having 1 with less cooldown. We're going to have a Compel Stun land here onto the Monarch. No Slam going to be used. The Chrysalis is used defensively here, but it looks like a Magnus will channel an Eruption. He jumps in. He's going to only land it onto the Lord Self Forest with that Barrow Idol being used, so not a whole lot of damage coming out. And Ravenor, he's heading to the top lane. It looks like they are content with giving up this Kongor over to Big Ego crew. So this one will fall here in their favor. Now, their own Kongor not going to spawn here for another 3 minutes, I believe, so I don't think it's going to be in time to drop a Token of Life. We're going to see Gladiator actually get picked off here as he gets caught between the Rally and the Engineer. Great pick off there, and Gladiator does not have a buyback, so 2 kills go in their way, as well as a Kongor. They might look to turn this into a base push and potentially get a Rex if they have enough time. There's 50 seconds on the Gladiator.
Yeah, there's absolutely no reason why they can't push, and they're pushing very, very quickly, as we can see with the auto attack damage. So, yeah, could be a possible Rax here. Magnus has no ultimate, as we saw, he kind of whiffed it earlier. So it'll be interesting to see if they choose to defend it and how they choose to do so. I don't think they are, but yeah, it's going to be the first Rax to Big Ego.
Yep, so they get the full Rax and 20 seconds still on the Gladiator, so plenty of time to spare. They will port Bensington over to the mid lane, and they will just continue to space the map as they have double stacked Ancients waiting for him. And he does complete that Geometer's Bane. I believe he just bought something as well. Being sent to him as he's sitting on 1,500 gold as well. I don't know if you caught that, but we will get the information shortly as to what Bensington did end up purchasing. It was a dust or a TP.
Nothing
Not
too
quite
exact.
what I was expecting, but
No,
he's sitting on 2,000 gold nonetheless.
Yeah.
So he's going to pick up a Warhammer here. Looks like valuing the Shrunken Head. Can't really argue against the Shrunken Head going up against this lineup from Team Tim.
No. I was really fascinated by your points about the Restoration Stone on Tempest against the Staff of the Master. And the fact that you prioritize having the double ultimate with the Resto Stone and having more value from that, it does make a lot of sense. You know, I think when you have 2 back-to-back ultimates, I think it can usually decide a game in many senses, because it can often be a bit of a surprise factor too if the other team don't notice the Restoration Stone as it's picked up. So I think I would agree with you. I mean, I wouldn't ever argue against your jungle insight, because I'm not a jungle player myself, and I know that you do play the role quite often. I know you do play the role quite often. But no, I just wanted to say that I think Restoration Stone would probably be slightly better in this sort of game where they need to kind of go all out with their team fights. So yeah, it would make sense if we were to kind of see that a bit later on, if the game does go that far.
I agree. We did, by the way, see the Staff of the Master upgrade to Bensington, so he does have that. He's sitting on 650 range with the staff plus the maxed out Heart Piercer, so that is a very long attack range on the Sir Bensington.
Yeah.
Bottom lane, we have a Compel Stun landing here onto the Gladiator. Look at that damage coming out from the Seismic Slam. Engineer with the final auto attacks. Rally actually getting credit for that kill. So they once again pick off the Gladiator. 70 seconds. He does not have a buyback once again. Will Big Ego crew look to try to turn this into a second Rax push? Kongor has respawned, so they might turn their attention toward the Kongor and try to secure themselves some more buffs.
I think they'll probably go for Kongor first. I don't see any reason why they should ignore it. Yeah, just getting the extra buffs will prove to be quite useful, especially as the game goes on. And then, yeah, I think after that, they'll probably look to group up, because they have a Shrunken Head on South Forest. They have, obviously, a Barrier Idol, which they've had for quite a while now. South Forest with the Shrunken Head is probably going to be quite unkillable, so he can just frontline and dish out as much damage as possible. I think that even though Hellborn do have Tempest still with his ultimate available, I don't think they have enough damage to take down the cores from Legion. At least all of them. So yeah, I think after this Concord, we should see a push in towards
Nightfall coming into the bot river. Here comes the Elemental Void, locking down both the Rally and the Sir Bensington. There's the Elder Parasite activated on the Ravenor, and the damage comes through. They get 2 kills as Bensington, he was getting very close to finishing his Shrunken Head, so that death will set him back about 800 gold away from that Shrunken Head. Big kills coming out there from Team Tim to kind of prolong and extend the game further.
Yeah, at first I thought they missed out on Concord, but obviously they got the Concord first and then jumped in for the Bensington, which didn't turn out to be the best idea. Good use of the Tempest ultimate as well, because with those 2 kills they can now free up some space in the bot lane for 1, possibly 2 towers. So yeah, overall I think the play was quite smart, and it's definitely the right thing to do at this stage.
So we did see the Shrunken there picked up on Lord Selforus. I talked about Bensington's is around the corner coming up. Here we're going to see Engineer use the energy field on the Gladiator. Call to Arms will come out. They do have a stopper to that TP with the Tablet of Command from Engineer, and Undying is applied now. Here comes the Barrier Crystal is coming out in defense onto Gladiator. The Shrunken Head is popped, and Gladiator will fall. Monarch and Tempest need to be careful now. Lord Selforus, he's outputting tons of damage. He's going to use the Morse Artesian, but now Ravenor is here. Here comes the Master's Call. Will they be able to save the Lord Selforus? He's taking so much damage. The Ravenor pounding in the auto attacks, and now he's turning his attention onto the Engineer. There is a portal key coming up in 1 more second. He cannot get it off. A 2-man compel into Seismic Slam deletes both the Ravenor and the Magnus. Huge plays coming out from Big Ego Crew as they secure themselves 3 kills. There is still no Elemental Void for 60 seconds, so a big part of why this fight is going the way of Big Ego Crew, as only the Monarch and the Tempest do survive. It is a 3-for-1 engagement here, as Big Ego Crew is now looking to pressure the tier 2 tower in the mid lane.
I have to ask you a question. Is that not classified as the slam from hell?
It's close. It's up there. That was a pretty great slam coming out from Volka as he nets himself a double tap there.
Just want to hear you say it, that's all.
No, I don't want to break anyone's ears on the cast, unfortunately.
No, I think when you did the slam from hell, I think you got 4 kills or 5 kills. And
it was an annihilation, yeah.
Annihilation, okay. Volker only got 2, so I can see why you didn't want to say it enjoying that initiation.
So we have the Elemental Void coming up here in 7 more seconds. Still no Shrunken Head though. I actually missed it if he picked up the Warhammer or not. He might just be lacking that extra 300 gold for the recipe. And if that's the case, that's a big item pickup coming around the corner for Team Tim. But if they're still missing out on both the Warhammer and the recipe, Tempest still has quite a ways to go to finish that Shrunken off. But
I think he's probably missing the Warhammer. I don't think he's close to Shrunken as of yet. I could be mistaken, as I have been a few times in this game. So yeah, it's probably going to be about 5 minutes before he does get the Shrunken Head. Do you think when he does pick up the Shrunken Head, it will give them that turn potential? I mean, if I'm to answer my own question, I would probably say no. I think that Legion do have too much to offer at this stage.
He's got it. There, he had the Warhammer in the stash, and he's going to use the Veiled Rod here. So that's a massive pickup coming out for Team Tim. And if there's any time to really surprise or catch Big Ego Crew off guard, it would be now with that Shrunken Head picked up. As one big Elemental Void could definitely turn the tides of this game, even though they are still down by 18,000 gold and 17,000 experience. Ravenor is still able to output quite a lot of damage as he's picked up the Elder Parasite on top of the Thunderclaw. I think he will be probably looking to upgrade that into a Hyper Crown as his next item. We'll have to wait and see. But we're going to have Ravenor jump in here with the Shrunken Head onto Rally, it looks like. Elemental Void will lock down the Rally. Lord Selforus walks into the hole. It will eventually wear out. Ravenor does end up falling. And they do get the kill onto Rally. Ravenor will buy back. Tempest will get hit with a Crystal Share from Monarch, but this will delay the inevitable. The Undying was applied. Magnus now trying to man up here. Buyback happening from Gladiator as well, as he did fall. A lot of buybacks coming into play here. Double tap coming out for Ravenor, but here's Bensington with the Nightfall as he comes back into the fight. He's going for a kill onto Magnus. He picks up a hat trick. He's trying to make it a quad kill, but he's going to get pulled back here from the showdown. And another buyback happening from Monarch. There are so many buybacks, BKB. What's going on here? As Big Ego Crew, they lose the rally and the engineer, so only 2 players falling for them in this fight, but several buybacks happening on the side of Team Tim.
Loads of buybacks, as you say, but I think it's too little too late at this stage. With the early racks they got bottom lane, and with the advantage they've managed to pull up now, I think that Legion will probably take the game sometime soon. Concord is still alive, so I think that Hellborn could possibly consider going for that. But no, just going back to everything else, I think that Legion are looking too strong at the moment. And I think that South Forest is doing way too much damage alongside the Bensington too, both sitting at relatively similar GPM.
17% hero damage from both those two, as you pointed out.
Oh wow, didn't know that. Yeah, 17 as you say. I personally thought that South Forest would be a little bit higher, but I think with the Hyper Crown procs, it probably is raising Bensington to a pretty good extent as well. So yeah, dead even, and we'll have to see who finishes on top.
So I think we saw the Berry Riddle for quite a while on the Gladiator. What does he look to build into as his next item? Are they lacking more damage, or are they lacking more survivability to just try to prolong the team fights? Does he need something like a Shrunken Head, or does he build into more damage?
If it was me in his situation, I think the best choice would probably be Rift Shards, just because they need the extra damage boost. Yes, Rift Shards is an extremely, top lane.
They're going to get the kill here onto Bensington. That was without the Elemental Void, so great catch coming out here. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they get the counter kill onto Gladiator Tempest. He's going to get initiated on here. The Undying coming out. The Elemental Void will lock down Lord Self-Forest before he ends up falling. Bensington with the buyback. He nightfalls in, but is he going to go down? He gets the Shrunken Head off, but he took a lot of damage here. He's going to turn it around, and both the Ravenor and the Magnus do end up falling. It's a double tap coming out for Lord Self-Forest as he holds his ground and he survives that Elemental Void. The GGs are called as the full Genocide comes out, and Big Ego Crew will take game number 1 here of the finals in cycle number 8 as the concede vote does go through. So a great performance coming out for Big Ego Crew in game number 1. Final thoughts here on the match, BKB.
Good match. Team play is what won it, as it tends to be the case for Big Ego Crew. I think the team play and experience is definitely showing as we get into the later cycles. I think that Gladiator didn't have the impact that he wanted to. I mean, you look at his score, unfortunately, he finished on one kill, 10 deaths, and 5 assists, so he was very limited in terms of what he offers, and I think that had a massive part to play. I think that he was obviously shut down in mid lane with the South Forest playing really well against him, and I think South Forest picked up a solo kill a few times. So, just came down to, great team play from Big Ego Crew, and Hellborn not quite initiating their setup as well as they would have liked to.
Do you think the Tempest item decision to go the Dreamcatcher, do you think that ended up biting them in the behind? Do you think going the traditional portal key into the Shrunken Head, getting that Shrunken Head, more around the 25 to 30 minute time frame, was that what, or was the slower PK, the slower Shrunken Head, was that what Team Tim was lacking going forward into those mid-game team fights?
I think so. I think you could definitely argue that they were very limited with the late Tempest portal key and his Shrunken Head being delayed as well. However, I think going back to my point about the Gladiator, I don't think Gladiator offered enough, to be honest, in a game with this sort of scale. I think that he was, very, very, yes, he was shut down, but he was very, very ineffective. And I think when you're setting up with heroes like a Tempest and a Magnus, you need your Gladiator to really perform. Unfortunately, he didn't do so, and I think that was more of the issue that they had, as opposed to the Tempest, who generally overall didn't have too much of a bad game.
Okay. So that will conclude game number 1. We got the lobby here up for game number 2. We're going to go on a short break, and we will be back here with the finals of cycle number 8. Game number 2 coming up shortly. All right, everyone. Welcome back to Honcast here, where we once again have Cycle 8 of the Paradise League Tournament. The finals here. We are back with game number 2 between Team Tim on the Legion side and Big Ego Crew on the Hellborn side. I am once again going to be rejoined here by BKB and Chill. And we just saw Big Ego Crew come off a Game 1 victory. Excited here for game number 2, BKB. What are you expecting here from Team Tim in response?
Definitely excited about game 2. I think Team Tim just needs to kind of work on their synergy a bit more. So I think a lot of what this series comes down to is team play, particularly as we're now in the final where team play is so crucial. I would like to see some more activity from the mid lane. And overall, yeah, I just hope that they'll be able to bring some more team synergy into the game, and hopefully it should be a bit more even than game number 1.
So this draft is going by so quickly. I'm just gonna have to jump right into it. We got Electrician and Engineer gonna be banned out here by Team Tim, and once again the Draconis and Adrenaline bans coming out from Big Ego Crew. Damn sure Cannon is Donkey Kong tag. I always want to say Donkey Kong, but it's Big Ego Crew, so I'm not going to get confused there. We have Moira, Geomancer, and Sir Bensington, as we already see the Legion side finish off their first 3 picks. Very aggressive makeup coming out from them. We have a Master of Arms, Aluna, and Ophelia coming out from Big Ego Crew. And I got to tell you, the Ophelia pick really excites me. We've seen Big Ego Crew from time to time run the Ophelia on mechs, and they have done it with great success.
They certainly have. I did have the privilege of watching Mex play Ophelia earlier, and I think he played it absolutely fantastically. The way that he ganked the middle lane and he rotated into the suicide lane, which Pharaoh was playing in. I think he practically won the game, as I kind of said on the cast earlier today. So yeah, it's definitely exciting to see him play Ophelia again. But no, I think so far with these picks, this has probably been the quickest pick phase I've seen in quite a long time, which is definitely quite unique as we're taking in all of these hero picks and bans. But no, going into the kind of overall setups that we're seeing, so the 3 heroes picked on either side, I think I like Hellborn's team a bit more because it does scream out comfort again to me. Legion have some good heroes, yes. They're picking up Geomancer again, which they love to play. They like to play Moira. They love to play Bensington. So you could say their draft is quite comfort related too, but I think I personally am liking Big Ego Crew setup a bit more as it stands.
Yeah, it's safe to say they're no strangers to the Ophelia Master of Arms strategy. And I like what they've gone ahead and done is they've banned out the Lord Self Forest. We talked about in the prior series in Semi number 2, where they tried to run that Zephyr strategy with the heal support, and they left open the Lord Self Forest. Big Ego Crew, they recognize that they have this global presence heal between the Ophelia's Touch and the Master's Call, as they're going to look to group up and take team fights early on. They do not want that Lord Self Forest with that Undying be able to counteract that healing presence that they are bringing to the table. So I love the ban coming out from Shortcan, as he also bans out both the Midas and the Bombardier. So getting rid of some of those strong initiators to supplement that global strategy between the Moira and the Bensington already picked up. And then we see Team Tim, they get rid of the Pharaoh, the Deadwood, and the Pebbles, as that grouping up Ophelia lineup needs that initiator style of hero. They get rid of the Pharaoh, who arguably doesn't need the portal key. The Deadwood and the Pebbles, very solid choices. So I think the bans make a lot of sense coming out from both sides. And then we're going to see the Cthulhu font pick coming out from Team Tim. What do you think about the Cthulhu font pick? Because I don't think we've really seen this hero too much in recent matches. He was making a big appearance, I think, in previous cycles, but he's kind of fallen off. What do you think about the Cthulhu font pick?
I like it. I like it when I've seen it, and I've seen it played by Volker quite a few times. I think he plays it a bit more in scrims than he does in tournaments, from what I gather. I could be mistaken. I do like it a lot. I love the fact that the stun has such long range, especially if you obviously push creeps into the target, it will stun the target, even if the stun doesn't completely land. I love the fact that it has a lot of damage over time with the Obliterate spell. I think it goes up to about 400 or 500, if I recall correctly. And then with the ultimate having I think it's like a 2-second fear. It says they go mad. So it's obviously a nice fear spell, which is something quite unique to a strength hero because you don't really think about strength heroes and kind of fearing enemy targets unless it's a mannequin. So I personally like the hero. I like the fact it is combined with heroes such as Moira and Geomancer. So it's going to have a good time with regards to setting up on top of those. And yeah, I do like it overall. I think it's a good pick.
So they finished off their lineup with a War Chief, and War Chief was actually picked up by Team Tim in the match against Good Clan Rejects, where they actually ended up winning that game. So they've had some success recently with the War Chief. It's a hero that we really don't see a whole lot on the competitive scene, but I think it has great potential as the ultimate, the War Cry, reducing cooldowns of non-ultimate abilities down by 3.5 times as fast. So when you pair that with heroes like the Moira, the Benzington, the Cthulhu Font, these heroes that have these fairly short cooldown stuns getting reduced, that's going to be a lot of AoE stuns coming out in quick succession once the War Cry is coupled with those abilities. So I really like the War Cry, or excuse me, the War Chief pick, specifically with the War Cry on top of the 4 heroes with line stuns coming out. And then we see, oh, sorry to cut you off. I just want to talk about the last 2 picks. So we see the Gladiator and the Rally picks coming out for the side of Big Ego Crew. But take it away.
I was going to say, just on top of what you said, I really like the points that you brought up. And I think that with Legion's lineup, it is so focused around crowd control. Because as you mentioned with the War Chief and his ability to lower cooldowns for spells of teammates, you think of heroes like Geomancer, Moira, Cthulhu Font, and obviously you can class Benzington in that bracket as well. But those kind of like supportive initiating heroes, they really rely on their spells being off cooldown. So I think the War Chief synergy with those heroes is absolutely fantastic. The only issue I kind of have with Legion's team is it is so magic heavy that I think when Hellborn do pick up the Shrunken Heads, possibly onto Gladiator and on to the Master of Arms, it could make life a little bit difficult for Legion. So I think Legion do have a kind of time period where they need to kind of go for it. But as we kind of say, items like Barrier Rider or Shrunken could counter the Legion heroes relatively effectively.
So we are, yeah, you make some great points. So we already see the warding battle coming up between the 2 sides. Geomancer placing a ward to block the scam from Ophelia, but a great ward of sight coming out from Aluna, going to spot that out, and they immediately deward that, so Ophelia will have both the 2 hard camps to work with moving forward. So great heads up play to control that. Benzington, he's going to joust into the top lane, already onto the Master of Arms. Here comes the stun from Geomancer with the Dick stun. The Shards of Argon to follow up, and that will be the Bloodlust kill as we waste no time here in game number 2. Right as the creep wave meets, we see the Bloodlust happening as the tri-lane comes out here from Team Tim to face that dual lane of Master of Arms and Aluna. So great job from Team Tim to get themselves that Bloodlust kill and the momentum.
Yeah, it's an interesting sacrifice as well because we normally see them play a tri-lane against a tri-lane. But obviously in this case we can see a jungler instead. So I think that even though Hellborn are going to suffer.
Joust is going to come in onto Aluna, but Ophelia is here with the Vagabond. Will they look to turn this one around? The Shards of Harkon stunning up several targets. Benzington will fall, but it does get the kill onto Aluna first. And now Moira's in some trouble. That Vagabond doing so much damage as Max picks up a double tap there on the Aluna. And he's looking to box out the Geomancer now as well. He will force him down the river. So there's the presence of Ophelia coming into play, so they get themselves an even scoreboard now at 2 kills apiece.
It's quite funny. Max was close to 500 GPM after.
Dick stun coming into the mid lane, but a pitfall is going to be avoided here by Cthulhu Font. So some pressure coming in onto Gladiator as we have him matching up against the Cthulhu Font 1 versus 1. Do you expect this matchup to go in favor of the Gladiator, or do you think Cthulhu Font can hold his own against the Gladiator?
I think I would give the favours to Gladiator because he does have a bit more harass potential. I think that Cthulhu Font has to be careful about committing onto the Gladiator because Gladiator can retaliate, especially if Ophelia comes in with a showdown pitfall. You know, Ophelia creep comes in and finishes him off. So Cthulhu Font has to play relatively defensively. I think if we're talking 1-to-1, I still would give it to Gladiator. Just because the whip just does so much damage and the damage is true, so even against these tanky strength heroes it does have a relatively decent impact. But no, I was kind of mentioning earlier about the fact that they've taken away from that tri lane, which they like to do against enemy teams, and they've obviously put Ophelia in the jungle, which does mean that Master of Arms is going to have a bit of a difficult time. But I think that if Ophelia makes the most of these rotations as he is smoking in now, I
With
think
the
it
Minotaur, yep.
could be quite effective as to turning the lane in their favor.
So Rally versus Warchief, how do you feel like that matchup should go? As we see 15-3 Rally against 13-1 Warchief. Do you think that's a pretty even matchup?
I would
Top
probably...
lane, hold that thought as we have a Joust coming in. Dixon to follow. Master of Arms taking a lot of damage as the Shards of Harkon does secure that kill. The Minotaur stun keeping Moira in play. She will go down, and now Geomancer has a Dig stun come out up in 2 more seconds. He should be able to make the escape as he does there, as he uses the Dig stun. So another great kill coming out here from Team Tim as they net themselves the kill onto the Master of Arms.
Yeah, so going to your question, I think it's a really interesting matchup seeing the Warchief against the Rally, because we don't tend to see Warchief in the side lane. I have played quite a lot of Warchief myself recently, and I do really like the hero. I love the skill set, and I think it does have...
Mid lane, we have a Pitfall coming in, and Gladiator is in some trouble, but he's going to get the counter kill with the tower here as he does end up falling to the Geomancer. The slow coming in from Ophelia. Dig stun is available, so he should be just fine. It ends up being a 1-for-1 in the end.
Oh, there's a bit of a jump bot lane Rally goes to Warchief.
Yeah, we see a Compel stun coming out. Warchief is manning up, though. He's got the totems and the Spirit Walk ready to go. Is this going to be enough for a kill? He puts the totems down. Rally cannot use his health potion. One more auto attack. He is going to buy himself the distance where he uses the health potion now, and he is still quite a ways from level 6, so not going to have that slam available just yet. But while this is going on, Master of Arms and Luna are playing very aggressively with the supports missing.
Yeah, so I was just catching bot lane. I think Rally was if it's a tower dive.
Yep, so tower dive coming out in the bot lane. We have 42 life here on the Warchief. Ophelia, I feel like he spotted him there. He's trying to get the auto attack in. He should just eat the tree, I feel like. He's got 1 more Runes of the Blight, but he's not going to go for it. Perhaps he didn't see him there, as Warchief just makes a nice juke. Rally is coming in. Will he go for a Compel stun in the trees? Oh, man, just go for it. Come on. You know he's there. Come on, Vulcan. You know he's there. Go for it. Okay, apparently they don't know he's there, so I was hoping for it, but Warchief going to make the nice juke there. We'll see if he gets himself some regen or a TP. But meanwhile, this is going on in the top lane. We have a kill happening onto Master of Arms. The stuns are just too much from that Legion tri-lane. They net themselves 2 kills, both go in the way of Moira. So once again, Master of Arms falling. This is now his 3rd death, so really struggling up there in the top lane, only sitting on 160 gold per minute compared to the 320 gold per minute of the Bensington.
Yeah, so that's the only real negative impact about Ophelia at this stage of the game, is that if she's not helping out the top lane's really going to struggle, as we saw 2 kills picked up there by Team Tim. Going back to the Warchief against the Rally, I love Warchief, and I think that he can offer a little bit more in these kind of like scrappy exchanges that they're having. I think the hero has a fantastic amount of potential, and I don't think we've seen the hero play to its full potential as of yet, because it is still relatively new and it's not picked up very often. But I think with the Spirit Walk, with the range of that and the damage, I think that it can just offer a little bit.
Ophelia's here in the nearby area. She's got a Skeleton King and a Catman champion. Will Rally be able to line up a Compel? There's the net from Ophelia. The Compel into the Seismic Slam, beautifully executed there, and they net themselves a kill onto the Warchief.
I also wanted to ask you, because I know that you have played Ophelia for many years and different tournaments and lands.
But hold that thought. We have a hasted Gladiator up here in the top lane. They're going for some kills as Moira's in an offensive position. She gets the stun onto Master of Arms. The Geomancer Dixon lands, but the Joust does miss. Moira falls in the background, and here comes Cthulhu with the trample. They get the kill onto Moa. 2-man Dig stun going to land onto both the Aluna and the Gladiator, but the Haster is still activated here for another 2 seconds. Cthulhu taking a lot of pressure. Will he end up falling here? 1 more auto attack from the Gladiator. It will be enough as Aluna gets credit for the kill. They pick up the double tap, and Bensington also falls. So 3 players end up dying here for Team Tim as they only get the kill onto Master of Arms.
Yes, I just wanted to ask you, because I know Ophelia is also signature heroes that you've played a lot in the past, and probably you play it a little bit now. When it comes to Ophelia and skill builds, because if I touch the hero, I'm not always too sure about how to skill it. do you prioritize the Q spell with the extra slow and damage taken, or do you think it's better to max the Ophelia's Judgment?
I think in the earlier game when you're making a lot of rotations, the extra catch and slow from the Nature's Wrath really enhances your damage output. And you could argue that maxing out the Judgment would yield a lot of burst, which it does. But the extra, as we see at Nightfall coming into the mid lane, Trample, I believe, was already used. The Joust is still available. Gladiator going to get caught here by the Dig Stun, and that will cue the Joust into the Lance Along, so that will be a dead Gladiator in the mid lane. But to go back to Ophelia, the extra slow or the slow coming out or in the early game from the Nature's Wrath with the extra damage amplification, the neutral creeps when you hit the level 7, you output so much damage as the creeps deal, roughly 80 damage or so a piece, 60 to 80 damage. The extra damage amplification really adds up over time. So I feel like that ends up yielding more damage in the early game versus the flat burst from the Ophelia's Judgment. But with that being said, putting 1 point at around the level 8 mark into the Ophelia's Judgment allows for you to TP allies home to base, where you can do some nifty stuff. Bot lane, we have a dive coming out. They get the kill onto War Chief. Ophelia is still very healthy here. Ophelia's touch is on cooldown for another 40 seconds. But meanwhile, in the top lane, Master of Arms falls again. Cthulhu comes in with a trample, and will they be able to get the catch here as the showdown into the pitfall is coming in? Here comes Rally as he has a Compel Stun ready to go. He will use it. Geomancer is off to the side here in the trees. He will actually get spotted, but he has a Dig Stun ready to go. We'll see if he uses that into the trees with the port to safety. Will they be able to stop it here? Luna has no mana currently, so Geomancer will make the escape. And while this is going on, Ophelia does push that tier 1 tower in the bot lane. But Benzington with that Veiled Rod, he's going to catch him here with the Joust, and Moira comes in with the assistance. Benzington will pick up that kill. So Benzington remains at the top of the GPM charts here with 400 gold per minute, sitting on the 425 stat line.
I was interested listening to your points about Ophelia. And
Master of Arms is here now, and Benzington uses the Joust. Do they have the catch, though? Benzington will just be a little bit too slippery with that bottle, and Moira there to assist him.
I just wanted to kind of question, when it comes to Ophelia's Judgment, I do believe it lowers the time taken to send allies home.
Yes, yep.
Is that something you ever tend to consider when you play jungle? Sending heroes home a bit quicker, or do you think it's always about the offensive, what gives out the most damage output to to enemies and such?
We're gonna see War Chief going for a kill here, but Master of Arms will be fine. I think early on you want 1 or 2 points of the Nature's Wrath, and I think that's sufficient. And then once you hit the level 8, you could look to start completely leveling out the Ophelia's Judgment, because the burst and the cooldown reduction of the send home to allies can be very beneficial. You can do lots of nifty stuff with your initiators blinking in, baiting out spells and whatnot. So I do think that 1 to 2 points is sufficient on the Nature's Wrath, and then you can look to max into that later on. We're gonna have a Nightfall into the top lane. It looks like it will miss, but he might go for a Joust Stun. Geomancer is going to fall to that Acid Bomb damage, and here comes Rally. He doesn't choose to go for the Slam, as it wouldn't have been enough damage for a kill. Benzington uses the Joust to safety, but we have another Compel Stun coming up in 5 more seconds. They're going for a tower dive here. Master of Arms is diving as well as he starts tanking the tower. Here comes the Compel Stun into the overcharge shot. The Slam comes out, and Benzington will die while this is going on, and this is why there was no TP support. There was a fight going on in the mid lane. We're going to have an Arcane Vortex locking everybody down in place. We have several heroes low who will end up falling. Power Throw comes in, but it will not aid for a kill onto the Moira just yet. Rally comes in and will pick up that kill as he gets the double tap. Gladiator did end up falling first, and War Chief, he will survive on low health and he will deny the tower, but the creeps are going to get the tower kill here for the side of Team Tim. So despite losing a couple of players, they do get the tower kill as well as a deny in their favor.
Yeah, so even though they got the tower, I do notice do you have a slightly
Geomancer uses the Dig Stun up in the top lane. Crystal Field, it will not connect. And now Geomancer, he is in a very aggressive position. Rally comes in with the Compel Stun, the auto attacks, and the overcharge shot will finish him off. Cthulhu, he still has his Trample ready to go, but he is in a pretty aggressive spot himself now. And Benzington, he is not interested in taking this fight. He has the Veiled Rot. He picks up the double damage rune, but well, he's thinking about coming back up here. Cthulhu's going to get locked down from the Gladiator showdown into the pitfall, and Volka on the rally, picks up a double tap. So Big Ego Crew really picking up some steam here. They jump out to a 15-12 hero kill lead and now sitting on a 2,000 gold and 2,700 experience lead, where they will now look to push the tier 1 tower up here in the top lane.
Yeah, I was just thinking Volker's doing so much work this game. Pretty much almost everything that's come down to these ganks and these setups is coming down from him. So yeah, massive credit to him. He's been involved in 7 kills so far, hasn't died yet either. So I think he's having a fantastic game. And I think it would be interesting to see if he does go into that PK first, or if he goes into more of a kind of quick staff.
Arcane Vortex going to lock down the Master of Arms here. Bensington uses the Nightfall. He's going for the Illuna, but Pitfall will keep him in place. And now Bensington's the one who's getting turned on. He gets taken out by the Seismic Slam. And now they're on the chase here. Cthulhuphon with the Trample. They're going to take out the Illuna, and they're turning their attention onto the rally. The Dig Stun will take him out. There goes the Legendary Streak in favor of Geomancer. And Geomancer, he's in some trouble. One more auto attack will take him down as Master of Arms. He's looking to make the escape. Warchief is now here in the midst of the fight as Trample does happen, but he gets pulled back with the Showdown. Master of Arms will get stunned up by the Moira, who takes him out with the Mana Sunder, and the Pitfall will be avoided here by Cthulhuphon. Ophelia, she's going to lock Cthulhuphon down with that Skeleton Rip, and it will be a full genocide when it's all said and done, going the way of Big Ego Crew, as they only end up losing 3 players, being the Illuna, the Rally, and the Master of Arms.
14-minute genocide. You don't see that too often.
And a buyback on top on the Illuna, as I actually missed that buyback.
Oh, okay. I missed it.
So
myself.
3 for 5 plus a buyback.
Oh, they'll take that. They'd be more than happy with the genocide, especially because Bensington was doing quite well. But no, I think that it comes down to the point that I briefly made in the last game about they find their timing in the game where they want to group up as 5 and take a team fight. In this instance, they took it at the top lane as opposed to the mid lane, which they tend to do a bit more frequently. But this is what Big Ego Crew do so well. They take that point in the game where they love to gather up. They often pick off 3, 4, even 5 heroes in this case, and it swings the momentum quite greatly in their favor, where they now start to snowball. So just wanted to kind of point that out, because I have seen it happen quite a few times in these games now, and they always kind of hit their point at the right spot where they start to really synergize and take over in those team fights.
I completely agree with you. They got that grouping up lineup, and they're just utilizing it very, very effectively. They once again have that portal key picked up on Rally, and Rally's had quite a great game so far. And I think we're seeing the Gladiator being utilized a little bit better here in game number 2 than we saw in the previous match.
Yeah, I've just spotted Warchief has gone for Gnome's Wisdom, which I do like the pickup. I think Gnome's Wisdom on a hero that does cast, a lot of spells is always going to be very effective. And with the team setup that they have, I think Gnome is, just the right item that they do need. I think with Warchief, it's always quite effective to have a disabling item such as a Hellflower or a Sheepstick, because it just gives him so much extra damage with relation to his E spell.
Warchief could be in some trouble here. Ophelia is coming over, but the Spirit Walk is going to get him the distance, as he also uses the Warcry there.
Yeah, so I was just saying about Warchief and his E spell, because I don't think I touched upon it. The E spell does, at level 4, it does 2.5 times the intelligence of the hero for his next attack. So if he was to go for a very high intelligence item such as Hellflower,
Bensington's going to get caught out here by the Rally. The power throw coming in from Shorecat with that global red throw. Not even needing the Seismic Slam. They catch Bensington on low HP. Great pickoff coming out here from Big Ego Crew.
Yeah,
they're going to go for more here on the Cthulhuphon. But no mana for the Seismic Slam on Rally, so looks like Cthulhuphon. He's actually going to choose to man up here as he activates the Dream of Madness, and that will proc the Crystal Field here onto Illuna. There is the Pizza Taunt coming out from Huge Soul.
Yeah, I was just kind of finishing my point earlier about the Warchief and building intel on the hero. It does synergize quite nicely with his E-spell, because his attack damage does get multiplied based on the intelligence that he has. So I was just kind of rounding off the point about if he was to go into something quite offensive later on, it would kind of transition him into a little bit of a kind of potential semi-carry, which is something I like to see with the Warchief, because I think it does offer so much, especially as it goes into the later stages, as you mentioned, with the lower cooldowns and everything.
So we see the tier 1 tower pushed in the bot lane in favor of Team Tim. But Big Eagle Crew, while this is going on, putting a lot of pressure here on the tier 2 tower. They will eventually fall back now, as Gladiator does pick up a barrier idol. So they have that on top of the Astrolabe from Ophelia. A couple of team fighting items. Master of Arms still, unfortunately, not really picking up any kind of item, as he's died 6 times, but he is sitting on 280 gold per minute, so not doing all that bad, to say the least. If you take a look at the GPM chart, it's actually quite interesting because we have a pretty even spread across all 10 heroes. We just have the cores a little bit above the supports, but normally we're used to seeing very, very high GPM on the cores and very, very low GPMs on the supports. So it kind of shows you the trend of how the match has really been played, a very team fight and grouping up centric match here from both sides so far.
Yeah, I like the fact they picked up the PK on the rally as well, because I think with the start that he had, he could have possibly been tempted to kind of rush a star for the Master or something slightly different. But with going for the PK, it just gives them so much more threat. So I think combined with the Gladiator, and this is what they love to do, they love to obviously group up and set up as many kills as possible. So I think the rally PK pickup is fantastic. I haven't looked too much at Gladiator, but he does have a barrier idol, which is something we always tend to see on Satylytium. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. But no, obviously playing quite aggressively now, so making full use of their setup.
Yeah, and they're pushing in the tier 3 tower here, so gonna force Team Tim to make a decision here if they're gonna look to defend this, as they are grouped up as 5. We do have Warchief now porting into the tower, as it did take about 800 damage. There's the barrier idol activation. Rally will go in with a compel, but will not connect. Geomancer will get the dig stun to safety. So the creeps are idled up, and here comes a showdown onto Warchief. The pitfall will land, and the Warcry is activated now. Here comes Cthulhuphon with the Dream of Madness and the Obliterate added on top. Ophelia getting Master's Call. Here comes the Ophelia's Touch. Will Ophelia be able to survive? The Moira ultimate coming out with the Arcane Vortex. The buybacks are happening as both the Geomancer and the Benzington did end up falling. Ophelia going to go down to the Shards of Harkon stun, and now Benzington Nightfall's in. Rally is going to end up falling as well. So did Team Tim make the stand here? Benzington, he's so close to falling once again. Will they get the kill as the Warchief does end up falling? Benzington will survive in the end. Moira will stun up both the Gladiator and the Master of Arms, but he will end up falling. He will fall again. Cthulhuphon, he is still tanky though. He's leading the front lines, but that barrier idol on Gladiator making everyone so darn tanky. Geomancer forced to fall back. Benzington jousts in, and he will get the kill onto Master of Arms. Now Cthulhuphon, he is in some trouble, as the whip dealing lots of damage here. 49 health on the Cthulhuphon. He's trying to make the jukes here in the tree line. Here comes a stun from Cthulhuphon. The dig stun to follow on top of the joust. And did they make the turn? They're going to take out the Gladiator, and Benzington will TP to safety as another buyback happens on the Warchief. So I believe that was 3 buybacks in total coming out from Team Tim here, as they did end up losing 4 players in total in this fight, and they netted themselves, I believe, 4 kills the way of Big Ego grew.
I'm debating in my head as to whether the buybacks were worth it. I'll probably say yes, but I think when it comes to this sort of game, I think buybacks are actually going to be quite crucial as we go into a later stage. So you could argue both ways. I mean, it's difficult to call, but I think using 3 buybacks this early at 20 minutes is not something you intend to do. But it just comes down to the fact that Big Ego Crew are playing these team fights, quite significantly better, and I think their team fight potential is significantly stronger. So yeah, I think overall the buybacks did make sense, but I think they could possibly regret it as it goes a bit later in the game. But no, we have to wait and see. Could be eating my words, but I'm sure we'll find out.
I want to ask you something. Ophelia, she's got the Ring of Sorcery, she's got the Astrolabe. We actually see Benzington getting taken out here by Rally, so Volca continues his success here in game number 2, finding a solo pickoff on the Benzington. Very, very squishy, only with the 948 life. Ophelia decides to go for a puzzle box here. Do you like the puzzle box over something like another team fighting aura? As we actually see Gladiator getting the catch here onto Warchief. The dig stun under the Crystal Field coming out, but it's not going to be in time, as Warchief will end up falling. He does have goal for a second buyback, but Big Ego Crew, they're not stopping. They are going for the tier 3 tower, and the second buyback will be used here. The tower will end up falling, and they still have all 5 players alive. Cthulhuphon, he is now going to pour it into the bot lane, or into the mid lane, excuse me, as he tramples in. Here comes a dig stun on top, and no Crystal Field ready to go. And will Big Ego Crew continue to hold their foot in this team fight as they turn their attention toward the Rex, and they force several players to fall back. Bensington will use the Nightfall in. Here comes Rally with a Compel Stone as it lands beautifully as Bensington jumps in, and they burst him down. Second buyback coming in from G-Mancer as he also fell, but the Raxes are falling, and Big Ego Crew is still alive on all 5 players. Cthulhuphon tramples in with the Obliterate, but he will end up falling here as he is not tanky enough to hold his ground. G-Mancer gets pulled back with the Dig Stun. As he uses his second buyback, he ends up falling, and 4 players are dead the way of Team Tim, as now Moira has respawned with that buyback from Morchi, but no kills happening the way of Team Tim onto Big Ego Crew. They have had enough as the Raxes do fall. The GGs are called, and that will be game number 2 and the series going the way of Big Ego Crew. So final thoughts here in game number 2 as well as the series, BKB.
First of all, well done to both teams. Fully enjoyed the series. I think that both teams were extremely entertaining to watch. I've said it in cycles in the past. I'm going to say it in this one as well. I think the teamwork from Big Ego Crew is just fantastic, phenomenal, whatever you want to call it. It's so good to watch. And I love the way that they really find their timing to really go all in for those team fights, which is what swings the momentum in their favor and allows them to finish the games quite early because they are so strong with regards to their synergy. I think the draft that Big Ego Crew was very, very solid. A lot of comfort heroes picked up, especially with the Gladiator, Luna, Rally. Ophelia, we haven't seen so much, but you see the impact that Ophelia's had with the 7 kills and 14 assists. So she had a massive part to play in that game. And I think overall, Hellborn did have the better draft, and I think that's what it ultimately came down to, along with the synergy that they do create as a team. So no, overall, congratulations to Big Ego Crew, and fully enjoyed the series finale.
Yeah, so once again, a well-executed Ophelia lineup coming out from Big Ego Crew. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Big Ego Crew is your winner for cycle number 8 and the final cycle for the league tournament, which means it's time for the grand finale.
So you heard it here, folks. We are finally done with the league tournaments, and we are finally done with the 8 cycles of the Paradise League tournaments. And now we're moving on to the grand finale, which is going to take place in December 11th. The Paradise League grand finale tournament, season number 3. And it's gonna be one hell of a ride, and it's been one hell of a ride from the league tournaments, but the grand finale is definitely going to be special. We're gonna see the players playing for a $2,000 prize pool with the regular 25,000 gold coins, but what we're focusing on is the real money, of course, and the finals of the grand finale is going to be at December 13th with very, very special guests. Maybe you'll know who they are, but I really doubt. We'll see when it happens. And gentlemen, do you have any comments?
Well, you said it, Paradise. The conclusion here to the cycles, the grand finale coming up in about, I think, a little less than 2 weeks, as you pointed out, starting on December 11th. So pretty exciting news that we have for our viewers. And on top of all of that going on, we also have a patch coming out on December 1st. So a big balance patch coming out at the beginning of December for Heroes in Newerth. Really exciting stuff. I think the patch notes will be getting dropped, I believe, after now that the tournament's concluded. So you guys can look forward to, I believe those will be posted somewhere on the forums. so you guys can check that out once the cast is completed. So go ahead and head over there and check out what's going to be happening coming up on Tuesday, as lots of hero balance, lots of items, stuff going on. I'm not going to spoil anything. I'll just let you guys go over there and check it out for yourselves. But it's very exciting stuff, as always, when we have a new patch coming into play. So yeah, I'll turn it back over to you to continue.
No, I mean you can go on. And another thing I want to mention, by the way, for all of the players who are involved in the tournament, the captain's pick is actually getting a massive change, and it's gonna make the tournament's picking phase much more balanced than it is right now. I cannot explain it right now because it's actually a bit of a long change, but you'll see it as soon as the patch drops, or the patch notes drop right after this stream is over. So just again check out in the forums, you will find it there if you want, in the 2 newest videos that were dropped in the main channel. The update one, which is the rework of Adrenaline, and the Avatar Spotlight for patch 4.9.0. And yeah, it's gonna be a big time. It's gonna be a great tournament, and it's gonna be a big patch, baby. And Hanmas, and even like Christmas is coming, and everything, and the map changes and UI changes. Lots of changes are happening. I hope everybody's excited and pumped, and even the grand finale is happening. So a lot of things are happening coming with this big patch, and yeah, hope everyone is excited, and I hope everyone is ready for what's to come in December 11th, and especially in the finals in December 13th. And that's all I have to say. Guys, do you have any comments on the games or anything?
I want to say something. First and foremost, to you guys watching at home, I want to say a big shout out to Paradise. I mean, this guy works so hard behind the scenes, setting up these tournaments, making sure everything goes smoothly with the teams and the games on the weekends. I have to say a big thank you to you, because without you specifically, as well as Desperado and whoever else is behind the scenes working with you, you guys put together a great tournament, and for that I am very, very grateful. And I'm sure everyone watching
nice
just really appreciates there being a competitive scene in Han, because everyone who's stuck with the game, we really love to see that competitive aspect of the game that we have known and loved for so many years. So I really want to say thank you to you for putting in all the hard work and making these tournaments possible. And I really, really look forward to the grand finale coming up in about a week and a half, or about 2 weeks time period. So I'll turn it over to BKB. Maybe he wants to say some words as well.
BKB? Thank you so much, Chris.
Just wanted to kind of add to that. A massive thank you to Paradise as well for the organizational work, because even though I joined the casting team quite a bit later than many other casters, first of all, I fully enjoyed every second of it, and I am really grateful for the opportunity that he's given to me. It's not every day you hear an English caster, so I hope that people haven't had too much trouble with my accent or my fast talking. But thank you for offering me the opportunity to do this, and secondly for all the work that you put into the organization, the tournaments, etc. And with the changes in structure with regards to you guys joining Frostburn, I think it's fantastic, and I wish you the best of luck with it moving forward. And just a big hats off to what you've done and to what's to come.
Thank you so much for your kind words, and we will definitely keep it up. And the hype is amazing, and all the players are amazing, all the viewers are amazing. Thank you all, you guys, all the casters are amazing, especially What You Beast, the best caster ever.
You're gonna make me blush, Paradise. We have to actually thank the rest of the casters as well. Dutch,
Shorcan is a beast as well. Dutch, everybody, man,
Dave,
amazing.
Whoever I missed that helped cast this weekend. Without those guys, we would be completely swamped on tournament days. As a lot of us are actually playing as well as casting, so it's very, very. It's a lot of time consumed for all of us to kind of fit in both casting and playing. So shout out to those guys for giving some time as well to help everyone out to make these tournaments as smooth as possible.
Yeah, thank you for your kind words, and thanks to everyone who's watching, thanks to everyone who helped in the tournaments, thanks for all the players who participated, even if you got accepted or not. Thanks to everyone, much love to everyone, thanks to everyone for the support as well. And I think that's I'll be wrapping all it up, and yeah, Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's tournament. Good night, everybody.
you